Chapter 330. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were also filled with shock. Because if Yun Chen's sword moved forward, Su Yan's neck would be cut off. Everyone held their breaths as if the entire scene was frozen. Everyone only saw that the sword in Yun Chen's hand was about to slide past Su Yan's neck. When Great Elder Yun Wang saw the scene, his pupils suddenly shrank and he was about to save Yun Chen. Suddenly, a white light flashed. The Great Elder couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Good boy, you actually still have a trick up your sleeve." Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Everyone thought that Su Yan was about to be killed by Yun Chen. With a crisp sound, the long sword in Yun Chen's hand was struck down by a flying sword. At the same time, there were a few flying swords in front of Yun Chen. They revolved around him, causing him to be unable to move. The entire situation was reversed. The speed of the reversal was so fast that no one was able to react in time. "You've lost." Su Yan looked at the astonished Yun Chen as a faint smile surfaced on his cold face. "I lost, I actually lost." Yun Chen still couldn't accept this fact. However, looking at the flying sword on his body, he couldn't help but believe it. He kept muttering to himself, "I lost, how is this possible, how is this possible?" Su Yan didn't care about his expression. He went forward and pulled the storage bag from Yun Chen's waist. Yun Chen didn't care at all. He was still immersed in the pain of defeat. His eyes were dim and it was obvious that he still couldn't accept the fact that he had lost. Not only him, even all the disciples present couldn't accept this fact. Su Yan, a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, actually defeated a rank 1 blue spirit sea realm. How was this possible? One had to know that the blue spirit sea realm not only cultivated faster than the red spirit sea realm, but the heaven and earth energy contained in the body was also much stronger than the same level. Yun Chen was a rank 1 blue spirit sea realm cultivator. However, with his strength, even if he was to fight against a rank 2 spirit sea realm cultivator, he might not lose. However, such a person was defeated. He was still defeated by a martial artist who was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could this not be surprising? Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, Ratli, and Buttface had rushed over when Su Yan and Yun Chen were fighting. Everyone was surprised by Su Yan's victory. Only the 4 of them looked at Su Yan with the joy of victory surging in their eyes. "Su Yan, you're really something." Dong Qinghao saw Su Yan coming down and went forward to pat Su Yan. The other 3 also came up to congratulate Su Yan. Su Yan wasn't too happy about this victory. Right now, he was more concerned about how many spirit stones were in Yun Chen's storage bag. He weighed the storage bag and threw it to Macario Ice. "Senior Brother Mu, this Yun Chen is a rank 1 spirit sea realm cultivator. With my strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to erase the seal on him. I'll have to let you do it for me." Macario Ice nodded and didn't say anything else. He took the storage bag and the 5 of them planned to return to the palace where Su Yan was at the Heaven and Earth Organization. Great Elder Yun Wang originally wanted to say something to Su Yan, but when he saw that Su Yan and Macario Ice were about to leave, he smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at Yun Chen, who was still unconscious on the training platform. He sighed helplessly. What a pity, what a pity. A blue spirit sea realm genius is wasted just like that. Yun Wang sighed, but he didn't say anything else and also prepared to leave. However, before he could leave, an angry shout came from the horizon. "Su Yan, stop for me." When Yun Wang heard this, he couldn't help but be startled and also stopped. Su Yan and the others also stopped and turned around to look. When they saw an extremely ugly face, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. In the entire Heaven and Earth Organization, who else could have such an ugly face apart from Yunmu? Yunmu blocked Su Yan's path and revealed a treacherous smile. "You, Su Yan, and the rest of you, betrayed the Monster Palace and now want to hide in our Heaven and Earth Organization?" Betrayed the Monster Palace. When Su Yan heard Yunmu's words, the others looked at each other. Clearly, they couldn't understand the meaning of Yunmu's words. At that moment, Yun Wang also walked over and looked at Yun Mu. Little nephew Yun Mu, what do you mean by betraying the monster palace? What exactly is going on? Great elder. When Yun Mu saw Yun Wang, he respectfully greeted him and began to explain. Great elder, these people are disciples of the monster palace, but because they betrayed the monster palace, they are being hunted down by the monster palace. I think that they joined our heaven and earth organization to avoid being hunted down by the monster palace. So there is such a thing. Betraying the sect was a great crime in the entire dry territory. When Yun Wang heard Yun Mu's words, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at Su Yan and asked, Little nephew Su Yan, what exactly is going on? Su Yan actually didn't know much about this matter. But when he heard Yun Mu's words, he understood that this was definitely Murong Fu's scheme. He wanted to accuse them of betraying the sect and use people from all sides to hunt them down. This Murong Fu really has good methods. Su Yan sneered in his heart. He looked at Yun Wang's gloomy expression and asked, Great elder, do you trust me? Yun Wang was startled by Su Yan's sudden question and didn't know how to reply for a while. Yun Wang didn't know much about Su Yan and only admired him. Not to mention that he was the disciple of the founding ancestor of the Heaven and Earth organization, so Yun Wang was naturally more protective of Su Yan. But after all, this matter was of great importance and Yun Wang didn't know much about Su Yan, so he didn't trust him. Su Yan, don't talk nonsense here. I have already investigated this matter clearly, so what else do you have to quibble about? Yun Mu saw that Yun Wang didn't say anything and hurriedly shouted. He was afraid that Yun Wang would show some compassion and protect Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Yun Mu's words, he couldn't help but smile. Then his complexion sank, and he shouted at Yun Mu, Impudent, Yun Mu, no matter what, I am an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. You surprisingly dare to be disrespectful to me. Su Yan's eyes went wide, and an imposing aura spread out from between his brows. Yun Mu was startled by Yun Mu's shout. Then, anger appeared on his face and he shouted, Su Yan, you, alright, don't quarrel. Yun Wang stopped the two of them and looked at Su Yan. Su Yan, you asked me whether I believed you or not. I can tell you that I believe you, but you have to at least prove yourself, right? When Yun Mu heard Yun Wang's words, he smiled in disdain. What else is there to prove? This matter has spread like wildfire in the entire 5 counties. This is the decree of the Monster Palace's palace master, so how could it be false? After saying that, Yun Mu looked at Yun Wang and said, Great elder, you have to think thrice. Offending the Monster Palace for these people isn't worth it. That Monster Palace's Princess of Chu isn't someone to be trifled with. Only a few people in the entire Monster Palace knew about the death of the Princess of Chu. It was even more impossible for them, who were outsiders, to know that the Princess of Chu had actually died long ago. The reason why these people didn't care about the Monster Palace was because of the presence of the Princess of Chu. After all, an expert of the perimeter layer wasn't someone to be trifled with. When Yun Wang heard Yun Mu's words, his brows creased again. If it had been any other matter, it would have been fine, but betraying the sect was a major crime. Even if he was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, he couldn't cover it up. However, when he thought about how Su Yan was the disciple of the founding ancestor of the Heaven and Earth organization, as well as Su Yan's display of strength, Yun Wang felt awkward. Su Yan looked at Yun Wang's awkward expression and Yun Mu's complacent expression, and a hint of a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took off the elder attire of the Heaven and Earth organization and handed it to Yun Wang. Su Yan, you. Yun Wang was still thinking about how to deal with this matter when he suddenly saw Su Yan's actions. He couldn't help but be startled, not understanding the meaning behind Su Yan's actions. Su Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, Great elder, if you believe me, then give me 1 year's time. Within 1 year, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Su Yan, you traitor, what qualifications do you have to talk about conditions with our Heaven and Earth organization? Yun Mu shouted before Yun Wang could reply. Su Yan didn't pay any attention to Yun Mu. Instead, he looked at Yun Wang and calmly waited for his decision. Su Yan was gambling, gambling that Yun Wang would believe him. If Yun Wang didn't believe him, then everything pointed to disaster. Su Yan was secretly circulating the cultivation method in his body to recover his spirit energy while guarding against Yunmu. Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, Butt Face, and Ratley hadn't said a word since the beginning, but they could see the seriousness of the matter. They knew that whether they lived or died today depended on a single thought from Yun Wang. The four of them nervously looked at Yun Wang. Not only them, but even Yunmu was nervously looking at Yun Wang. He was very clear that if Yun Wang chose to believe Su Yan, then it would be impossible for him to get rid of Su Yan. Yesterday, Su Yan had joined the Heaven and Earth Organization. Yunmu hated Su Yan, and he had been thinking about how to get rid of Su Yan the entire night. Originally, he had been bitterly searching for a way to get rid of Su Yan, but today, he had heard that Su Yan had betrayed the sect. It gave him a reason and an excuse, but he had never expected that Yun Wang would surprisingly protect Su Yan. This made Yunmu's hatred towards Su Yan become even more intense. While waiting for Yun Wang's decision, Yunmu fanned the flames from the side. Great Elder, you have to think clearly about the crime of betraying the sect. It is a serious crime, so you have to think about whether you can bear it. Chapter 331. The reason why Yunmu dared to speak to Cloud King like that wasn't without reason. He was the son-in-law of the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect master. In other words, he was Yun Wanqing's fiancé. Not only that, but although Yunmu was a little ugly, he was also the #1 disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. His strength had already reached the 9th rank of Spirit Ocean Realm, and he was also at the Blue Spirit Ocean Realm. Therefore, Yunmu had quite a lot of face in the sect. Even the Cloud King had to give Yunmu some face. Of course, face was just face. Before Yunmu officially married Yun Wanqing, his status was only that of a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When Cloud King heard Yunmu speaking to him in such a tone, his expression sank. He, who was originally hesitating, coldly snorted. Su Yan, I choose to believe you. I will give you 1 year's time. What? When Yunmu heard Cloud King's words, he couldn't help but be startled. Great Elder, are you crazy? These people have committed the crime of betraying the sect. Are you going to protect them? Humph, I am crazy. Cloud King looked at Yunmu's disrespectful attitude and coldly snorted. Yunmu, I said that I believe you, so I believe you. Don't forget that I am still the Great Elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Even if the sect master comes out, he still has to give me some face. Yunmu didn't expect that his original plan to provoke Cloud King so that he wouldn't agree to Su Yan's request would actually work. But how could he have expected that his provocation would make Cloud King agree to Su Yan's request? As the saying goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. Although Yunmu was somewhat unconvinced, it was just as Cloud King had said. Cloud King was the Great Elder of Heavenly Cloud sect. Even if Yunmu was more formidable, he wouldn't dare to rashly challenge Cloud King's dignity. When he saw the smile on Su Yan's face, Yunmu flew into a rage, and his hatred for Su Yan became even more intense. If he wasn't afraid of Cloud King standing in front of him, he would have killed Su Yan already. Humph, Su Yan, just you wait for me, just you wait, Yunmu said indignantly, then left. Su Yan didn't pay attention to Yunmu. He turned around and cupped his hands toward Cloud King. Many thanks for Great Elder's understanding. The Cloud King smiled bitterly and shook his head. Su Yan, you are the disciple of the Elder Ancestor. Speaking of seniority, you are above me. This is what I should do. However, I'm afraid that before you understand the situation, staying in the Heaven and Earth Organization is, the Cloud King didn't say anything. However, Su Yan could understand the meaning behind his words. Moreover, when Su Yan had taken off the Elder robe of the Heaven and Earth Organization, he hadn't planned to stay in the Heaven and Earth Organization. When he saw the awkward expression on the Cloud King's face, he said with a faint smile, Great Elder, don't worry. After a year, I will definitely give you a pleasant surprise. The Cloud King nodded and no longer hesitated. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, Su Yan, when you leave the Heaven and Earth organization this time, you must be careful. Do you understand? Su Yan nodded heavily, then led Mikharu Ice and the others down the mountain without any hesitation. I didn't expect that we would leave the Heaven and Earth organization so soon. After leaving the Heaven and Earth organization's gate, Mikharu Ice said with melancholy. Regarding yesterday's incident, they also said that they didn't know what Murong Fu's plot was, and they could use the Heaven and Earth organization to take refuge. Who would have thought that because of Murong Fu's plot, they would be forced to leave the Heaven and Earth organization today? Su Yan looked at the Heaven and Earth organization and smiled bitterly. Although Su Yan didn't have any feelings for the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yan wanted the Heaven and Earth organization's fog technique very much. Now that he had left the Heaven and Earth organization, it was obvious that it wouldn't be so easy to obtain the fog technique again. Su Yan thought, and his eyes turned, and his hatred for Murong Fu became even stronger. He really didn't expect that Murong Fu would be so ruthless as to label him as a sinner who betrayed the sect. Senior, where should we go now? Buttface suddenly asked in the midst of their melancholy. Where should we go? This question stunned everyone. After all, no matter what, Murong Fu currently held the Supreme Monster Palace's Palace Lord's seal. Before they took back the Supreme Monster Palace's authority, they had to take back the Palace Lord's seal. They would have to bear the crime of betraying the sect. The crime of betraying the sect was a serious crime, and everyone had the right to punish it. If they were to appear, they would definitely be hunted down by many people. Moreover, with Murong Fu's means, he would definitely spread the news and let everyone in the 5 counties know that they had committed the crime of betraying the sect. Then, all the powerful people in the 5 counties would hunt them down. Murong Fu, this move is really ruthless. Su Yan thought and gritted his teeth hatefully. Dong Qinghao, Mikharu Ice, and Rat Li's faces also showed a burst of anger. Only Buttface was a little better. After all, Buttface didn't understand Murong Fu and the Monster Palace. However, he already knew that betraying the sect was a crime. This was a serious crime. Of course, he still chose to believe that Su Yan and the others wouldn't betray the sect. Looking at the surging hatred on their faces, Buttface suggested in a low voice, Senior, why don't we go to the place where I used to cultivate? The place where you used to cultivate? Su Yan frowned and looked at Buttface. Because the two of them had met in a hurry, Su Yan didn't ask Buttface what had happened during this period of time. Buttface nodded and began to speak. Senior, since you were forced off the cliff by those people from the Guyu sect, I swore that I would avenge you. It was also after that I started to cultivate like crazy. At that time, I was afraid that the people from the Guyu sect would find trouble with me, so I found a place to hide. Although it was desolate and uninhabited, the spiritual qi was really rich. It was a good place to take refuge. Desolate and uninhabited? When Su Yan heard Buttface's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Now that they had been accused of betraying the sect by Murong Fu, there would be a lot of people looking for them. The more desolate the place was, the better. This way, they wouldn't be hunted down. Although the few of them were walking together and their strength was very strong, the continent of the 5 counties was so big. Who knew how many powerhouses there were? Su Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Without thinking, he said directly, Buttface, you lead the way. Okay. Buttface nodded his head and didn't hesitate. He walked ahead of the rest of the group. Dong Qinghao and the others followed closely behind Su Yan and Buttface. Because the 5 of them had been accused of betraying the sect, the 5 of them didn't choose to use the teleportation device to avoid some trouble. Along the way, they relied on their physical strength to fly. After flying for a few days and nights, they arrived at the place that Buttface had mentioned. When Su Yan saw this place, he couldn't help but be stunned. This place was actually the boundary of Tian Shuang City. Not only was it the boundary of Tian Shuang City, but it was also the mountain where Su Yan had entered the hidden sword tomb for the test. Indeed, after the hidden sword tomb arranged the test, very few people came here. In addition, this place was on the outskirts of Tian Shuang City and there were no treasures to speak of. Therefore, this place could indeed be considered desolate and uninhabited. Senior, this is the place. What do you think? Buttface turned around and said to Su Yan. When he saw that Su Yan seemed to be more familiar with this place than he was, he couldn't help but be surprised. He asked, Senior, why do you seem to be more familiar with this place than I am? Dong Qinghao and the others didn't notice the change in Su Yan's expression just now. When they heard Buttface's words, they came back to their senses and looked at Su Yan with a puzzled expression. Su Yan smiled slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to explain. Instead, he pointed ahead and said, Buttface, is Tianshuang City dozens of miles from here? Yes. When Buttface heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Yan in surprise. Senior, how do you know? Because I'm from Tianshuang City, Su Yan said with a smile. At this time, everyone was suddenly enlightened from their doubts. Especially Buttface, who touched his head honestly and said, Ha, 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 so this is Senior's hometown. I was leading the way for you just now. I'm really ashamed. Su Yan smiled and didn't say anything more. Instead, he led Buttface and the others into the depths of the mountain. Previously, Su Yan didn't know where Buttface was referring to. Naturally, he didn't understand. Now that he had come to this mountain, Su Yan was naturally familiar with it. It could be said that this mountain was where Su Yan really opened his cultivation path. After all, it was here that Su Yan won first place in the competition of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Then, he entered the Hidden Sword Tomb and really started Su Yan's cultivation path. Things changed with the passage of time, but the mountain was still that mountain. However, everything had changed. Now, Su Yan was no longer the little spirit-channeling martial artist. He was at the 9-star celestial phase, a king of a generation. If Su Yan returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, it wouldn't be too much to ask him to be an elder. Of course, Su Yan didn't intend to choose to return to the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan now understood that he wasn't expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. He was now considered a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, he didn't want to bear the crime of betraying the sect. If he returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, he wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Moreover, he might implicate the Hidden Sword Tomb for no reason. If that was the case, Su Yan would have committed a great crime. As they slowly walked in, they could feel that the spiritual qi here was getting denser and denser. Su Yan's brows furrowed even tighter. Su Yan couldn't be more familiar with this mountain. He knew very well that when he was here, the spiritual qi wasn't so dense. Buttface, how long have you been cultivating here? Su Yan suddenly asked Buttface. Buttface was stunned by Su Yan's sudden question. He thought for a while and said, Since the day you fell off the cliff, I've been cultivating here. I only occasionally go to the Hidden Demons area and Heaven Shuang City to buy some things. Usually, I'm here. When you came here, was the spiritual qi here so dense? Su Yan asked again. Buttface was stunned again. He thought carefully and said, It doesn't seem so. When I first came here, the spiritual qi here wasn't abundant. However, as time passed, the spiritual qi became denser and denser. Dong Qinghao and the others didn't know why Su Yan suddenly asked these questions. Now that they heard Buttface's words and looked at Su Yan's surprised expression, they seemed to understand. Chapter 332. Bang! Just at this moment, a loud explosion could be heard from the top of the mountain. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. The cultivation method in his body quickly revolved, and he quickly rushed forward. He was sure that this was not a simple place. The speed of the other 4 people was not slow either. They followed closely behind Su Yan and swept forward. However, when they arrived at the mountain, everything was calm. There was not even the slightest movement. That's strange. What is going on? Su Yan looked at the mountain in front of him, which was completely still. He could not help but frown. This mountain had nothing special to begin with. It was not tall and the trees were not big. There were only some shrubs and there were no strange stones. There was really nothing special about it. However, this place was filled with rich spiritual qi. If this spiritual qi existed in the first place, it could be attributed to the environment of the mountain. However, this mountain did not have the slightest bit of peculiarity. In just a few short months, it actually produced such rich spiritual qi. If Su Yan did not know about the existence of this mountain, it would be fine. However, Su Yan knew this mountain like the back of his hand. He knew very well that this mountain did not have the slightest bit of peculiarity. If there was anything special about it, it could only be said that this was once a training ground for the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although Buttface and the others heard what Su Yan said, they also felt that it was strange. However, the few of them did not know the mountain as well as Su Yan, so they did not feel that anything was wrong. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a crisp sound could be heard. At the same time, a white figure flashed in front of them. All of them were stunned at the same time. Could it be? At this moment, Sword Sage's shocked voice could be heard in their minds. Hearing Sword Sage's voice, Su Yan's body trembled. He asked in his mind, "Master, did you discover something? I am not sure if it is true or not." Sword Sage shook his head and pondered for a moment. At this moment, whoosh! With another flash, the fire Qilin, who had been sleeping in Su Yan's arms, suddenly jumped out of Su Yan's arms. He directly rushed forward. Su Yan and the others were still in a daze. Sword Sage shouted, "Brat, quick, follow the fire Kirin." Yes. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he nodded. His pupils shrank, and he quickly followed the fire Kirin. Dong Qinghao and the others couldn't hear what Sword Sage was saying to Su Yan. However, they also saw the fire Qilin running out. At the same time, he circulated his qi and dashed towards the fire Qilin. Although the fire Qilin looked petite, its running speed was not slow at all. Using its nimble body, it constantly moved forward in the mountain forest. Fortunately, the strength of Su Yan and the others was not weak. They used all their strength to follow behind the fire Qilin so that they would not lose track of it. In this way, they followed the fire Qilin for about half an hour. The fire Qilin still had no intention of stopping. Instead, it ran faster and faster. After a while, they lost track of the fire Qilin. They stopped at the same time and looked in front of them, but there was no trace of the fire Qilin. What's going on? They looked at each other, puzzled by what happened in front of them. Because they clearly saw the fire Qilin in front of them, but in just a flash, the fire Qilin disappeared. Bang! At this time, there was a sudden explosion, and a flame rushed straight to the sky. A powerful force burst out, and the power fluctuated. The 5 people were shocked, and did not dare to have the slightest neglect, and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, even if the 5 of them used all their strength to retreat, it was still a little too late. Bang! All of a sudden, they were hit by this huge energy, and the 5 of them were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Poochie! At the same time, the 5 of them couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. The 5 of them coughed a few times and slowly stood up from the ground. Looking at the scene in front of them, their faces were filled with horror. Looking at the scene in front of them, they even forgot about their injuries. At the place where the flames had surged into the sky, there was a huge palace. Yes, it was a palace. As soon as the palace appeared, it gave off a majestic aura. 8 huge pillars stood tall in the sky, and there was a faint trace of energy swirling around them, making people feel respectful. Shura Shrine, it's actually the Shura Shrine. At this time, Sword Sage's shocked voice burst out from Su Yan's mind. Shura Shrine. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, not understanding the meaning behind it. But before he could ask, he heard Sword Sage's nervous voice, quickly retreat. If the Shura Shrine appeared here, then the people from the Shura Shrine must not be far from here. You guys quickly hide. Master, what the hell is going on? Su Yan asked in surprise, because he had never seen Sword Sage so nervous before. Don't ask so much, hide first. Sword Sage said anxiously, obviously worried about something. Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan no longer hesitated and hurriedly shouted to Dong Qinghao and the others, "Quickly go." The few of them still hadn't recovered from the shock in front of them. Hearing Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned, but seeing Su Yan's serious expression, they seemed to have understood something and didn't ask any more, and followed Su Yan and retreated. The few of them retreated a few hundred meters away, until they hid in a cave, and their expressions relaxed slightly. "Junior brother Su, what the hell is going on?" As soon as they landed, Makaryu Ice asked Su Yan. The other three also looked at Su Yan in surprise. Su Yan didn't immediately answer their questions. Because he didn't know what was going on, he asked Sword Sage in his mind, "Master, what the hell is going on?" Sword Sage still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing the shrine just now. Carefully looking around, he replied, "Su Yan, there are too many things mixed in here, and it's related to the 9 continents. With your current strength, it's useless to know too much." 9 continents. Su Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously not satisfied with Sword Sage's answer. Sword Sage naturally knew that Su Yan wasn't satisfied, so he chuckled and continued, "Su Yan, you shouldn't be dissatisfied. I can tell you, this matter is beyond your imagination, and it will only be bad for you to know this now." Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan couldn't help but be startled, and immediately realized that he was being disrespectful, so he apologized to Sword Sage, "Master, I'm sorry." Sword Sage didn't wait for Su Yan to finish his words, and waved his hand. "Su Yan, don't say these words, I can understand your feelings." Su Yan wasn't a pretentious person, so after hearing Sword Sage's words, he didn't waste any more words, and instead looked at the place where the flames were soaring to the sky, and asked, "Master, the fire Qilin is probably still there, what should I do?" Hearing Su Yan's words, Sword Sage frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Su Yan, don't be anxious, the appearance of the Shura Shrine will definitely attract the attention of various forces. When the time comes, this place will definitely become a battlefield. What you need to do now is wait for those forces to appear." While speaking, Sword Sage's eyes suddenly turned, and a sharp light surged in them. "Su Yan, if possible, this Shura Shrine may be an opportunity for you." Opportunity. Su Yan was puzzled. He clearly felt Sword Sage's panic just now. How could it be an opportunity now? Sword Sage smiled. "Su Yan, you are in the Sun Realm. You need to condense the power of heaven and earth in 10,000 meridians to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm. But to condense the power of heaven and earth in 10,000 meridians is actually that simple. If you cultivate normally, it will take you 100 years to condense it, but the appearance of the cultivation shrine may be an opportunity." "Master, what is going on?" Su Yan still didn't understand Sword Sage's words. After all, he really couldn't connect the Shura Shrine with his condensing of the Spirit Sea Realm. Sword Sage looked at Su Yan's anxious expression, and smiled. "Su Yan, don't be anxious, observe for a while, and when the time comes, I will naturally explain to you." "Oh." Although Su Yan was confused, after hearing Sword Sage's words, he didn't ask any more, because he knew that Sword Sage wouldn't harm him. "Junior brother Su, what is going on?" Dong Qinghao saw that Su Yan didn't answer for a long time, so he asked again. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Su Yan recovered from his conversation with Sword Sage, narrowed his eyes, and said with a serious face, "I'm afraid that this place will become the battleground of the 5 counties." "What?" When they heard Su Yan's sudden words, they couldn't help but be stunned, and looked at Su Yan with astonishment. They were all people of the 5 counties, and they were also the genius disciples of the Monster Palace. Although they didn't know everything about the 5 counties, they still knew a thing or two. It was like a chaotic battle between the 5 counties. This hadn't happened for thousands of years, which meant that the 5 counties had been peaceful for thousands of years. They couldn't believe that just the appearance of a single palace would cause a chaotic battle between the 5 counties. Speaking of which, Su Yan actually didn't believe it either. However, he believed in Sword Sage's knowledge, and he wouldn't be wrong. A great battle was going to happen here. Shura Shrine, it really is the Shura Shrine. Chapter 333. This aura. Although they could feel that the voice was quite far away, it was still so. His voice was filled with vigorous energy and vigorous aura, causing the bodies of Su Yan and the others to involuntarily tremble. Even though it was so far away, they could still feel the power of this person. I didn't expect the shrine of Shura to appear here. It seems that this time, the 5 counties will not be peaceful. The voices of several people talking could be heard again. Moreover, it was getting closer and closer. Su Yan and the others couldn't help but hold their breaths. At this time, Dong Qinghao and the others also believed what Su Yan said. Su Yan said that there would be a war in the 5 counties. Although they believed in Su Yan, the 5 counties had been peaceful for too long. They couldn't accept it. Now that they felt this powerful force approaching them, from the bottom of their hearts, they could faintly feel that something was wrong. As the voice walked away, Dong Qinghao tried to lower his voice and asked Su Yan, "Junior brother Su, what should we do now?" When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he recalled Sword Sage's words. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a bright light surged in his eyes. He clenched his fists and said, "Since this Shura shrine can attract the attention of so many experts, it means that there must be treasures here. If we didn't come here, it would be fine. But since we are here, we naturally can't miss it." As Su Yan spoke, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. His eyes emitted a determined gaze, and a faint aura of a king faintly emitted from between his brows. Everyone was stunned. Everyone felt that powerful force just now. When they thought of that terrifying aura, they only felt a little worried. At most, they just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Who would have thought that they would want to get a share of this shrine? Everyone was stunned when they saw the gleam in Su Yan's eyes. The blood in their bodies began to boil slowly. Dong Qinghao took the lead and said, "That's right. Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to leave." As Dong Qinghao spoke, a frivolous smile hung on his face. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes as he looked at Su Yan. Then, Macario Ice and Ratley followed suit. There was no need to mention Buttface. It could be said that he was the only one who didn't obey Su Yan. Su Yan's decision was equivalent to his decision. Just now, Su Yan was really worried that his brothers would be afraid. After all, just the aura of their words had caused their bodies to twitch. It was enough to imagine how powerful those people were. It was normal to be afraid. Now, Su Yan didn't think that these people would be as fearless as him. This made Su Yan feel moved in his heart. Of course, being moved was one thing. The friendship between men didn't need to be expressed in words. Su Yan didn't say anything pretentious. He looked outside and then turned to the others and said, "Let's go, let's leave here first. After all, it's not suitable for us to hide here and observe the situation in the Shura Divine Hall." Okay. They nodded at the same time and followed Su Yan to walk toward the Shura Divine Hall again. Just now, they were focused on escaping and didn't observe much. Now that they looked back, they realized how far they had run just now. They approached the Shura Divine Hall cautiously. The closer they got, the more they felt a terrifying aura surging toward them. They couldn't help but hold their breaths. Su Yan also lowered his voice and said, "Everyone, be careful. The appearance of the Shura Divine Hall can set off a war in the 5 continents. Today, the powerful people who came here must be beyond our imagination. We have to be careful." Okay. They nodded at the same time. They put away their calm expressions and became serious. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly burst out. A powerful force surged from the Shura Divine Hall. This force fluctuated and spread out. They were more than 1,000 meters away, but they could still feel the terror of this force. Perimeter State, it's definitely an expert of the Perimeter State. Macario Ice was shocked and whispered. At this moment, Su Yenyu's eyebrows suddenly shrunk together. Radius State. It could be said that this was the strongest existence in the 5 continents. He didn't expect these people to come here at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood how powerful the Azura Divine Palace was. It was actually able to attract so many experts. It must be known that the higher a warrior's realm, the more precious their time was. This was because the higher the realm, the harder it was for them to break through. Some people would cultivate in seclusion for decades. If there wasn't something that could move them, they wouldn't appear at all. From the aura just now, Su Yan could tell that there was more than one expert of the perimeter state here. This made Su Yan look forward to the Shura Divine Hall even more. This feeling of anticipation appeared when Su Yan approached the Shura Divine Hall. This inexplicable feeling wasn't the same as when Sword Sage said that Su Yan could use this to break through his realm. It was the kind of trembling that came from the heart, from the blood vessels. It was just like how Su Yan was moved by the sword well of the hidden sword tomb, the monster palace, and the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. This strange feeling made Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrink. However, Su Yan didn't rush to the Shura Divine Hall. From the terrifying aura just now, Su Yan knew that there was more than one expert of the perimeter state gathered here. The perimeter state. Even 100 Su Yan wouldn't be a match for them, not to mention that he didn't know what the other party's goal was. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't be stupid enough to court death at this time. This was also what Su Yan was most worried about at this moment. Because these people were so strong, Su Yan felt an unprecedented pressure. Dong Qinghao looked at the terrifying aura surging and asked, "Junior Su, what should we do now?" Su Yan frowned, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind, "Kid, don't worry. This is just the beginning. There will be more experts gathered here later. With your strength, you won't be able to enter the Shura Divine Hall." "Master, what should I do?" Su Yan asked. "Return to the hidden sword tomb," Sword Sage said simply, but Su Yan was stunned. "What? Return to the hidden sword tomb?" Although Su Yan knew that he was still a member of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan still needed the help of the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan didn't want to go back to the hidden sword tomb. Sword Sage smiled and said, "Su Yan, I don't want you to go back to the hidden sword tomb to ask for help from the disciples. Don't think that the hidden sword tomb is too strong. The hidden sword tomb is still too weak to participate in the Shura Divine Hall." "Too weak?" Su Yan frowned and asked, "Master, why should I go back to the hidden sword tomb? You should know that I'm still carrying the crime of betraying the sect in the monster palace. If I go back, it doesn't matter." Sword Sage waved his hand and said, "If you can really open the Shura Divine Hall this time, not to mention the crime of betraying the sect, the entire 5 counties will worship you as a saint." Saint. Su Yan didn't understand the meaning of Sword Sage's words. At the same time, he was looking forward to the mysteries of the Shura Divine Hall. Not only that, but Su Yan also understood that Sword Sage deliberately kept a lot of secrets from him. Of course, Su Yan had absolute trust in Sword Sage. He knew that Sword Sage must have his reasons for not telling him this. Looking at the terrifying energy in front of them, Su Yan was clear that with the strength of the few of them, they would definitely be in trouble if they went forward. He turned his eyes and didn't hesitate. He looked back at Dong Qinghao and the others who were waiting for him to make a decision and said, "Come, follow me to the hidden sword tomb." To the hidden sword tomb. When they heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't understand why Su Yan suddenly wanted to go to the hidden sword tomb. In their eyes, the hidden sword tomb was just a small sect. This was indeed the case. Compared to the Supreme Demon Palace, the hidden sword tomb was indeed a small sect. Su Yan looked at their puzzled expressions and didn't keep them in suspense. He smiled and said, "To be honest, my real identity is actually a disciple of the hidden sword tomb." A disciple of the hidden sword tomb. This made everyone even more stunned. Looking at their stunned expressions, Su Yan didn't explain much. After all, their feelings for each other didn't need to be explained. As for their feelings for the monster palace, they didn't need to be explained. "Senior brothers, no matter what, let's go to the hidden sword tomb first." Su Yan didn't explain too much. Instead, he said directly, "Okay." The trust they had for Su Yan was like that of a friend who had gone through life and death together. They didn't ask too much about the things that Su Yan was hiding because they knew that everyone had their own secrets. What's more, they trusted Su Yan from the bottom of their hearts. Now that they had to make a decision, they really didn't know what to do. At least in their hearts, they believed that following Su Yan was absolutely the right thing to do. They decided and no longer hesitated. They were ready to go to the hidden sword tomb. However, when Su Yan decided to leave, he thought that the fire Qilin was still in the Shura shrine. He couldn't help but worry. Boy, you don't have to worry about the fire Qilin at all. With his wit, he'll be fine. Sword Sage comforted Su Yan in his mind. Okay. Su Yan nodded. Looking at the Shura shrine, his eyes surged with a bright light. He clenched his fist and said secretly, "Little guy, wait for me to come back." After that, Su Yan no longer hesitated and flew directly to the hidden sword tomb. The closer he got to the hidden sword tomb, the more excited Su Yan was. Chapter 334. PS2, I've finally stopped recently. I don't think I'll take any more leave this month. PS3, there will be a big climax in the plot recently. PS4, those who have been reading can join the group and chat with everyone. 455212786, I'm in it too. Everyone can chat together. Chapter 335. Was she okay? The sword burial mound was the place where Su Yan left the most memories. His feelings for the sword burial mound even surpassed those of the Su family. Because he had been in the Su family for so long, Su Yan did not feel the taste of home. However, in the sword burial mound, this was not only the place where Su Yan opened his path of cultivation, but also gave him a lot of warmth. In his heart, Su Yan had long regarded the sword burial mound as his home. When he was expelled from the sword burial mound, Su Yan was sad for a long time. If it were not for Su Yan's strong mind, he would not have been able to reach where he was today. Soon, under the lead of Su Yan, they had already arrived in front of the mountain gate of the sword burial mound. Stop. As soon as they approached, the guards of the hidden sword tomb immediately stepped forward to stop them. Su Yan originally wanted to go directly to the sword burial mound, but when he saw the guards who stopped him, he could not help but be stunned. At the same time, looking at the unfamiliar guards in front of him, Su Yan remembered that he was no longer a disciple of the sword burial mound. His heart was sour and he suddenly had mixed feelings. Of course, this feeling was just a flash. After all, no matter what, he was expelled from the sword burial mound that day because Sword Sage made a mistake. It was just that Sword Sage wanted him to go down the mountain to experience it. As for the guards of the sword burial mound stopping him, he was not angry. Su Yan regarded the sword burial mound as his home, so these people were his family. Why would Su Yan be angry with them? He withdrew the surging spiritual power in his body and floated down from the air. He was about to go forward and salute. When the guards saw Su Yan, a ray of light suddenly surged in their eyes. They looked at Su Yan in shock and asked uncertainly, You are Senior Su Yan." Su Yan was stunned when he heard their words. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "You know me. You really are Senior Brother Su Yan. You really are Senior Brother Su Yan." When those people saw Su Yan admit his identity, they all looked at each other with excitement blooming on their faces. It was as if they had seen the person they had always admired in their hearts. Su Yan didn't expect that there would still be people who remembered him after he left the hidden sword tomb for so long. He felt very gratified. At the same time, he politely cupped his hands to the excited guards and said, "Junior brothers, Su has returned to the hidden sword tomb because of an urgent matter. I hope you can pass on the message. Report." The leader of the guards was stunned when he heard Su Yan's words. He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Su Yan, you're a member of the hidden sword tomb. There's no need to report. Please come in, come in." "Yes." Su Yan nodded. Although he didn't show anything on his face, he felt very warm in his heart. After all, at that time, Su Yan was expelled from the hidden sword tomb. Everyone heard and saw it. He didn't expect the hidden sword tomb to treat him with such courtesy. The Hidden Sword Tomb couldn't be compared to the super sects like the Monster Palace, Black Ghost Cave, and Heaven and Earth organization in the Five Counties continent. However, the Hidden Sword Tomb was still the #1 sect in Tianshuang City that everyone respected. Moreover, the Hidden Sword Tomb's sect master, Sky Sword Sage, had already stepped into the circle state. Therefore, the Hidden Sword Tomb's strength had increased a lot. Of course, the outside world didn't know about this. After all, every sect had its own secrets. If Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb and had witnessed Sky Sword Sage's breakthrough, he wouldn't know about the Hidden Sword Tomb's power. Therefore, in terms of power, the Hidden Sword Tomb was definitely one of the top sects in the Five Counties continent. After all, the Monster Palace only had one person in the circle state. The strength that could make the Monster Palace enter the top 3 in the Five Counties continent. The circle state represented the pinnacle of the Five Counties continent. As long as one stepped into the circle state, no matter who it was, they would have to look up to it. As the saying goes, 1 year of spirit guidance, 3 years of life's soul, 10 years of holy bloodline, 100 years of celestial phenomenon, and 1,000 years of spirit sea. From this, one could see how difficult it was to step into the circle state. 1,000 years, how many thousand years did one have in life? The lifespan of every warrior in the dry realm was only a few hundred years. Every time one advanced a level, their lifespan would increase. Of course, all of this was according to the cultivation speed of a normal warrior. Su Yan's monstrous cultivation speed was another matter. After being treated like a family member, Su Yan felt gratified. Because he was worried about the Shura temple, he didn't chat much with the guards. He directly stepped onto the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although he was anxious, Su Yan didn't panic along the way. Su Yan didn't know why Sword Sage wanted him to return to the Hidden Sword Tomb. He hadn't returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb for such a long time. Now that he was at the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery of the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, he didn't see a single person along the way. In the past, he would meet disciples everywhere he went. This caused Su Yan to frown involuntarily. Strange, why is it so quiet today? Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise on the training field of the Hidden Sword Tomb. This is, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately stepped forward and quickly walked towards the training field. He arrived at the training field. There was a sea of people here. Countless disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb had gathered. Slowly, Su Yan also saw many familiar voices. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Of course, the one Su Yan wanted to see the most when he returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb was Lin Huatu. Unfortunately, after searching the crowd, he didn't see Lin Huatu. He didn't even see Lu Fei or Fatty Lu. Bang! At this moment, in the center of the crowd, there was a loud noise. A red-clothed figure was hit by a burst of energy, and his entire body was suddenly sent flying backwards. Huatu. Su Yan looked at the red figure. His eyes suddenly turned. He stepped forward and caught her. Lin Huatu was suddenly hugged by the broad shoulders. She instinctively struggled. However, when she saw Su Yan's figure, her eyes suddenly flashed. A trace of charm flashed across her face, and then she fainted. No one had noticed this moment. A man in white stood on the training field. He laughed arrogantly, ha ha ha, it seems that the #1 disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb is only so-so. In such a big Hidden Sword Tomb, no one can beat you. You still dare to call yourself the #1 sect in Sky Twin City? When Su Yan heard this, his eyebrows suddenly shrank. There was a surge of anger in his eyes. However, Su Yan now knew that he was still a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Even if Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan would never allow these people to slander the Hidden Sword Tomb. Bang! However, before Su Yan could step forward, there was a loud noise on the stage. A huge body appeared on the training field. This person's body was 3 times the size of Su Yan. His fat arms were even bigger than his thighs. In the Hidden Sword Tomb, Who else could have such a body other than Lu Fei and Fatty Lu? You dare to bully my hidden sword tomb? You're courting death. Lu Fei was still hot-tempered. As soon as he got on the stage, he roared and directly swung his arms at the opponent. Needless to say, when Lu Fei punched out, that huge arm could be said to be majestic. When the person fighting saw Lu Fei's punch, he was also shocked. His figure quickly moved back to avoid it. Lu Fei pressed forward, not giving the opponent the slightest chance to fight back. Soon, the two of them were in a stalemate. At the same time, the strength of the two people also burst out. Lu Fei was at the peak of the sky realm, the same as Su Yan. And the person fighting him was at the first stage of the spirit sea realm. Lin Hualu was also at the first stage of the spirit sea realm, but he was no match for him. It was obvious that this spirit sea realm had some tricks up its sleeves. Su Yan watched for a while. Although Lu Fei's attacks were fierce, he knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. His eyebrows suddenly shrank. Coincidentally, he saw an elder watching from the side, the departing sword elder. In the past, in the hidden sword tomb, he was an elder who doted on Su Yan. Su Yan let Dong Qinghao support Lin Hualu, and strode towards him, departing sword elder. At this moment, the departing sword elder was paying attention to the competition on the training platform. When he heard someone suddenly call out to him, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. However, when he saw Su Yan, his entire body stiffened on the spot. His slightly weathered face was trembling slightly due to excitement. Su Yan. The departing sword elder was so excited that he didn't care about his status. He directly hugged Su Yan and said excitedly, "Su Yan, when did you come back?" Su Yan smiled faintly and briefly told him about some of the things that happened after he came back. When the departing sword elder heard the purpose of Su Yan's return, he frowned. At the same time, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. He muttered to himself, "Shura Shrine. I didn't expect the Shura Shrine to appear in the 5 counties continent." When Su Yan heard the departing sword elder's words, it was obvious that he was familiar with the Shura Shrine. Looking at his expression, Su Yan seemed to have guessed the purpose of Sword Sage's return. When the departing sword elder heard Su Yan's words, he immediately stood up and said, "Su Yan, I'll go look for Senior Martial Brother sect leader now." Su Yan didn't expect the departing sword elder to be more anxious than him. He didn't even care about the competition here. Su Yan glanced at the training platform. Seeing that Lu Fei was about to lose, he shook his head and said, "Departing sword elder, there's no need to rush. Let's settle this matter first." Settle this matter first. The departing sword elder glanced at the competition platform and seemed to understand something. However, when he thought about Su Yan's identity, he suddenly frowned. Su Yan could see the worry in the departing sword elder's heart. He smiled and said, "Departing sword elder, don't worry. I, Su Yan, have always been a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. I have always been." Su Yan's words were sonorous and forceful. At the same time, it also represented his perseverance and conviction. When the departing sword elder heard this, he couldn't help but feel moved. He nodded his head heavily. Bang! At this moment, Lu Fei's huge body was sent flying. Su Yan frowned when he saw this. He wanted to save Lu Fei, but when he thought about Lu Fei's huge body, he decisively gave up on that thought. Chapter 336. Who else? The young man on the stage, Deng Yu, had defeated several disciples of the hidden sword tomb. This made him extremely confident. He looked down at the crowd with an arrogant expression. The arrogance on his face made the disciples of the hidden sword tomb angry. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, the other party's strength was right there. Even the 2 strongest disciples of the hidden sword tomb had been defeated by him. If the other disciples went up, they would only be asking for humiliation. This competition was a friendly competition between the hidden sword tomb and the heavenly Xian sect. Who was friendly? But it was full of gunpowder. After all, this was related to the sect's reputation. When a Buddha receives a whiff of incense, people fight for a breath of air. Not to mention that the Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Sky Twin City. If they couldn't win back this, it would greatly affect the future development of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Who? Who else? Is there no one else in the Hidden Sword Tomb? Dang Yu once again shouted arrogantly. The disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb were filled with anger, but there was nothing they could do. The several elders of the Heavenly Profound sect who came to visit this time looked at the elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb with unconcealable excitement on their faces. When they heard Dang Yu's clamor, their faces were filled with disdain. The elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb wanted to go up the stage themselves. Unfortunately, this was a duel between disciples. If the elders went up the stage, they would inevitably lose face for the sect. Dang Yu stood on the high stage and looked at the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb with contempt. After waiting for a long time and seeing that no one came up to challenge him, he shouted again, "What? Is there no one else? Is this the #1 sect of our Sky Twin City?" In the face of Dang Yu's clamor, the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb finally couldn't help but shout, "Dang Yu, why are you so arrogant? If our senior brother Su Yan was here, you wouldn't have the qualifications to speak." Su Yan. Although Dang Yu was from the Heavenly Profound sect, he was not unfamiliar with the name Su Yan. After all, Su Yan's deeds in the entire Sky Twin City were enough to shock the entire city. His Heavenly Profound sect was also a power in Celestial Twin City, so he naturally knew a little about Su Yan. Dang Yu couldn't help but frown when he saw Su Yan's abilities. However, when he thought about his recent adventures, he sneered, Su Yan, this kid is no longer a disciple of your Hidden Sword Tomb. Even if he is, do you think he can beat me?" Who said that senior brother Su Yan isn't a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb?" The disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb looked at Dang Yu's arrogant appearance and roared in anger. In their minds, Su Yan would definitely defeat Dang Yu. In their minds, Su Yan had created too many miracles. This also subconsciously established in their hearts that as long as Su Yan was there, no matter what, he would be able to defeat Dang Yu. When Dang Yu heard the roars of the Hidden Sword Tomb's disciples, he sneered, "What a joke. Fine, today I will consider that Su Yan is one of your disciples, but where is he? Where is he?" When the disciples heard Dang Yu's words, they suddenly became silent. After all, everyone knew that Su Yan had left the Hidden Sword Tomb long ago. No one knew where he was now. Dang Yu saw that the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb were silent. The smile on his face became wider and wider. He waved his hand and shouted, I thought that the Hidden Sword Tomb was very powerful. It turns out that this is all there is to it." The disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb's face turned red. They looked at Dang Yu on the high platform and gritted their teeth. However, there was nothing they could do. They were now hoping that Su Yan would appear on the high platform. Unfortunately, Su Yan's departure was a fact, and this made them suppress the expectations in their hearts. When Dang Yu saw this, he sneered and was about to step down. Of course, he didn't forget to attack the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. "Is there no one else? If there is no one else, then I will leave. Don't blame me for not giving the Hidden Sword Tomb a chance. If there are any disciples who want to come out now, I will accompany you. Then let me accompany you in battle." Just when Dang Yu was about to leave, a white shadow flashed in the air. Hearing this deep voice, everyone's faces froze. Especially the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb, they all looked at the white robe. When they saw his face, their faces were filled with excitement. "Su Yan, it's senior brother Su Yan. Am I dreaming? Why is senior brother Su Yan here? Dream, I must be dreaming. Senior brother Su Yan can't be here. He has already left." All the disciples were excited, but most of them couldn't believe it. They didn't expect Su Yan to appear here. In the excitement of the crowd, Su Yan's body slowly floated down. His white robe fluttered in the wind and he looked indescribably handsome. "Dang Yu of the Heavenly Xian sect? Let me, Su, experience your skills." Su Yan looked at Dang Yu and said indifferently. When he said this, there was finally an uproar below. Both men and women were screaming. "Ah, We're not dreaming, we're not dreaming. It's really senior brother Su Yan. He's back. Su Yan, Su Yan. Soon, the crowd was shouting Su Yan's name. Deng Yu was just casually speaking. How could he have thought that Su Yan would really appear? Looking at the dignified aura emitted from Su Yan's forehead, the arrogance on Deng Yu's face was immediately restrained by a lot. You're Su Yan. Thinking of Su Yan's miraculous performance in the Twin Heaven City, Deng Yu's voice even trembled a little. This made the originally listless disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb recover their momentum. Seeing this scene, the departing sword elder couldn't help but stroke his beard and secretly smiled. Su Yan is indeed worthy of being the most valued person by the sect master. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Su Yan looked at Deng Yu and nodded slightly. That's right, I'm Su Yan, a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. When Su Yan said this, he especially emphasized the word disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Those sonorous words once again caused the crowd to boil. Countless people cheered for Su Yan. Deng Yu looked at Su Yan's calm smile and didn't know why he was a little nervous. He looked at the elders of the heavenly profound sect. Seeing the elders nodding, his mind calmed down a little. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Okay, Su Yan, I'll treat you as a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. I accept your challenge." Su Yan nodded and touched his nose slightly. "Deng Yu, you've already fought for a few rounds. For the sake of fairness, I'll let you have 3 moves first." As he spoke, the cultivation method in Su Yan's body slowly surged. The strength of a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage was suddenly exposed. 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. When Deng Yu saw Su Yan's strength, he was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, Su Yan, I thought you had some kind of 3 heads and 6 arms? So it's only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage." 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. When the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb saw Su Yan's strength, they couldn't help but frown. Although Su Yan had created miracles time and time again in the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, in their hearts, the celestial phenomenon stage was definitely not a match for the Spirit Sea stage. This was the world of martial artists. It was a deep-rooted idea that could not be changed. Senior brother Su Yan, why is he only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage? That's right, then this time, some of the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb immediately doubted Su Yan's strength. Of course, there were people who doubted it, and there were also people who believed in Su Yan's words. The first to bear the brunt of it was Lu Fei, who had just been thrown off the stage by Deng Yu. Needless to say, although Lu Fei had lost, because of his body of fat, he didn't suffer any injuries. When he stood up and saw Su Yan, he was first overjoyed, but when he heard everyone's suspicions towards Su Yan, he immediately shouted, "Since we have chosen to believe in Su Yan, then we will believe in him to the end. Have you all forgotten the miracle that senior brother Su Yan has created for me?" Hearing Lu Fei's words, all the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb were startled, and then they all nodded. "Yes, we have to believe in senior brother Su Yan. Believe in senior brother Su Yan." Everyone immediately began to shout, their auras like rainbows and their voices like thunder. The passion of all the disciples in the Hidden Sword Tomb was once again ignited. Previously, when Deng Yu thought of Su Yan's miraculous performances, he was a little worried. However, when he saw that Su Yan was only a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, he immediately regained his composure. Hearing the shouts from below, a disdainful smile immediately appeared on Xiao Chen's face. "Su Yan, if I were to defeat you, would it be very embarrassing for you? I advise you to obediently get off the stage. Don't embarrass yourself." "Is that so?" The corner of Su Yan's mouth slightly raised, and a trace of a cold smile. "Deng Yu, I said that I would let you make 3 moves. Make your move." "Let me make 3 moves." When Deng Yu heard Su Yan's words just now, he didn't feel anything, but now that he knew that Su Yan was only a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, Deng Yu couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. The Spirit Sea realm was far stronger than the celestial phenomenon stage. It was fine if he didn't let Su Yan win. But now, a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator actually said that he wanted to let him reach the spirit sea realm. Thinking about it, Deng Yu's face surged with anger, and he shouted, "Su Yan, you are courting death." Su Yan ignored him, narrowed his eyes, and stood in place. Good, good. Su Yan, since you want to die, then don't blame me for being impolite. The more Deng Yu looked at Su Yan, the calmer he became, and the angrier he became. He was in the spirit sea realm, and Su Yan was not afraid of him. How could Deng Yu not be angry that he dared to treat him like this? Su Yan, you are courting death. Deng Yu shouted angrily. Suddenly, the spirit energy in his body surged, and the strength of the first stage of the spirit sea realm suddenly exploded out. The disciples of the hidden sword tomb who were shouting immediately stopped shouting. The anger in the entire training grounds also became serious. Chapter 337. Because of Su Yan, Deng Yu wanted to let him have 3 moves, which made him extremely angry. As soon as he made his move, he used his full strength. He was also a swordsman, and his sword could be said to be majestic. As the sword tore through the air, it created waves of explosive sounds, and the sword's shadows flashed like countless sharp blades. The moment the countless sharp blades swept out, they also expanded explosively, like the raging waves of the eastern sea. When everyone saw this powerful move, they all broke out in a cold sweat for Su Yan. However, Su Yan was still standing at the same spot and his body moved slightly. Die. When Deng Yu saw that Su Yan was so confident, he was originally a little worried, but now that he saw that Su Yan did not dodge or give way, his eyes immediately lit up. With a roar, his sword directly slashed towards Su Yan's head. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly sounded out, and Deng Yu's eyes immediately revealed a look of excitement. However, the moment he saw what was in front of him clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. In front of him, there was not even the slightest bit of Su Yan's figure. One move. At this moment, Su Yan's slightly lazy voice slowly came from behind him. What? Deng Yu was startled. He turned around and saw Su Yan standing behind him safe and sound. His scalp immediately went numb. This. How is this possible? How did he dodge it just now? The many disciples watching the battle below also looked at Su Yan in shock. Only the elders stood up when they saw this scene, their faces filled with shock. This Brad is only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could he have such a fast speed? Senior brother Su Yan. Senior brother Su Yan. Of course, the disciples of the hidden sword tomb immediately woke up from their stupor and looked at Su Yan as they continuously shouted. Just now, when they saw that Su Yan was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, they were more or less worried. However, seeing Su Yan's current performance, all the disciples had already chosen to completely trust Su Yan. Hearing the shouts of the people below, Deng Yu became even more angry out of humiliation. With a backhand slash, the sword chi was like a rainbow, directly sweeping towards Su Yan's waist like lightning. The sword cry shook the air, and a powerful chi burst out. Unfortunately, Su Yan's body still flashed. Deng Yu's attack missed. However, Deng Yu did not hesitate. Instead, he turned around and attacked again. Deng Yu had used this move extremely quickly. Even Su Yan hadn't been able to react in time. His blood dragon pupils suddenly shrunk and his body rapidly retreated, narrowly avoiding this attack. At this moment, Deng Yu's eyes were already red, and he didn't back down at all. Seeing that Su Yan had dodged, he swung his sword again, aiming for Su Yan's throat. It had to be said that Deng Yu's strength was definitely strong enough. He continuously attacked with his sword without any pause. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to do so. Su Yan's speed was fast. However, under such a dense attack, it was inevitable that he would be in a difficult situation. Seeing this, Deng Yu was overjoyed. His attacks became more frequent, and each attack was stronger than the previous one. Su Yan slightly frowned. It was too late for him to dodge. Seeing this, Deng Yu's eyes immediately lit up. He sneered and said, "Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this." "Is that so?" Su Yan sneered. Clang! With a loud sound, a wisp of black fog suddenly surged and blocked the long sword in Deng Yu's hand. Deng Yu couldn't help but be stunned. 3 moves have passed. Su Yan said coldly. Then, he grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand. His body suddenly surged and slashed towards Deng Yu. Although his strength was weaker than Deng Yu's just now. In terms of speed, it was many times faster than Deng Yu's. Seeing this, Deng Yu was slightly stunned. However, he quickly reacted and hurriedly raised his sword to block. Bang! Suddenly, the 2 swords collided with a loud sound. At the same time, a powerful force swept out. Deng Yu and Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. The crowd below held their breaths as they watched this scene. They knew that the real battle had only just begun. Humph! Deng Yu's several moves had been dodged by Su Yan, so he was already filled with anger. As the 2 retreated, Deng Yu suddenly snorted and waved the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, countless amounts of energy condensed around it. As the energy condensed, the surrounding air seemed to tremble. Su Yan, let's see how you block this. As the power fluctuated, Deng Yu suddenly roared and leaped into the air, swinging his sword horizontally. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistling sound bloomed in the air. Under this sound, the whistling air directly condensed and turned into countless wind blades that constantly pressed towards Su Yan. Like a storm, the entire martial arts field was covered. When the crowd below saw this scene, they were all astonished. They knew very well that this was Deng Yu's 10,000 elephant divine skill. However, they didn't expect that Deng Yu could control the 10,000 elephant divine skill to such an exquisite extent. The countless wind blades swept out. It could be said that Su Yan couldn't dodge at all. Deng Yu couldn't help but smile. This is the 10,000 elephant divine skill, the infinite wind blade. In addition, I control the power of heaven and earth, which is the power of wind. Let's see how you dodge this. Dodge. Su Yan looked at the smile on Deng Yu's face and sneered. I never thought of dodging. What? Hearing Su Yan's words, the crowd couldn't help but be stunned. Standing on the martial arts field, they could still feel the power of the infinite wind blade. However, Su Yan said that he never thought of dodging. Was he going to take it head-on? Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths as they thought about it. They couldn't believe that a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse dared to take the 10,000 elephant divine skill head-on. All the elders also stood up. They also wanted to see how Su Yan could take Deng Yu's 10,000 elephant divine skill. Especially the elders of the Heavenly Profound sect. As the elders of the Heavenly Profound sect, they naturally knew the power of Deng Yu's 10,000 elephant divine skill. The 10,000 elephant divine skill was divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. However, below these 4 ranks, each 10,000 elephant divine skill was different. As the cultivation of each 10,000 elephant divine skill increased, the power it could release would also be different. It could be divided into ranks 1 to 9. Each rank was not only related to a cultivator's strength, but also related to the cultivator's cultivation of the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Just like that day when Su Yan cultivated the torrential pear blossoms of Dong Qinghao's Dongqing clan. Sword Sage said that Su Yan couldn't master the torrential pear blossoms. However, Su Yan grasped the essence of the torrential pear blossoms in just a moment. The elders of the Heavenly Profound sect also knew that Deng Yu had cultivated the everlasting wind blade to the 3rd rank. Moreover, this everlasting wind blade was a profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Now that it had been cultivated to the 3rd rank, the power it contained was not something a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse could withstand. They simply didn't believe that Su Yan could block this everlasting wind blade. Even these elders felt that Su Yan was just being arrogant. Bang! Just when they thought that Su Yan was being arrogant, a frosty light suddenly surged from Su Yan's body. That's right, this was the profound ice-cold cover. Everyone saw Su Yan's profound ice-cold cover and a look of surprise flashed across their faces. But soon, a Heavenly Profound sect elder laughed and said, it's just a defensive skill, and you want to block the everlasting wind blade? That's just wishful thinking. Deng Yu was frightened by Su Yan's speed just now. He was really worried that Su Yan could block his everlasting wind blade. Seeing that Su Yan only wanted to use this defensive skill to block his everlasting wind blade, Deng Yu's face couldn't help but reveal a sneer. Su Yan, do you really think that my everlasting wind blade is just a decoration? Is that so? Su Yan smiled faintly and didn't comment on Deng Yu's words. He naturally knew that it was impossible to block the everlasting wind blade with just the profound ice-cold cover. Just now, when Su Yan saw Deng Yu burst out with the everlasting wind blade, he knew that this everlasting wind blade was a profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Moreover, it was at least the third rank. Therefore, Su Yan already knew that the profound ice-cold cover wouldn't be able to block the everlasting wind blade that was cultivated to the third rank. But don't forget that the profound ice-cold cover still has a second layer. Su Yan looked at the everlasting wind blade that was constantly approaching him, and his blood dragon pupils suddenly shrank. Profound ice-cold cover's second layer, profound ice divine shield. Su Yan shouted angrily. Bang! Suddenly, the surging frost light on his body suddenly exploded, forming a huge frost shield that surrounded his body. Bang! Bang! The countless wind blades exploded and were blocked, disappearing into the air. What? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned, and stood there dumbfounded, unable to accept what they saw in front of them. Especially Deng Yu, his whole person was stunned. This everlasting wind blade could be said to be his strongest attack, and he didn't expect it to be blocked by Su Yan like this. Impossible, how is this possible? Deng Yu kept shaking his head, and only when the frost light on Su Yan's body slowly dimmed did Deng Yu come back to his senses, and looked at Su Yan with a bit of caution. Deng Yu, do you have any other moves? Su Yan looked at Deng Yu and asked coldly. With Su Yan's current strength, although the profound ice divine shield would consume a lot of spiritual energy, it wouldn't deplete it. At most, it would consume a little more. However, Su Yan believed that with the spiritual energy in his body now, it was enough to defeat Deng Yu. Because he could see that after Deng Yu burst out with the everlasting wind blade, the spiritual energy in his body wouldn't be enough to burst out with another 10,000 elephant divine skill. Seeing that Deng Yu didn't answer for a long time, Su Yan sneered slightly. Since you don't have any more moves, then let me. Chapter 338. Su Yan's body leaped up, and the surrounding air immediately trembled, erupting with countless rays of light. Those rays of light whistled along with the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand. At the same time, countless sword blades condensed. That's right, it was a sword blade. The moment the sword blade condensed, it was as if a majestic force was swirling. It made people tremble in fear. Deng Yu was the closest to Su Yan, and when he felt the power condensed on Su Yan's body, he couldn't help but be startled. This power, why does it seem to be stronger than mine? Is he really only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage? How is this possible? Deng Yu looked at Su Yan with a face full of astonishment. When the crowd below saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, because even though they were standing far away, they could still feel the power of this power. At the same time, they could feel how powerful Su Yan's next attack would be. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion sounded. At the same time, Su Yan suddenly shouted coldly, profound rank Wanxiang divine skill, torrential storm of rose flowers. With this cold shout, the light condensed on the ghost howl sword became even more resplendent. In an instant, the countless sword blades formed like a torrential rain, directly exploding in Deng Yu's direction. The speed was as fast as lightning flashing across the horizon. The light was so bright that many people couldn't help but close their eyes. Deng Yu had long been prepared for this. Su Yan was going to explode with a powerful attack. However, seeing the torrential rain of rose flowers, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly operated his cultivation technique and retreated, waving the sword in his hand to block Su Yan's attack. Unfortunately, the torrential rain of rose flowers came too quickly. In addition, the torrential rain of rose flowers was like a sword dragon, constantly attacking. Dang Yu couldn't dodge in time and was hit. Suddenly, his entire body was sent flying. Bang bang bang, the torrential storm of pear blossoms landed in front of Dang Yu. Fortunately, Dang Yu still had some strength. His retreating speed was not slow, and he narrowly avoided this attack. However, his posture of rolling and crawling was not comparable to his arrogant attitude just now. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. What a powerful 10,000 elephants' divine skill. The same thought was running through each of their minds. However, they did not know that the torrential storm of rose flowers was a 10,000 elephant divine skill. They didn't know, but that didn't mean that no one else knew. One must know that Su Yan's 10,000 elephants divine skill was given to him by Dong Qinghao. As a stage 1 spirit sea realm cultivator, Dong Qinghao naturally cultivated the Wanxiang divine skill, which was unique to the Dongqing clan. But now that he saw Su Yan use this 10,000 elephants divine skill, he admitted that he was inferior. While he was astonished, a slight smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, you are indeed a genius. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you could cultivate the torrential storm of pear blossoms to the 4th stage. Of course, Dong Qinghao didn't know that Su Yan only used one night to cultivate the torrential storm of pear blossoms. If he knew, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Dang Yu looked at the countless scars in front of him from the explosion and still felt a lingering fear. You lost. At this moment, Su Yan was already standing in front of him with the ghost howl sword in his hand. Dang Yu was stunned. Looking at the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand and Su Yan's cold face, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only mutter to himself, I lost. How could I lose? Impossible. Only then did the crowd below come to their senses. Dang Yu lost. Dang Yu, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, lost just like that. Moreover, he lost in the hands of a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. A 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator defeated a stage 1 spirit sea realm cultivator without any injuries. This made everyone unable to believe and accept everything in front of them. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, you are indeed worthy of being our hidden sword tomb's number 1. However, just as everyone was in a state of shock, a voice that sounded like a duck's voice rang out. Who else could it be other than Lu Fei, that fatty Lu? Under his voice, the disciples of the hidden sword tomb woke up and shouted Su Yan's name. Su Yan didn't care about other people's gazes, but the hidden sword tomb was his home. Hearing so many of his family members being proud of him, Su Yan felt gratified and proud. I lost? Did I lose? The more Dang Yu thought about it, the more unconvinced he was. Especially when he heard the shouts of the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, he became even angrier. Seeing that Su Yan wasn't looking at him, he suddenly jumped up and swept his sword from Su Yan's back, slashing towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan didn't see this scene because he was carrying Dang Yu. However, all the disciples of the hidden sword tomb saw this scene. Looking at Dang Yu's sudden attack, all the disciples of the hidden sword tomb's faces sank and shouted, Senior brother Su Yan, be careful. Su Yan frowned and suddenly turned around. Seeing Dang Yu's attack, his eyes suddenly shrank and a trace of killing intent gushed out. Following that, his body quickly swept forward and dodged Dang Yu's attack. Not only that, Su Yan dodged and slashed back. Bang, his sword directly collided with Dang Yu's long sword, making a loud noise. Dang Yu couldn't help but step back a little. Then Su Yan jumped up and placed his sword on Dang Yu's throat. Dang Yu didn't expect Su Yan's reaction to be so fast. He was stunned. A sneaky attack? Su Yan sneered, and then a burst of spiritual power surged in his body. With just a little bit of strength, it was enough to cut Dang Yu's throat. Dang Yu was really scared now. His legs went soft and he directly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, mercy, Su Yan, mercy. Mercy? Su Yan looked at Dang Yu's cowardly appearance and suddenly lost the desire to kill him. Instead, he said coldly, Dang Yu, I can spare your life today, but in the future, don't belittle yourself. My hidden sword tomb is not something you can afford to provoke. As Su Yan spoke, the situation took a turn. He glanced at the elders of the Heavenly Profound Sect and shouted, "Heavenly Profound Sect, how dare a small sect like you offend my hidden sword tomb?" When Su Yan said this, his white robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes emitted a brilliant light that carried waves of majestic aura. Although those elders were stronger than Su Yan, they were speechless when they heard Su Yan's words. "Ha, Tianxian sect, the #1 disciple of Tianxian sect? You're nothing." When the disciples of the hidden sword tomb heard Su Yan's words, they thought of the scene where they were forced by Deng Yu. They looked at the people of Tianxian sect and kept cursing in their hearts. Even the ordinary disciples were unscrupulously mocking the elders of Tianxian sect at this moment. "Tianxian sect, you want to challenge my hidden sword tomb's prestige? Aren't you courting death?" Hearing the ridicule of countless disciples, the elders of Tianxian sect were angry, but they couldn't do anything. The hidden sword tomb was the #1 sect in Tianchuan City. This was an indisputable fact. The reason why they were here today. They wanted Deng Yu to suppress the disciples of the hidden sword tomb and humiliate them. But how could they have thought that Su Yan would suddenly appear in the middle of this? One by one, they shouted angrily and then went down the mountain without caring about Deng Yu. Deng Yu saw that his sect's people were leaving and his heart suddenly trembled. He shouted, "Wait for me, wait for me." Deng Yu ran too fast because he was afraid. With a bang, he fell on his face. He was extremely embarrassed, which immediately caused the crowd to burst into laughter. As the people of Tianxian sect left, all the disciples of the hidden sword tomb surrounded Su Yan, complimenting him and expressing their feelings in their hearts. Su Yan was once again standing in the heart of the storm among the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. Looking at the enthusiasm of the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan greeted them one by one, including Lu Fei and Fatty Lu. But from beginning to end, Su Yan didn't see the figure in red. This made Su Yan even more depressed. Su Yan knew that Lin Hualu must have woken up just now. But now he didn't see his figure, which made Su Yan very depressed. But depression was depression. Su Yan knew that there was still business to do today. After greeting the disciples, Su Yan took Dong Qinghao, Makaru Ice, Butt Face, Ratli, and Lu Fei to follow the departing sword elder into the inner hall of the hidden sword tomb. The departing sword elder was obviously after the death of the elder in the hidden sword tomb. His status in the hidden sword tomb had been greatly improved, and now he was the first elder of the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan also felt a burst of joy for this. After all, the departing sword elder had helped him a lot in the hidden sword tomb and had some friendship with him. Today, when he returned to the hidden sword tomb, it would be easier to find him to do things. Unfortunately, after the departing sword elder led Su Yan and the others into the inner hall, other than asking Su Yan about his experience along the way, he didn't say a word about the Shura shrine that Su Yan had just mentioned. This made Su Yan frown involuntarily. Before the competition with Deng Yu, Su Yan clearly felt that the departing sword elder cared about this matter, but why didn't he mention it now? In the end, Su Yan couldn't help but say, "Departing sword elder, there are no outsiders here, let's talk about the Shura shrine first." The Shura shrine. Upon hearing this name, the departing sword elder's hand that was holding the teacup trembled, and his eyes narrowed slightly before he said, "Su Yan, to be honest, this matter is very important. I don't dare to make a decision on my own. It's better to wait for the sect leader to appear before making a decision." "Okay." Su Yan heard the departing sword elder's words and nodded slightly. He was not anxious, just now he already knew that the sect leader was in seclusion, and now someone had already informed him, presumably he would come out soon. So Su Yan was not anxious. Chapter 339. Just as his voice rang out, Sage Heaven Sword's figure had already entered the inner hall. His face was radiant and vigorous, and he looked much younger than before Su Yan had left. When Su Yan saw Sage Heaven Sword's appearance, his eyes lit up as he felt happy for this sect master from the bottom of his heart. Sage Heaven Sword. It could be said that he had helped Su Yan way too much in the hidden sword tomb. Way too much. Even though Su Yan did not have a master and disciple relationship with Sage Heaven's Sword, they had already been master and disciple for a long time. Now that he saw Sage Heaven's Sword looking younger and younger, Su Yan was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. That was because he could sense that Sage Heaven's Sword had become even stronger than before he had left. Sect Master. Su Yan stepped forward and cupped his hands respectfully. Brat, you're finally willing to come back and take a look. Sage Heaven's Sword strode up to Su Yan and gave Su Yan a round of kisses without any mercy. Su Yan was really not used to Sage Heaven's Sword's enthusiasm. After all, Sage Heaven's Sword was the head of a sect. Su Yan did not know how to reply to his words. Especially when he thought about how he had returned this time around to ask for help from the hidden sword tomb, he felt even more embarrassed. Sect Master, I've actually been thinking about the hidden sword tomb. It's just that I've been busy with my cultivation, so. Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. Sage Heaven's Sword nodded his head slightly and did not linger on this issue. Instead, he turned around and looked at Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, Butt Face, and Ratley. However, he only took a glance at them. He did not mention a single word about their identities. Su Yan could not help but feel touched. After all, Dong Qinghao and the others were outsiders. A sect could accept outsiders. However, if the outsiders were not on good terms with the sect, there would always be some animosity. The sudden arrival of so many outsiders was definitely a huge taboo for the sect. On the other hand, Sage Heavenly Sword did not suspect the identity of Dong Qinghao's group. In fact, he did not even ask about it. Clearly, he fully displayed his trust in Su Yan. Thus, how could Su Yan not make a move? After all, on the surface, Su Yan was no longer a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Sect leader. Su Yan was touched and wanted to say something. However, before he could say anything, the heavenly sword sage waved his hand and said, Su Yan, don't mention anything. In my heart, you have always been a disciple of the sword collection mound. Hearing this, Su Yan dared to move even more. Daoist Heavenly Sword faintly smiled. Then, he turned to Elder Departing Sword and said, Departing Sword, go and take out Shura's essence. Shura's essence. Su Yan was originally moved by Daoist Heaven Sword's words. But now, after hearing Daoist Heaven Sword's words, his expression suddenly changed. He became abnormally solemn and serious. He wanted to ask something. Reverend Heaven Sword's expression abruptly changed. If one were to say that Daoist Heavenly Sword was as kind as a teacher. Right now, Daoist Heavenly Sword was as strict as a teacher. His pair of sharp eyes looked at Su Yan as he cautiously said, Su Yan, don't ask too much about the Shura Shrine. If you don't tell me, I won't know, and I don't have the qualifications to know. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You just have to remember this. The appearance of the Shura Shrine, if not handled properly, I'm afraid the entire 5 counties will be destroyed. Reverend Heaven Sword had a solemn expression as he spoke. An imposing aura was faintly emitted from between his brows. His serious words made Su Yan and the others realize how powerful and important the Shura Shrine was. Reverend Heaven Sword didn't stop. He paused for a moment before solemnly saying, Su Yan, there are many things in the 5 counties that you don't know. Since the Shura Shrine has appeared here today, there are some things that you must know. Su Yan was confused by Reverend Heaven Sword's words. He wasn't the only one confused. The others were also confused. Just now, Reverend Heaven Sword had said that there were some things that they couldn't know. Now, he was saying that there were some things that he must know. However, Reverend Heaven Sword didn't pay attention to their confusion. He continued, Su Yan, do you know the origin of the 5 counties? Once these words left his mouth, the others looked at each other. They recalled the origin of the 5 counties. They were all born in the 5 counties. It could be said that the 5 counties was their home. When Reverend Heaven Sword asked them where their home came from, how could they not be surprised? Of course, what was more surprising was that no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't tell the origin of the 5 counties. Perhaps they had once thought about this question. However, the 5 counties had existed for too long. It was so long that they had forgotten its origin. In their vague memories, they only thought that the 5 counties existed together with the heavens. Reverend Heaven's Sword seemed to know that they couldn't answer his question. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Actually, I can't blame you. After all, many people don't know about this matter. If I wasn't the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb, I definitely wouldn't know about this matter." As Reverend Heaven's Sword spoke, he looked at the astonished people. He knew that they must be very interested in the origin of the 5 counties. He didn't keep them in suspense. He nodded and said, "Actually, your usual understanding isn't wrong. The 5 counties has existed since ancient times. It's a part of the Tianjin continent. However, the 5 counties has another identity." When Reverend Heaven's Sword said this, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. His face became even more solemn. There was actually a faint trace of fear in his eyes. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble. What was Reverend Heaven's Sword's identity? He was the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although the Hidden Sword Tomb wasn't considered a big sect in the 5 counties. However, Reverend Heaven's Sword was an almighty of the circumference realm. Such a mighty figure could cause the entire 5 counties to tremble with a stomp of his feet. Now, there was actually fear in his eyes. What exactly was it that could make an almighty of the circumference realm feel fear? They looked at Reverend Heaven's Sword with puzzlement in their eyes. Their interest in the other identity of the 5 counties became even stronger. Fortunately, Reverend Heaven's Sword didn't make them wait for long. He only paused for a moment before he continued, "The other identity of the 5 counties is the battlefield of Shura." The battlefield of Shura. When they heard this name, they couldn't help but be startled. Obviously, they couldn't understand the meaning behind it. Reverend Heaven's Sword already knew that they wouldn't know about it. He continued slowly, "The battlefield of Shura. That's right, it's the battlefield of Shura. If we count it, it should be thousands of years ago. No, it might even be tens of thousands of years ago. The 5 counties is the battlefield of Shura. At that time, the 5 counties didn't exist at all. There were no sects, no buildings. There were only endless wars. Bloody incidents would happen here every day. At that time, every river here was dyed with blood. Every blade of grass was emitting the smell of blood." Reverend Heaven's Sword tried his best to speak in a calm tone. However, everyone could still feel the murderous aura and the bloody scene from his casual narration. This made everyone even more puzzled. At the same time, Su Yan finally understood why Sword Sage had asked him to return to the Hidden Sword Tomb. Along the way, he hadn't told him about this reason. Obviously, Sword Sage already knew about the Shrine of Shura after they arrived at the Hidden Sword Tomb. Reverend Heaven's Sword would definitely tell him about this matter. This made Su Yan faintly feel the importance of this matter. Of course, what he wanted to know now was the origin of the battlefield of Shura. Reverend Heaven's Sword didn't let them wait for long. After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing. "The reason why the 5 counties became the battlefield of Shura is mainly because of the Shrine of Shura." Because of the Shrine of Shura. When they heard about the battlefield of Shura, they tried to imagine that the battlefield of Shura might be related to the Shrine of Shura. However, when they thought about it, they felt that it was a little unrealistic. After all, the Shrine of Shura was at most a sect. The 5 counties were a continent. How could a sect turn the entire continent into a battlefield? Now that they heard Reverend Heaven's Sword's words, all of them were shocked and surprised. At the same time, they faintly felt an ominous feeling towards the Shrine of Shura. However, they didn't ask Reverend Heaven's Sword any questions. They were all smart people. Since Reverend Heaven's Sword had said these things, he would definitely tell them the reason behind it. Sure enough, after Reverend Heaven's Sword saw the changes in their expressions, he continued, "You all should be clear that the Shrine of Shura is a sect, right?" "That's right. The Shrine of Shura is a sect. The reason why the 5 counties became the battlefield of Shura is also because of the Shrine of Shura. As for how powerful the Shrine of Shura is, I can only tell you that it's very, very powerful. As for why the Shrine of Shura is able to turn the 5 counties into the battlefield of Shura, at this point, Reverend Heaven's Sword suddenly stopped. The astonishment of the few people reached the extreme. When they heard Reverend Heaven's Sword's words, they couldn't help but prick up their ears. However, when they heard Reverend Heaven's Sword's answer, they were all disappointed. I don't know why the Shrine of Shura is able to turn the 5 counties into the battlefield of Shura. Su Yan and the others were not the only ones who were disappointed. Even Reverend Heaven's Sword had a look of disappointment in his eyes. When Reverend Heaven's Sword saw everyone's disappointed expressions, he smiled bitterly and said, "Don't be disappointed. This is a riddle in the hearts of the Almighties in the 5 counties. If you must find the answer, I'm afraid you can only explore the Shrine of Shura. The appearance of the Shrine of Shura is clearly an opportunity. So, the appearance of the Shrine of Shura will definitely attract the attention of the Almighties?" These words were not said by Reverend Heaven's Sword but by Su Yan. Chapter 340. Danger. When Su Yan heard Daoist Heavenly Sword's words, his pupils suddenly shrank. When he saw the Shura Shrine, he already knew that the Shura Shrine wouldn't be so simple. At the same time, he also knew how dangerous it would be if he wanted to set foot in the Shura Shrine. After all, a single shrine had attracted so many origin boundary powerhouses. It was easy to imagine how dangerous this trip would be. Therefore, Su Yan didn't care about the danger at all. Su Yan was more concerned about how to enter the Shura Shrine and how to break through his spiritual sea realm in the Shura Shrine. "Sect Master, how exactly are we going to enter the Shura Shrine?" Su Yan asked Daoist Heavenly Sword. His eyes were shining brightly. Clearly, he didn't put the danger in his eyes. Actually, this didn't mean that Su Yan wasn't afraid of the danger. Instead, Su Yan knew that no matter what, he had to enter the Shura Shrine. It wasn't that Su Yan had to condense his spiritual sea realm in the Shura Shrine. More importantly, it was impossible for Su Yan to give up on the little fellow, the Fire Qilin. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the Fire Qilin was only a sacred beast that they wanted to keep as a pet. However, in Suya's eyes, this little Fire Qilin was his friend, his savior. Therefore, Su Yan definitely wouldn't give up on the little fellow. It was also because of this that Su Yan had to enter the Shura Shrine no matter how big the risk was. Since going to the Shura Divine Palace was a fact that couldn't be changed, what could he do if he was afraid? This was also the reason why Su Yan wasn't afraid of the risk. The reason why Daoist Heavenly Sword brought up the risk of entering the Shura Shrine was to test their minds. Seeing that they weren't afraid, he nodded his head in praise. Then, he said, "We can't be too hasty about entering the Shura Shrine. We have to wait." Wait? Su Yan was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning behind Daoist Heavenly Sword's words. Yes. Sage Heavenly Sword nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Elder Departing Sword walked in from outside. Just now, Elderly Jian had left empty-handed, but now, he was holding something in his hand. This item was in Elder Departing Jian's hand. The moment Elder Departing Jian entered, the entire inner hall seemed to have turned cold. Furthermore, the object in his hand was constantly emitting a brilliant light. Everyone looked at this ball-like thing and couldn't help but be surprised. The Departing Sword Elder didn't care about the gazes of Su Yan and the others. Instead, he directly walked towards Daoist Heavenly Sword and said, "Head Senior Brother." Yes. Daoist Heavenly Sword glanced at the item and nodded slightly. Then, he took the item from the Departing Sword Elder and walked towards Su Yan. "Su Yan, this is Shura's soul essence." Shura's essence. When they heard the name of this thing, they all looked at it with astonishment. It was obvious that they did not know what this thing was. Yes. Daoist Heavenly Sword didn't keep them in suspense. He nodded and began to introduce the origin of this Shura's soul essence. Shura's soul essence, as the name suggests, it came from the Shura Shrine. That's right, this Shura's soul essence is a special soul power contained in the Shura Shrine. It is also a necessary item to open the Shura Shrine. A necessary item to open the Shura Shrine? Su Yan asked in astonishment. Yes. Daoist Heavenly Sword nodded and continued, this Shura shrine is rumored to contain all the power of the Shura shrine. Of course, whether this is true or not is unknown. However, it is a necessary item to open the Shura shrine. Standing to the side, Dong Qinghao, who had been silent all this while, couldn't help but ask, you mean to say that if we want to enter the Shura shrine, we must rely on this thing? However, Daoist Heavenly Sword shook his head and said, that's not the case. Although this thing is a necessary item to open the Shura shrine, due to the fact that the Shura shrine is incomparably enormous, one must not rely on this thing to enter the Shura shrine that you all are seeing right now. This Shura's soul essence can only be said to be a necessary item to open the real Shura shrine. The real Shura shrine? Hearing Daoist Heavenly Sword's words, the crowd became even more astonished. Su Yan also frowned. Headmaster, could it be that there are several Shura shrines and some of them are real and some are fake? You can say that, but you can also say otherwise. Daoist Heavenly Sword narrowed his eyes and continued, after all, such a long time has passed. No one knows exactly where the real Shura shrine is. However, I can tell you this clearly. Su Yan, if you are to go to the Shura shrine this time, you must bring this Shura's soul essence with you. It can save your life during a crucial moment, Daoist Heavenly Sword said and handed the Shura's soul essence to Su Yan. Su Yan was startled. Then, he realized that Daoist Heavenly Sword wanted to hand the Shura's soul essence to him. Although Daoist Heavenly Sword did not describe in detail what use the Shura's soul essence had. However, Su Yan knew very well that the Shura's soul essence was definitely a precious treasure. Now that Daoist Heavenly Sword suddenly handed it over to him, Su Yan felt overwhelmed by the favor. Daoist Heavenly Sword smiled faintly and said, Su Yan, you said that you have always been a member of my hidden sword tomb. This time, I can see your determination to enter the Shura shrine. Since that's the case, what's wrong with giving this Shura's soul essence to you? Su Yan looked at the Shura's soul essence. He could faintly feel a strange power coming from it. This power was familiar to Su Yan, yet it was also somewhat unfamiliar. This made Su Yan even more certain that the Shura's soul essence was definitely not an ordinary item. As the saying went, one should not receive a reward without any effort. Su Yan instinctively did not want to accept it. However, when he thought of the Fire Qilan's safety, he did not hesitate. Su Yan cupped his hands towards Daoist Heavenly Sword and accepted the Shura's soul essence. When Su Yan received the Shura's soul essence, Su Yan immediately felt a strange power coming from it. This power entered Su Yan's body in an instant, giving Su Yan an unprecedented sense of comfort. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but be stunned. He wanted to ask Daoist Heavenly Sword what was going on. However, before he could say anything, Daoist Heavenly Sword said, Su Yan, the truth of the Shura's soul essence and the truth of the Shura shrine still require you to find out for yourself. Now, you should set off for the Shura shrine. Okay. When Su Yan heard Daoist Heavenly Sword's words, he did not continue asking. Instead, he nodded heavily. However, when he recalled the various auras of the perimeter realm experts in the Shura shrine, he could not help but frown. Once again, Su Yan could not help but frown slightly. Although Su Yan did not say anything, Daoist Heavenly Sword could tell what Su Yan was thinking. He smiled and said, Su Yan, don't worry. You have always been a disciple of the Sword Vault. The Sword Vault will always be with you. When Su Yan heard these words, he could not help but feel touched. After all, no matter what, Su Yan was expelled from the Sword Vault by the Sword Vault's old ancestor. Su Yan knew this in his heart. However, Daoist Heavenly Sword did not. Now that he could say these words, how could Su Yan not dare to make a move? Of course, Su Yan did not know that when Sword Sage entered Su Yan's body, he had already left a message for Daoist Heavenly Sword. Therefore, Daoist Heavenly Sword had always thought that Su Yan was a disciple of the Sword Vault. It was also because of this that Daoist Heavenly Sword said those words when Su Yan returned. The only one who did not know was Su Yan himself. However, Su Yan did not care about these things. He simply packed up and carefully put the Shura's soul essence into his storage pouch. He then looked back at Dong Qinghao and the others and said, "Senior brothers, let's go." Okay. When Dong Qinghao and the others heard Su Yan's words, they nodded and followed Su Yan. When they were about to leave, Daoist Heavenly Sword suddenly called out to Su Yan and said, "By the way, Su Yan, I forgot to tell you that those above the spiritual sea realm cannot enter the Shura shrine. So, you guys have to be extra careful inside. Those below the spiritual sea realm cannot enter." When Su Yan heard this, he could not help but sneer. After all, this was good news for Su Yan and the others. If some spiritual sea realm powerhouses appeared in the Shura shrine, they would not be able to escape. With their strength, they would not be able to resist. Okay. Daoist Heavenly Sword saw through Su Yan's thoughts and nodded slightly. "Su Yan, don't worry. When you reach the Shura shrine, I will naturally have a way to send you in." Okay. Although Su Yan did not know what method Daoist Heavenly Sword had used to send him into the Shura shrine, he did not ask too much. He was thinking about the Fire Qilan's safety in the Shura shrine. They did not stay any longer. After bidding farewell to Daoist Heavenly Sword and Elder Departing Sword, they walked towards the foot of the sword burial mound. As the saying went, "Come and go in a hurry." This was exactly what they were feeling at the moment. Others might not have felt anything, but Su Yan looked at the hidden sword tomb, at his home. He had only stayed here for a few hours before he had to leave again. And this time, he did not know what dangers lay ahead. This made Su Yan somewhat emotional. On the contrary, Fatty Lu Fei's face bloomed with joy as soon as he left the sword burial mound. "Ha ha ha, I have long wanted to leave the sword burial mound to find you." Unfortunately, Elder Departing Sword did not agree. "This time, I can finally come out," Lu Fei said very conscientiously, as if he had no feelings for the sword burial mound at all. Of course, this was only what others thought. Su Yan knew Lu Fei very well. He was a person who valued friendship. Therefore, Su Yan did not feel anything when Lu Fei said this. Instead, he looked at Lu Fei's bloated and fat body and frowned. "Fatty, when can you lose weight?" "Lose weight?" Lu Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "I am afraid I will have to wait for my next life. This body is my capital." After saying that, Lu Fei patted his broad chest, making Su Yan speechless. However, when he thought of Lu Fei's fight with Deng Yu today, he did gain a lot of advantages because of his strong body. Therefore, he did not care about Lu Fei's fat problem anymore. Chapter 341. When they were in the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had seen how powerful Lu Fei's mouth was. However, he did not expect that Lu Fei's mouth had not lagged behind after so many days. It had become even more powerful than before. Moreover, Lu Fei was a natural socializer. It did not take long for him to become brothers with Dong Qinghao and Macariu Ice. Even Macariu Ice, who had always been taciturn, was fooled by Lu Fei's mouth. Only Su Yan understood Lu Fei. As long as Lu Fei came to bother him, he would roll his eyes and ask Lu Fei to look for trouble. This guy would automatically find someone to chat with. However, along the way, with Lu Fei's company, it was a little more fun. Originally, this trip to the Shura shrine was a dangerous one. However, because Lu Fei kept chattering along the way, it reduced a lot of pressure. However, just when they were chatting happily, Su Yan, who was flying, suddenly frowned. Macariu Ice and the others soon noticed something and asked Su Yan, "Junior brother Su, someone is following us." "Is there?" When Su Yan heard his words, he smiled slightly and said, "You must be suspicious. Let's go quickly." Am I being paranoid? Macariu Ice and Dong Qinghao were stronger than Su Yan. Their perception was naturally much stronger than Su Yan's. They clearly felt that someone was following them. Moreover, Su Yan suddenly stopped just now, which meant that someone was following them. But now, why did Su Yan say that there was no one? "No, I have to check it out." Macariu Ice still felt that something was wrong. he said to Su Yan and was about to go back to check. Seeing this, Su Yan hurriedly grabbed him and said, "Senior brother Mu, there is no one following us. Let's hurry up. Hurry up." With that, Su Yan pulled everyone up and walked forward. Although they had doubts in their hearts, when they heard Su Yan's words, they only frowned and hurried forward. Su Yan also followed. But when he looked behind him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Why don't you dare to come with me? Could it be that he was still holding grudges over the past? Sigh. He sighed helplessly and felt an unspeakable bitterness in his heart. However, Su Yan didn't point it out. He continued to follow Makariu Ice and the others to the Shura lookout. The hidden sword tomb was a bit far from the Shura shrine. However, with the strength of the few of them, they arrived in less than an hour. After entering the mountain, the smiles on their faces disappeared and were replaced by cautious looks. The closer they got to the Shura lookout, the more they could feel the powerful aura swirling in the air. "Junior brother Su, what should we do now?" Makariu Ice whispered to Su Yan. Although they left the hidden sword tomb this time with Lu Fei, Su Yan was still the leader among them. "Let's get closer and take a look." Su Yan felt the strong aura emitted from the Shura lookout and said cautiously. Then, he slowly sneaked in the direction of the Shura lookout. The closer they got, the stronger the aura of a king from the Shura lookout. When they came to the edge, the scene outside the Shura lookout was also in sight. Everyone looked at this scene with a look of horror on their faces. This place was completely different from when they had just left. At this moment, the Shura lookout was full of people. And each one of them was not weak. Soon, the few of them also recognized the people here. The Heaven and Earth Organization, Black Ghost Cave, and many hidden powerful people in the 5 counties continents had all appeared here. Only the Monster Palace did not have anyone. Obviously, the fall of the Princess Chu still had a huge impact on the Monster Palace. Now the Monster Palace was guarded by Murong Fu. He was only in the level 9 Spirit Sea realm. He was not stupid enough to come here and fight with so many powerful people. Moreover, the few of them looked around and found that the place next to them was slowed down. Not only that, there were many deep pits everywhere. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here while they were away. Yun Tian, does the Heaven and Earth Organization still want to monopolize the Shura lookout? At this moment, an old man in a black robe who was floating in the void shouted at a person opposite him. The person opposite him was the Heaven and Earth Organization's great elder, Yun Tian, who had protected Su Yan and the others from the Heaven and Earth Organization this time. The person who spoke to him just opened his mouth, and a powerful aura suddenly filled the air. This aura drifted out, and Su Yan and the others who were hiding could not help but tremble in their hearts. Facing this person, Yun Tian's expression didn't change at all. He coldly smiled and said, "Black Demon, don't try to provoke us here. Since the Azura Divine Palace has appeared here, I believe everyone here knows what will happen. The Heaven and Earth Organization will not talk about monopolizing it." "That's right." Just as Yun Tian finished speaking, an old man beside him also slowly said, "Since the Shura lookout has appeared, it's hard to guarantee that the people from the Shura lookout won't appear. Today, all the major forces must unite as one." Looking at this person, Su Yan and the others trembled again because everyone could feel that this person was another area realm powerhouse. As they looked, everyone was even more shocked. This was because everyone here was at the area realm. The area realm could be said to be the pinnacle of the 5 counties. In the 5 counties, the strongest person was at the area realm. These people stood at the peak of the pyramid. If they were not in the sect, it would be difficult to see an area realm powerhouse. However, today, there were more than a dozen area realm powerhouses standing here. How could this not surprise and make people tremble in fear? Looking at this scene, Su Yan was very suspicious of Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's claim that he had a way to let him enter the Shura lookout. Of course, at the same time, Su Yan was even more confused about what these area realm powerhouses were arguing about. From Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, he knew that only Spiritual Sea realm powerhouses could enter the Shura lookout. If that was the case, Then what was the point of gathering all these Radius Realm powerhouses here? Bang! Just as the Area Realm powerhouses were arguing, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. A flame shot up into the sky. More than a dozen Area Realm powerhouses' faces darkened at the same time as they looked at the flame that shot up into the sky. A few of them leaped up at the same time and directly charged towards the center of the flame. However, because everyone was in the middle of a fight as they leaped up, the Area Realm powerhouses were instantly entangled in a fight. When Su Yan and the others saw this scene, they were very confused. This was because they did not understand what these people were arguing about at all. At this moment, a voice came from behind Su Yan. Su Yan, you guys get ready. When the flame surges again, I will send you in. Su Yan and the others were watching seriously. They were all startled by this sudden voice. When they turned around and saw that it was Spiritual Master Heaven's sword, they were relieved. Su Yan could not help but pat his chest and ask, Sect Master, what is that flame? Shura's soul essence. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword said simply. What? Su Yan was stunned and turned around to look at the flame. He did not expect that the flame was actually Shura's soul essence. Yes. When Spiritual Master Heaven's sword saw Su Yan and the others, he nodded and said, it is indeed Shura's soul essence. These people want to snatch these Shura's soul essences so that their disciples can enter the Shura lookout. Oh. Su Yan nodded. After thinking for a while, he was puzzled and asked, Sect Master, then my Shura's soul essence is, this time, Spiritual Master Heaven's sword did not answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and said, Su Yan, when you enter the Shura lookout, you will naturally understand what this Shura's soul essence is. When Su Yan heard Spiritual Master Heaven's sword's answer, he could not help but frown. At this moment, Sword Sage, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shouted in Su Yan's mind, Kid, get ready. The next flame is about to appear. You must enter the Shura lookout as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you will be discovered. When he heard Sword Sage's words, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Bang! However, before Su Yan could react, he heard another loud explosion from the center of the Shura lookout. At this moment, Spiritual Master Heaven's sword suddenly leaped up as a bright light burst out from his body. At the same time, a powerful energy surged out. When this energy surged out, the numerous Radius Realm Almighties that were gathered at the Azura Shrine all looked over at the same time. Looking at the spiritual chi that was circulating around Reverend Heaven's sword's body, the faces of the Radius Realm Almighties sank. The black demon that Yuntian called Black Demon a moment ago roared, Humph. To think that a small hidden sword tomb would want a share of the loot. Courting death. As he spoke, Black Demon suddenly waved his hand and a powerful energy surged out. Su Yan. When Yuntian saw the figures of Su Yan and the others, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he seemed to have understood something. Seeing that Black Demon was about to attack Spiritual Master Heaven's sword, he quickly took action and blocked Black Demon's attack. Yuntian, why do you have to go against me? Black Demon saw that Yuntian had pulled him down and let out an angry roar. However, Yuntian smiled and said, Black Demon, why are you afraid when you see someone enter the Shura lookout? Are you afraid that your sect won't be able to get any benefits? I'm afraid. When Black Demon heard Yuntian's words, he sized up Su Yan and the others. Suddenly, he laughed and said, just these few Sky State brats want to compete with my sect? Aren't you courting death? Chapter 342. The Black Demon's tone was extremely arrogant. Even though he was at the Radius State, Su Yan and the others couldn't help but feel disgusted. Of course, disgust aside, Su Yan was most concerned about Sage Heaven's sword's safety. Although Sage Heaven's sword was a powerful expert of the 5 counties, he was at the Radius State. However, with so many Radius State experts gathered here today, it was hard to guarantee that Sage Heaven's sword wouldn't be able to withstand them. When Sage Heaven's sword saw the worry in the eyes of Su Yan and the others, he smiled and said, don't worry and go in. Once you're in, it won't be that easy to hurt me anymore. Su Yan and the others didn't understand what Sage Heaven's sword meant. Originally, they had wanted to ask something. However, before they could do so, they heard a resounding boom. Following which, all of them simultaneously felt their vision darken. Suddenly, they felt as though their bodies had lost their gravitational pull. They fell into a boundless dark tunnel. The endless darkness surged forward, bringing with it a sense of awe-inspiring awe. The flowing air shuttled through, and they could even feel a sense of fear. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in his mind. Su Yan, this is the He Luo passage. Remember, you must stay calm. Otherwise, you might lose your lives here before reaching the Shura Shrine. He Luo passage. Su Yan was stunned, not understanding the meaning behind it. Bang! At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed in front of Su Yan's eyes. The darkness from before suddenly became as bright as day. Su Yan couldn't help but squint his eyes at the sudden light in the darkness. When he opened his eyes, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He was deeply mesmerized by everything before him. Where was the darkness and fear in this place? Flowers bloomed all over the ground, and all kinds of flowers formed a sea of flowers. Su Yan was right in the middle of it. With a single glance, he was already intoxicated. Su Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. As he breathed, Su Yan looked into the distance. His eyes suddenly flashed as a red-robed figure slowly walked towards him. Senior sister. When Su Yan saw that the figure in red was Lin Huatu, who had been haunting his dreams, he couldn't help but cry out. Su Yan could not help but fall into a daze as he looked at the fluttering red robes, the enchanting figure, and the intoxicated expression on her face. She looked even more charming in this sea of flowers. At the same time, a burst of excitement welled up in his heart. He couldn't help but run towards her. Senior sister, you're finally willing to see me. Lin Hualu didn't answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he looked at Su Yan furiously and shouted, Su Yan, how dare you come back? How dare you? Hearing Lin Hualu's words, Su Yan's heart trembled. For a moment, he was actually speechless. The two of them stood quietly in the sea of flowers. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other. A trace of anger and embarrassment could be felt. Su Yan, you've already left the hidden sword tomb. Why did you come back? In the end, it was Lin Hualu who broke the silence first and questioned Su Yan. Facing Lin Hualu, Su Yan simply didn't know how to answer. Lin Hualu didn't wait for Su Yan's reply and continued, Su Yan, do you know how much I've missed you? After Lin Hualu said this, tears flowed down from her eyes uncontrollably. Seeing this, Su Yan was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Looking at the tears flowing down Lin Hualu's face, his heart couldn't help but ache. He bit his hand and went forward to hug Lin Hualu's body. Lin Hualu cried out and wanted to avoid Su Yan's hug. Unfortunately, it was still too late. She was pulled into Su Yan's embrace. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Su Yan hugged Lin Hualu and apologized continuously. Amidst his apologies, Lin Hualu slowly gave up struggling. Su Yan was elated. Then, he looked at Lin Hualu's beautiful face and his heart was moved. Especially when he looked at those alluring red lips and Lin Hualu's coquettish look as she snuggled in his arms. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but be moved as he slowly kissed Lin Hualu. Although it wasn't Su Yan's first time experiencing sex, it wasn't his first time kissing either. However, he didn't know why, but at this moment, as he hugged Lin Hualu, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He could even feel his body gradually loosening up. Su Yan, wake up, wake up. Just as Su Yan was about to kiss Lin Hualu, Sword Sage's roar resounded in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's body couldn't help but tremble. Roar, at this moment, Lin Hualu's figure was no longer in front of Su Yan. Instead, it was a huge ghost head. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. He activated his cultivation technique and slammed his palm down on the ghost head. The ghost head smiled eerily and dodged Su Yan's attack before disappearing. In front of Su Yan, there was no sea of flowers. It was complete darkness. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Kid, you're under an illusion. Sword Sage said in Su Yan's mind. Illusion? Su Yan was stunned once again. This wasn't the first time he was under an illusion. However, Su Yan really didn't expect such a realistic illusion. There wasn't even a sign that he was under an illusion. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a little scared. Sword Sage smiled and said, Su Yan, this illusion is just an ordinary one. The more powerful ones are in the Shura Shrine. Is there anything more powerful? Su Yan was a little angry when he thought about how these illusions kept attacking his weakness. In fact, the reason why Su Yan fell for the illusion so easily was because he knew that Lin Hualu would come today. That was why he believed it so easily. Sword Sage didn't answer Su Yan's question. Su Yan suddenly woke up. If he was under an illusion, then what about the others? Su Yan was startled and hurriedly looked around. However, he didn't see anyone. Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, Butt Face, Rat Li and Lu Fei were all gone. Senior brother Dong Cheng. Senior brother Mu. Fatty Lu. Senior brother Shu. Butt Face. Su Yan called out a few times but still didn't get any response. Su Yan was suddenly at a loss. There was a faint ominous feeling in his heart. He thought to himself, we haven't reached the Shura Shrine yet. Don't tell me we've already lost a few brothers? Be careful. Don't worry. There are hundreds of Hei Luo passages. Hundreds of passages. Each one is different and the risk is different. Just as Su Yan was feeling anxious, Sword Sage said in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan was puzzled. Master, what do you mean? It's very simple. At this moment, the few of you have already separated. Sword Sage said. What? Separated? Su Yan was suddenly stunned. At the same time, a burst of worry surged in his heart. Although Su Yan's strength was not the strongest among the few of them, no matter what, they felt safer when they were together. Yes. Sword Sage nodded slightly and continued, Su Yan, this Shura Shrine is far from being as simple as you think. It's even beyond your imagination and beyond my imagination. So if you want to walk out of this Shura Shrine, you have to be extra careful. If you want to find your brothers, you have to walk out of this Shura Shrine. Su Yan heard this and his whole body shook. He looked at the darkness in front of him and his pupils suddenly shrank. He clenched his fists and all the distracting thoughts in his mind were eliminated. He nodded to Sword Sage and said, Master, I understand. What should I do next? Bang! Just when Su Yan got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind, there was a loud explosion in front of Su Yan. The darkness was instantly dispelled by a ray of light. The moment the light came, Su Yan's first thought was that it was another illusion. Su Yan's pupils shrank and his mind fluctuated. He wanted to see if this was an illusion or not. After all, Su Yan himself can be said to be an illusionist. It's just that he has been busy with various important matters and neglected to practice illusions. However, because Su Yan's soul force is amazing, even if he can't control illusions, he can still break them. Under Su Yan's operation, Su Yan understood that everything in front of him was not an illusion, but a real existence. This made Su Yan feel relieved. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at everything around him. In front of him was a palace. This palace could not be said to be luxurious, let alone extravagant. It was a very ordinary palace made of stone. However, this ordinary palace gave people a gloomy feeling when looking at it. Master, what is going on? Because he was completely unfamiliar with this place, Su Yan could not help but ask Sword Sage. Unfortunately, Sword Sage did not reply. Su Yan asked again, but still did not hear Sword Sage's reply. It seems like Master wants me to explore this place myself. Su Yan smiled bitterly. He did not ask Sword Sage anything and walked into the palace. The Shura Shrine is definitely a mystery in the upper 5 prefectures. It existed in ancient times and had unlimited possibilities here. Su Yan walked in it and had to be careful. Just as he stepped into the Shura shrine, Su Yan felt a burst of dense aura coming from the surroundings. This aura made people tremble. Su Yan felt this aura and could not help but frown. He carefully looked around, but did not see anything. This was what made Su Yan the most puzzled. He hurriedly took out the ghost howl sword and carefully looked around before continuing forward. The cultivation method in his body was also constantly revolving. At the same time, Su Yan also took out the mysterious ice-cold cover. The cold light on his body gave Su Yan a sense of security. He walked for more than half an hour, but there was nothing in the Shura shrine. This made Su Yan somewhat puzzled. Bang! Chapter 343. The sudden loud noise made Su Yan's body tremble, and he hurriedly took a few steps back. When he saw the mirror image in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but frown. What is this? Su Yan looked at the situation in front of him in surprise. Along the way, the Shura shrine was just a palace. Except for the gloomy aura that constantly surged, there was nothing here. However, at this moment, a huge stone tablet appeared in front of Su Yan. Although it was called a stone tablet, it was more accurate to call it a stone slab. Because this stone tablet was always bigger than an ordinary stone tablet. It was dozens of meters high, and the same was true for its width. The Shura shrine was a mystery to many powerful people in the 5 counties. Not to mention Su Yan. Looking at the stone slab that suddenly appeared in front of him, Su Yan became more cautious in addition to being surprised. Because there was no way to know what would happen in the next second. This feeling made Su Yan feel disgusted, but there was nothing he could do. After all, there was nothing he could do now. He could only wait for the Shura shrine's strange phenomenon to happen, or to be able to find something useful in the Shura shrine. Uproar! Just as Su Yan was preparing for battle, another loud explosion rang out. All of a sudden, a burst of bright light surged from the huge stone slab. This time, Su Yan was already prepared, so he wasn't scared. However, he didn't know what was going on, so he immediately jumped back a few steps. His blood dragon pupil shrank and looked at the stone slab. The cultivation method in his body was also slowly circulating, ready to deal with what was going to happen next. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the stone slab. Ha, someone finally came, someone finally came. He only heard the voice, but didn't see the person. When Su Yan heard this voice, he couldn't help but frown. He shouted sternly, "Who is it? Come out." Ha ha ha. The deep voice rang out once more as it spoke to Su Yan. "Brat, I'm right in front of you." In front of me. Su Yan frowned again. When he looked at the stone slab in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of surprise. The surging light on the stone slab in front of him slowly condensed together, forming a human figure that appeared on the stone slab. Such a strange phenomenon. This surprised Su Yan. Of course, despite his surprise, Su Yan was more cautious. This was because the moment the figure condensed, Su Yan could feel a powerful force surging from it. This power was extremely strange. It didn't seem as strong as a Radius Realm expert's, but it also seemed to be stronger than a Radius Realm expert's. "Who are you?" A cold light surged in Su Yan's eyes as he asked the stone slab in front of him. When the person on the stone slab heard Su Yan's words, he was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "Who am I?" "I don't know who I am either." "Since you don't know who you are, then don't blame me for being impolite." Su Yan shouted coldly. His body suddenly surged as he grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and instantly slashed towards the stone slab. Everything here was just too strange. It was so strange that it exceeded anyone's imagination. Hence, when Su Yan saw the person on the stone slab and heard him say that, he immediately made the decision to break him. Only by destroying everything. Only by returning everything to normal would Su Yan not be worried. Therefore, Su Yan used his full strength in this attack. As he chopped down with his sword, a large amount of black gas suddenly burst out. The black gas rose up and formed countless sharp blades that collided with the stone slab. The ghost howl sword attacked with a majestic aura. It was like the eastern sea dragon that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Bang! It hit the stone slab and suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. When the ghost howl sword came into contact with the stone slab, Su Yan's face suddenly surged with a look of shock. Because he saw that the stone slab didn't move at all. It had to be known that although Su Yan hadn't reached the spiritual sea realm and could not truly use the power of heaven and earth, he could still control the power of heaven and earth. Although this sword strike couldn't overturn mountains and seas, it still had the power of tens of thousands of kilograms. A normal stone slab would definitely shatter under Su Yan's attack. However, at this moment, the stone slab in front of him didn't move at all. Not only that, but when Su Yan was about to put away the ghost howl sword, Su Yan suddenly felt a strange power surge towards him. Bang! A strong rebounding force attacked him. Su Yan was shocked and quickly moved back. Unfortunately, he was still one step too slow and was directly hit by the rebounding force. His body suddenly shook and flew a few meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Although Su Yan had the protection of the dark ice-cold shield, he wasn't injured. However, this fall was also very disorientated and in a very sorry state. What a strange stone. Su Yan looked at the stone slab and rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger from his chest. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and was about to continue attacking. Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind, "Kid, it's useless. This is a black heavy stone. With your current strength, you definitely can't break it." Black heavy stone. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, his body suddenly froze. Although he didn't know that this stone was a black heavy stone. However, that didn't mean that Su Yan had never heard of it. When he was in the spirit palace of the monster palace, Su Yan had read about it. This black heavy stone was a stone left behind from ancient times. It was said that it was the crystallization of heaven and earth and could be said to be indestructible. Not to mention that Su Yan's current strength wasn't enough to break it. Even if Su Yan was strong, the stone slab wouldn't be able to break it. Of course, this wasn't what surprised Su Yan. What surprised Su Yan the most was why the black heavy stone appeared here. According to the records he saw in the Supreme Demon Palace, Su Yan clearly knew that the black mysterious heavy stone had already disappeared during ancient times. When Su Yan saw the records of the black heavy stone, he just read about it. He never thought that he would see the real black heavy stone one day. One should know that the black heavy stone was not only indestructible. More importantly, the black heavy stone was the best material for forging weapons. If he could get a piece of it, the sword that he forged would definitely surpass any sword that Su Yan could have. Of course, apart from the Sky Destroyer sword and the Scorching Sun Holy Sword. After all, no matter how good the material was, it still needed a good master to forge it continuously. With Su Yan's current level of forging weapons, he couldn't even forge the Scorching Sun Holy Sword, let alone use the black heavy stone to forge the Holy Sword. Even so. But when Su Yan looked at the black heavy stone, there was still a flash of greed in his eyes. Looking at such a huge black heavy stone, he couldn't help but lick his lips. If I can bring such a huge stone out, I won't lack a material for forging swords in the future. Ever since Su Yan followed Cho Bo on the path of forging weapons in the Hengduan Mountain Range, other than in the Hengduan Mountain Range, Su Yan had always been forging his first sword. It was a pity that the materials left behind by Cho Bo were wasted. Su Yan wasted them all. Su Yan couldn't forge a sword that he was satisfied with. In addition, Su Yan had obtained many good swords from the sword well in the hidden sword tomb. In addition, Su Yan had the pagoda sword and the ghost howl sword, so he didn't lack weapons. In addition, after entering the monster palace, all sorts of things had happened. This caused Su Yan's forging to be delayed. Now that he saw the black heavy stone, the passion in Su Yan's heart was ignited again. Unfortunately, just as his passion surged, it was extinguished by Sword Sage. "Kid, with your current strength, don't even think about taking away the black heavy stone. Sword Sage bluntly poured a bucket of cold water on Su Yan's head. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he thought about how his attack just now didn't move the black heavy stone at all. Instead, it rebounded. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course, he also gave up on the idea of continuing to attack the black heavy stone and put away the ghost howl sword. Just as Su Yan put away the ghost howl sword, the figure inside the black heavy stone immediately shouted, "Hey, kid, continue attacking. Why are you standing there like a fool?" When Su Yan heard this voice, he remembered that there was another person inside the black heavy stone. He couldn't help but frown and ask Sword Sage, "Master, what's going on?" Unfortunately, hidden Sword Sage had disappeared once again. As for Su Yan's question, he didn't even bother to answer. Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed helplessly and said, "Looks like I can only find out myself." Su Yan shook his head and looked at the black arcane heavy rock. He saw the figure on top of the rock. Although it was continuously attacking, it was still unable to break out of the black arcane heavy rock. Instead, it seemed to be trapped by the black arcane heavy rock. Su Yan didn't know why this person was trapped inside the black heavy stone. However, Su Yan knew that this person was definitely not a threat to him. If he wasn't a threat, why should he care about him? Su Yan thought and couldn't help but smile. He decisively chose to ignore him and prepared to leave. However, when he saw such a huge black heavy stone, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful that he didn't take it away. However, Su Yan was clear that the most important thing now was to find the little guy Fire Qilin, as well as Dong Qinghao and the others. "Hey, kid, why aren't you attacking? Do you believe that I won't kill you?" That person saw that Su Yan was about to leave and hurriedly shouted. When Su Yan heard his shout, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Kill me. Come out of the black heavy stone first." "What?" When that person heard Su Yan's words, he was furious and roared, "A mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm kid dares to challenge your Shura demon lord grandpa's dignity? You're courting death." Chapter 344. Brat, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Brat, do you believe that if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill you? Brat, die. The self-proclaimed Shura overlord kept roaring. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't even pay attention to him and continued walking forward. He saw that Su Yan didn't even turn his head. The arrogance on the Azura demon venerable's face finally dissipated. He shouted, all right, brat, I admit defeat. You are actually not afraid of me, the Azura demon venerable. Come back, I will tell you a secret." "Secret?" When Su Yan heard Shura demon lord's words, he frowned and asked, "What secret?" "Come here first." When Shura overlord saw that Su Yan finally stopped, his arrogant and domineering expression returned to his face. When Su Yan saw his arrogance, he sneered and turned around to walk away. When the demon eminence Shura saw this, he could no longer hold it in. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, I'll tell you." "Speak." Su Yan turned around and said coldly. When the overlord Shura saw Su Yan turn around, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Yan with disdain and said, "Humph. Kid, do you know that if it was in the past, you would definitely be dead?" Su Yan saw the look of disdain in his eyes. He smiled coldly, turned around and continued to walk away. Shura demon eminence was really convinced this time. He hurriedly shouted, all right, I'll tell you." Only then did Su Yan stop. Shura overlord finally lost his arrogance and asked Su Yan, "Boy, did you come to Shura shrine to find Shura's devil essence?" "Shura mojo." When Su Yan heard Shura overlord's words, his body stiffened. Today, aside from wanting to break through to the spiritual ocean realm, the main reason he came here was because that little guy, the Fire Qilin, had run into this place, and Su Yan had to take him out. Su Yan didn't even think about the Shura devil essence. Su Yan originally wanted to ask Sword Sage what was going on. However, when he recalled that Sword Sage had not answered him twice, he decided not to ask again. Instead, he looked at the complacent demon sage Shura and nodded, "That's right, I'm here to look for Shura's demon essence. Good, very good. When the Azura demon venerable saw Su Yan nod his head, his face regained its previous arrogance. He looked at Su Yan with a mocking expression and said, "Brat, if you want to find the Azura demon essence, you have to listen to me obediently." "I'll listen to you." When Su Yan heard this, he sneered. He didn't give him any face and turned around to leave. When the Shura overlord saw this, he immediately shouted, "Hey, kid, how can you not give me any face? No matter what, I'm still the dignified Shura Shrine, Shura overlord. How can you not give me any face? Kid, stop right there." "Ah. I'm so angry." In the end, the Shura overlord gave in and said in a low voice, Okay, let's talk things over, okay?" Hearing Shura overlord's words, Su Yan stopped and looked at him. "Tell me, what's the deal with Shura's demon essence?" "What, you don't know about the Shura's demon essence?" When the Shura overlord heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. Su Yan didn't answer him. When the Shura overlord saw Su Yan's expression, he guessed that Su Yan definitely didn't know about the Shura's demon essence. He immediately laughed. "Haha, kid, I didn't expect you to not know about the Shura's demon essence. Do you want to know?" Seeing the Shura overlord like this, Su Yan didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. When the Shura overlord saw this, he was immediately frightened. He hurriedly called out to Su Yan and said, "Hey, don't go. Didn't we agree to talk things over?" When Su Yan heard the Shura overlord's words, he stopped in his tracks. When the Shura overlord saw Su Yan like this, he suppressed a wave of anger in his heart. Amidst his anger, there was also a hint of helplessness. "I didn't expect that I, the dignified Shura overlord, would actually be in such a miserable state. If it was in the past, a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak in front of me." The Shura overlord looked at Su Yan and sighed helplessly in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud right now because he was afraid that Su Yan would leave. After all, Su Yan's appearance today could be said to be his greatest hope in deciding whether or not he could leave this place. The Shura overlord looked at Su Yan. This time, he didn't waste any more words. Instead, he began to explain the uses of the Shura's demon essence to Su Yan. "Kid, this Shura's demon essence is the essence of our Shura Shrine. It contains the life's essence blood of our Shura Shrine's Shura Emperor. As long as you obtain the Shura's demon essence, you can achieve a miraculous effect of being reborn, or even resurrected from the dead. If an ordinary warrior consumes the Shura's demon essence, their cultivation speed will increase by hundreds of times in the future. Moreover, there won't be any bottlenecks. When Su Yan heard the explanation of the Shura overlord, his eyes finally lit up. The miraculous effect of being reborn, resurrected from the dead, and cultivation speed, Su Yan wasn't very interested in it. Su Yan's body had been tempered by the dragon's blood. His muscles and bones were incomparable to those of ordinary people. Needless to say, his cultivation speed was even faster. Under the heavens, who else had a cultivation speed as monstrous as Su Yan's? As for resurrecting from the dead, it was even more out of the question. After all, Su Yan didn't want to resurrect anyone now. Moreover, if he were to really fall into death's door one day, he probably wouldn't be able to use the Shura's demon essence to save himself. Therefore, resurrecting from the dead wasn't of much use to Su Yan. What Su Yan really cared about was the bottleneck. No matter how monstrous his cultivation speed was, he still had this bottleneck. This was something that every martial warriors had. Just like the current Su Yan, he was at the peak of the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. However, if he wanted to break through the spirit sea realm, he had to break through this bottleneck. Only then would he be able to condense the power of heaven and earth, condense the spirit sea, and step into the spirit sea realm. Therefore, breaking through the bottleneck really moved Su Yan. But even so, Su Yan still didn't spoil the Shura overlord at all. He glanced at him and said coldly, "How do I obtain the Shura's demon essence?" Although Su Yan knew that the Shura overlord might have been very powerful in the past, in his eyes, the the Shura overlord was just an image trapped in the black profound heavy stone. Seeing that Su Yan was moved, the Shura overlord's face immediately revealed a complacent smile. Hee, be careful. I knew you would be moved. The Shura overlord laughed in his heart and returned to his arrogant attitude. He looked at Su Yan arrogantly and said, Kid, if you want to, but before he could finish his words, Su Yan turned around and left. The Shura overlord was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted and hurriedly shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Let's talk about it properly. Tell me how to get the Shura's demon essence. Su Yan still maintained his cold and arrogant attitude and said. Looking at Su Yan's appearance, the Shura overlord's heart surged with anger. However, there was nothing he could do. I never thought that the great Shura overlord would be bullied to this extent by a mere 9-star celestial realm kid. The Shura overlord didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, he couldn't get out of the black profound heavy stone now. Looking at Su Yan's cold expression, the Shura overlord tried to curry favor. I say, kid, I'm a overlord. Can't you give me some face? Face. Su Yan sneered and didn't give him any face. He looked at him and said coldly, Tell me, how can I get the Shura's demon essence? Sigh. Seeing Su Yan's attitude, the Shura overlord sighed helplessly and said, To be honest, I don't know how to get the Shura's demon essence. Hey, don't go. I'm telling the truth. I really don't know how to get it. Don't go. Okay, although I don't know how to get it, I have a way to guide you to him. After the Shura overlord said this, Su Yan came back. The Shura overlord was relieved, but he didn't dare to play any tricks with Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan come back, he continued, The Shura's demon essence has always been in the Shura shrine. But after so many years, I really don't know how to get it. Get to the point. Su Yan's cold expression didn't change. Okay. The Shura overlord was really afraid that Su Yan would leave, so he nodded and continued, Although I don't know how to get the Shura's demon essence, I can guide you to him. The Shura's demon essence is the essence of the Shura king. As long as you can find the Shura shrine's main shrine, you can get the information from there to find the Shura's demon essence. Main shrine? Su Yan frowned and asked, Where is the main shrine? Boy, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly, okay? The Shura shrine is not as simple as you think. The Shura overlord said carefully. He was really afraid that Su Yan would leave again. This time, Su Yan didn't leave, because he could see that the Shura overlord was telling the truth. Moreover, Su Yan also wanted to learn more about the Azura Divine Palace through the Azura Demon Ancestor. This way, it would be easier for him to find Dong Chenghao and the others as well as that little fellow, the Fire Qilin. The Shura overlord saw that Su Yan didn't leave, so he was relieved. He narrowed his eyes and continued, The Shura shrine is where the essence of thousands of Shura disciples are gathered. There are mechanisms everywhere, especially the main shrine. If you go rashly, I dare say that you won't be able to reach the main shrine. Su Yan didn't think that the Shura overlord was exaggerating, but his expression was still cold as he said, Tell me, how can I reach the main shrine? If you want to go to the main divine palace, you have to gather all the demon crystals that are scattered in the Azura's outer divine palace. The Azura demon ancestor did not beat around the bush and directly told Su Yan. Demon crystals. However, Su Yan was stunned, because Su Yan had never heard of these demon crystals. Chapter 345. Where are these monster crystals? Su Yan asked with a solemn expression, not giving any face to Shura. He did not ask what these monster crystals were. This was because Su Yan did not want to waste his breath on Shura. After all, he did not know if Shura was a good or evil person, friend or foe. These monster crystals are scattered all over Shura's shrine. I don't know their exact location. After all, it has been so long. Shura said helplessly. Scattered all over Shura's shrine? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. This time, no matter how Shura called out to him, Su Yan did not turn back. After Su Yan walked far away, the Azura demon ancestor stopped calling out, The corner of his mouth revealed an evil smile. Brat, ignore me. Humph, when you really gather all these demon crystals, it will be your death. Su Yan naturally did not know what Shura was thinking. Of course, Su Yan was not stupid enough to believe Shura's words. After all, this Shura's shrine was too strange. Monster crystals, Shura's demon essence. Su Yan walked forward while thinking about Shura's words. At the same time, he was trying to guess what these monster crystals were. Kid, don't hesitate. Listen to Shura's words. Finding the monster crystals will benefit you. Just as Su Yan was pondering, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind again. Master. Although Su Yan did not trust the Azura demon venerable, he trusted the hidden Sword Sage completely. When he heard what the hidden Sword Sage said, he smiled and asked, Master, what is this demon crystal? How can I find it? You can use the Azura essence in your hands to find the existence of these monster crystals. As for what these monster crystals are, you'll have to figure it out yourself. After Hidden Sword Sage finished speaking, he disappeared again. No matter how Su Yan shouted, he still did not pay attention to him. Master is acting strange today. Su Yan could not help but frown. However, he did not suspect anything. After all, Su Yan believed that Sword Sage would not harm him. Forget it. Since Master said so, I'll find the monster crystals first. Su Yan thought about it and stopped thinking about Sword Sage's strange behavior today. He took out Shura's soul essence from his storage pouch. The moment the Azura soul essence was taken out, a resplendent light burst out from it. As the light continued to flicker, there was a faint warm current flowing through Su Yan's hand. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but be startled. He hurriedly circulated his qi to resist. Just as Su Yan circulated his qi, Shura's soul essence once again emitted a strong light. Shio. A clear sound was heard. Shura's soul essence suddenly emitted a ray of light. It exploded from Shura's soul essence and directly attacked forward. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Thinking of Sword Sage's words, he clenched the Shura's soul essence in his hand and followed the ray of light. The speed of the ray of light was strange. Fortunately, Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, so he was not left behind by the ray of light. Soon, under the guidance of the ray of light, Su Yan arrived at another palace in the Shura shrine. The scenery here had completely changed. It was much brighter than when Su Yan came in. Moreover, it was no longer empty. There were many chairs in the palace. In the center, there was a king's chair. Not only that, there were many statues sitting on each of the chairs. The gloomy aura outside had also lessened a lot. This made Su Yan lower his guard a little. Seeing the beam of light disappear here, Su Yan frowned. Could it be that the demon crystal is inside this palace? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. He looked at the statues around him. They were very lifelike. Su Yan could see that each of the statues here was made of extremely precious materials. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Azura Temple is indeed worthy of being a sect that can start a war across the entire continent. I'm afraid that no other sect in the 5 counties can match up to them. Su Yan looked carefully. There were a total of 108 statues here. Each of them was very lifelike and there was a faint aura surging from them. This made Su Yan even more amazed. He was in awe of this completely unfamiliar Shura shrine. However, in this palace, other than these statues, there was no trace of demon crystals at all. This made Su Yan frown. Could it be that there are no monster crystals here? While speaking, Su Yan could not help but open his hand and look at the Shura's soul essence in his hand. At this moment, the Shura's soul essence had lost its previous light. It had even become dim, like an ordinary stone. If Su Yan had not been holding it in his hand, Su Yan would have thought that this was Shura's soul essence. What the hell is going on? Su Yan looked at the Shura's soul essence in his hand that had lost its light. He was secretly angry. After all, Su Yan had completely lost the initiative here. He did not even know where to go next. This kind of grievance in his heart made Su Yan feel uncomfortable. Damn it. Su Yan was angry. He could not help but clench his fist and knock on a statue next to him. It was just a knock. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise burst out. The statue that was originally motionless, unexpectedly came to life. Seeing this scene, Su Yan could not help but be shocked. Who dares to break into my Shura shrine? The statue came to life, suddenly roared, holding the weapon in his hand, and without saying a word, directly slashed at Su Yan. This statue was wearing armor and holding a halberd. It was already lifelike, and now that it came to life, it was even more like a real person. Moreover, this statue itself was a little bigger than an ordinary person. It was more than 2 meters tall. When it slashed, it suddenly emitted a powerful force, like a gust of wind sweeping over. Su Yan was shocked. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and hurriedly rushed back. He avoided the statue's attack. Bang! The statue's attack suddenly smashed into the ground, and at the same time, the smooth ground was smashed into a huge deep hole. Seeing this scene, Su Yan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It has such a powerful attack. If this hit me, even if I don't die, I will be seriously injured. Thinking of this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a bright light surged in his eyes. After the statue missed its target, it once again launched an attack towards Su Yan. This time, its attack was even sharper than the previous one. The ancient halberd in its hand directly pierced towards Su Yan's body, resembling a long dragon as it pierced through his body. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly operated his cultivation method to retreat. Just as he took a step back, the statue suddenly changed, from a stab to a chop, and directly slashed down at an extremely fast speed. Su Yan was shocked, his eyes suddenly shrank, and his body rolled back, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, because he rolled, his body was covered in a lot of dust, and he looked a little miserable. This caused Su Yan to feel a wave of anger in his heart. I originally revered you as a statue in the Shura shrine, but now it seems that if I don't get rid of you, you won't let me off. Go to hell. As Su Yan said this, he suddenly shouted and leaped up, holding the ghost howl sword in his hand. Under the attacks just now, Su Yan knew that these statues were definitely not weak, at least above the 8-star celestial phenomenon realm. Therefore, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. Although he did not use his full strength, he did not hold back and directly used Su Yan's normal attack, the strongest attack that he could unleash. Although the statue looked like a human, no matter what, it was not a real human. No matter how strong he was, because he was a statue, his speed was still somewhat slow. Under Su Yan's fast attack, the statue could not resist at all. Bang! Su Yan directly hit the statue's chest, and with a loud bang, the whole statue suddenly exploded, bursting with a powerful light. Su Yan frowned and took a few steps back. When the light fell, he saw that at the place where the statue exploded, there was a bright crystal left. Could this be the demon crystal? Su Yan frowned, walked forward, and reached out to grab the bright crystal. As soon as the crystal was in his hand, Su Yan felt a warm current flowing through his body, and a mature smell spread to all parts of his body. Spiritual power, this is spiritual power. Su Yan was overjoyed. He could feel that this power was stronger than the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones. However, Su Yan soon felt that this spiritual energy seemed to be different from the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones. What the hell is this? Su Yan frowned and suddenly thought of something. Demonic beast, beast core. Yes, the power contained in this was similar to the power contained in the beast core of a demonic beast. However, compared to the demonic beast's beast cores that Su Yan had obtained in the past, the energy contained within was much denser. Not only that, but even the shape and color were far different from the demonic beast's beast cores that Su Yan had obtained in the past. Su Yan frowned as he thought about it. Suddenly, a memory appeared in his mind. Once, Su Yan had seen records about demonic beasts. When the demonic beast's cultivation reached a certain level, the beast core of the demonic beast would change, and the power contained in it would greatly increase. And the demonic beast that had this kind of beast core was at least above the sacred beast level. Could it be that this demon crystal is the beast core of a sacred beast? As Su Yan thought about it, his body suddenly froze. Looking at the countless statues in the palace, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. So many statues, could it be that they all have demon crystals? 108 statues, 108 demon crystals, doesn't that mean 108 sacred beasts? Su Yan could not believe the power of the Shura shrine at this moment. Monstrous, terrifying. Chapter 346. A sacred beast, if it was an adult sacred beast, its strength would be comparable to the strength of Fangyuan realm, or even stronger. And the Shura shrine was able to obtain so many sacred beast cores. Then, Su Yan stared at the 108 statues in the palace, dumbstruck. At the same time, Su Yan finally understood why Sword Sage did not tell him what the demon crystals were, because it was too shocking for Su Yan. Not only that, Su Yan also understood. Why did the little guy fire Qilin, when the Shura shrine appeared, couldn't wait to rush in? It must have felt the existence of these demon crystals. Although Su Yan didn't know much about the little guy fire Qilin. But Su Yan knew about the little guy's love and greed for spirit stones. And these demon crystals were definitely a fatal temptation for the fire Qilin. But thinking of this, Su Yan had some doubts in his heart. If the fire Qilin was attracted by these demon crystals, then why wasn't the little guy here? Could it be that there was something more attractive in the Shura shrine than these demon crystals? Thinking of this, Su Yan's body suddenly froze. He really couldn't believe what the Shura shrine contained. For a while, Su Yan's view of the Shura shrine changed. At first, he was confused about the Shura shrine, and felt a sense of fear from the dense atmosphere, but now it became excitement. Because for Su Yan at this moment, the Shura shrine was simply a treasure trove. Such a large number of demon crystals was fatal to any martial artist. This was like discovering a spirit mine. No, these demon crystals were more attractive than a spirit mine. Because the power contained in each demon crystal was more than any spirit mine. To put it simply, a demon crystal was comparable to millions of spirit stones, or even more. And there were so many demon crystals here. As Su Yan thought about it, he looked at the statues with a burning gaze. When Su Yan woke up these statues for the first time, Su Yan was wondering if he should carefully avoid these statues. Although the power released by these statues was not enough to threaten Su Yan's life, it was still not enough. However, it was still a problem. Su Yan had always been a person who was afraid of trouble. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. However, when these sculptures contained a huge treasure like the demon crystal, then everything else was different. All the troubles were no longer troubles. As Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a blood-red light gushed out. He jumped up and grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand. Immediately, he activated the cultivation method in his body and slashed horizontally at a statue in front of him. When Su Yan unleashed this sword strike, the statue did not explode. Instead, it trembled and came back to life. It roared, "Who dares to break into my Shura shrine?" With this angry roar, it immediately raised the weapon in its hand and slashed at Su Yan. With the experience just now, Su Yan was not afraid. He knew that although these statues were extremely powerful, their speed was slightly clumsy. Speed had always been something Su Yan was proud of. Now that these statues were slow, it was destined to become a ghost under Su Yan's sword. Of course, these statues were originally dead. Thinking about the demon crystal in these statues, Su Yan did not have the slightest mercy and slashed horizontally. Suddenly, the statue exploded instantly, emitting a bright light. The glowing demon crystal floated in midair. Su Yan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He reached out and grabbed the demon crystal in his hand and put it into his storage bag. Then, Su Yan attacked another statue. Although these statues did not pose a threat to Su Yan, after continuously smashing more than a dozen statues, Su Yan consumed a lot of strength. Moreover, his progress was somewhat slow. although Su Yan now thought that this Shura shrine was a treasure trove. But Su Yan was still clear that this Shura shrine was definitely not a good place. Su Yan had never forgotten this point from the beginning to the end. Here, wasting more time was equal to increasing the danger. Thinking about this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and a burst of bright light surged. A trace of a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He grabbed the ghost howl sword in his hand and suddenly swept it away. Bang! 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 Dozens of sounds burst out at the same time. The remaining statues around all woke up at this moment. Hundreds of statues roared at the same time. Who dares to break into my Shura shrine? These hundreds of statues roared at the same time. That sound was like a thunderclap, deafening. At the same time, hundreds of statues surrounded Su Yan. Their aura was majestic, and they attacked at the same time. It was as if they had rolled up a huge shock. The power of their attacks had always exceeded one's imagination. If an ordinary celestial phenomenon stage expert were to enter, they would definitely not be able to come out. However, facing such a powerful attack, Su Yan's mouth revealed a trace of a devilish smile. Facing such a powerful attack, Su Yan was not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he was somewhat excited. He liked this feeling. That's right, only this aura that was strong enough to make people feel danger was enough to make Su Yan's blood boil. Only then could Su Yan's blood boil. Su Yan looked at the statues that were constantly attacking him. Without the slightest bit of fear, feeling this powerful attack, the blood in his body slowly boiled, and his entire person became excited. Now's the time. Just as these statues were about to hit Su Yan, he suddenly shouted coldly. The blood dragon pupil rotated, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body was activated to the extreme. His body suddenly leaped up, and his whole body suddenly floated in midair. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand was waved. The majestic spiritual energy in his body constantly surged, from his arm to the ghost howl sword. At this moment, the ghost howl sword burst out a burst of bright light, and the light condensed, forming countless sharp blades. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. Su Yan roared, clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, and suddenly, the countless blades fell down on the statues like a torrential storm. This was the real torrential storm of rose blossoms. Bang! 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 Those statues were hit by the torrential storm pear flower's blade light, constantly letting out loud sounds and bursting open. Amidst the light, countless demon crystals floated in midair, emitting a powerful force. Looking at these demon crystals, Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his whole body fell from midair at the same time. His whole body went limp on the ground, and with the help of the ghost howl sword, he barely managed to stand up. Just now, Su Yan had used all his strength in order to erupt with the strongest torrential storm pear flower. This torrential storm pear flower was much stronger than when facing Dengyu, because this was not the third-order torrential storm pear flower, but the fourth order. At this moment, if there was anyone present, they would definitely be shocked. 9-star celestial phase realm. That's right, a mere 9-star celestial phase realm could actually erupt with the fourth-order 10,000 elephant divine skill. This was a fourth-order 10,000 elephant divine skill that even a spiritual sea realm cultivator could not easily erupt with, but Su Yan had done it with just the strength of a 9-star celestial phase realm. Su Yan looked at the demon crystals floating in midair, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. I still did it. Saying that, Su Yan took out a recovery pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it. Circulating his qi to digest it, he recovered some strength, stood up, and directly put all the demon crystals floating in midair into his storage pouch. The smile on his face became wider and wider, and it was difficult to hide the excitement in his heart. Demon crystals, these were all treasures. With these demon crystals, Su Yan was confident that as long as he broke through the spiritual sea realm, then the day of the perimeter realm would be just around the corner. Perimeter realm, Su Yan couldn't help but lick his lips as he thought about it. That was a godlike existence. Once he reached the perimeter realm, he could take back the monster palace. At that time, let's see who would dare to compete with him. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a burst of excitement. Of course, Su Yan didn't forget his current situation, and the Shura magic essence. Su Yan had never forgotten the benefits of breaking through the bottleneck. Right now, Su Yan was at the peak of the sky realm. If he wanted to break through the spiritual sea realm, this was a bottleneck. Not to mention that Su Yan was at the sky realm, his bottleneck was even bigger and tighter than other warriors. Then this Shura magic essence was definitely a huge treasure for Su Yan. Su Yan was also determined to obtain the Shura magic essence. Of course, Su Yan didn't forget that he wasn't the only one who came today. While he was thirsting for these powers, Su Yan didn't forget about Dong Qinghao and the others. Right now, I should find them first. The Shura magic essence is in the main shrine, and the Shura shrine is definitely not a good place. It will definitely not be easy to obtain the Shura magic essence. Finding them and going to the main shrine together will also be of some help. Su Yan thought in his heart. He looked at the throne in the center, but didn't think too much about it. After all, in the palace, there was a statue on every chair except for the throne. Su Yan was now worried about the safety of Dong Qinghao and the others, so he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around and continued to walk forward. At this moment, the battle outside the Azura temple slowly came to a stop. The flames that soared into the sky also stopped. But even so, the few people of the earth realm sat on one side, looking at each other with swords drawn and lips bent, as if a great battle could break out at any time. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the strongest sect in the 5 counties. As the great elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Tian was the leader of the Earth Realm experts. Looking at the other Earth Realm experts who were arguing, Yun Tian said coldly, "What's the use of arguing? Now that the disciples of the various sects have entered the Shura shrine, we have to work together to suppress the Shura shrine." Work together? Who wants to work together with you? Hearing Yun Tian's words, the black demon monster from the Black Demon Cave scolded coldly. Chapter 347. Although the black demon was arrogant, he looked down on all of the area sphere realm experts here. After all, in terms of sect strength, his Black Demon Cave was ranked 3rd in the entire 5 counties. No one would dare to claim to be second. And because of this, the Black Demon truly knew how powerful Shura Shrine was. When Yun Tian saw the Black Demon suffer a setback, he revealed a cold smile and said, "Black Demon, since you can't fight against the Azura Divine Palace by yourself, then don't talk nonsense here." After saying that, Yun Tian ignored the Black Demon and directly said to the other area sphere realm experts, "Today, I, Yun Tian, swear in the name of the Heaven and Earth Organization that no matter if you are hidden experts or sect experts, you must work together to fight against Shura Shrine. If anyone tries to interfere, then don't blame the Heaven and Earth Organization for not being polite." As he spoke, Yun Tian's slightly aged face suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Although the surrounding experts were area sphere realm experts, after seeing Yun Tian's aura, they were all shocked. I didn't expect Yun Tian to actually enter the 3-star area sphere realm. Then, what kind of strength does the sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization have? No matter how one looked at it, area sphere realm was divided into different realms. Yun Tian was at the 3-star area sphere realm. As for the other area sphere realm experts, most of them were at the 1-star area sphere realm. Even the Black Demon, who had been arrogant, was only at the 2-star area sphere realm. When he saw Yun Tian erupt with the 3-star area sphere realm strength, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Every time the area sphere realm increased by 1 star, it would take at least 10 years and at most 100 years. Although the difference between the two was only 1 star, the difference in strength was thousands of miles. Yun Tian's eruption of strength immediately caused the surrounding area sphere realm experts to be in awe. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Yun Tian nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Since everyone is here today, I'm sure you all know how terrifying this Shura Shrine is. I won't talk about it anymore. Now, every expert has their own disciples that have entered the Shura Shrine. If you don't want them to die in there, then help me seal the Shura Shrine." If the Shura King reappears, then, Yun Tian didn't finish his sentence. With a leap, he sat on a spot. The other area sphere cultivators also stood in different positions and began to channel their chi into the Azura Divine Palace to channel their power. Su Yan, who was in the Shura Shrine, naturally didn't know about these things. After recovering his spirit chi for a short period of time, Su Yan continued to walk forward. This time, Su Yan was no longer as aimless as when he first came in. This was because Su Yan now knew that this Shura Shrine definitely hid some kind of treasure. With every step he took, Su Yan carefully explored every inch of the ground. Unfortunately, in the next 2 hours, Su Yan didn't obtain anything from the Shura Shrine. He also didn't find out how to use the demon crystals to find the main shrine. He also couldn't use the Shura essence to search for other demon crystals in the Shura Shrine. Of course, Su Yan also didn't think about obtaining demon crystals. After all, 108 demon crystals represented 108 saint beasts. This was enough to shock people. Su Yan really couldn't imagine that there would be demon crystals in here. Senior brother, where exactly is that thing? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the front. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked around and quickly hid behind a pillar. When he raised his head, he saw a few figures walking into a palace. Surprisingly, it was that ugly bastard Yunmu. The person beside him was Yun Chen, who had been defeated by Su Yan. The other person was surprisingly the young palace master of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun Wanqing. I didn't expect that these people would also enter the Shura Shrine. I just don't know what they want to find in the Shura Shrine. Su Yan slightly narrowed his eyes and followed them stealthily. Su Yan knew that Sword Sage also knew about the mysteries of the Shura Shrine. However, Sword Sage didn't pay any attention to him and let Su Yan explore on his own. When he saw these people from the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yan immediately thought of a solution. These people were the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization, so they definitely knew more about the Shura Shrine than him. Following them was definitely the right choice. After thinking about it, Su Yan didn't hesitate. He completely restrained his presence and slowly followed behind them. Junior sister Wanqing, what do you think is so formidable about the Shura Shrine? We have been here for a long time, but we haven't encountered any danger. Yunmu didn't pay attention to Yun Chen's words and instead asked Yun Wanqing to curry favor with her. Senior brother Yunmu, you can't say it like that. This Shura Shrine is an ancient sect, so we should be more careful. Although Yun Wanqing was somewhat disgusted with Yunmu, it didn't matter what. The two of them were both members of the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that they had entered the mysterious Shura Shrine, they could be considered to be advancing and retreating together. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded and said, Junior sister Wanqing, do you think that we can really obtain the inheritance of Devil Venerable Shura? Devil Venerable Shura's inheritance. When Su Yan heard those words, he was startled. Just a moment ago, Su Yan could still remember that the person on the black profound stone had called himself Devil Venerable Shura. Could it be that these people have come to find Devil Venerable Shura's inheritance? Su Yan mumbled inwardly, but after thinking about it, he found that it wasn't right. Just a moment ago, he had seen Devil Venerable Shura, but he hadn't obtained the inheritance. While Su Yan was puzzled, Yun Wanqing's next words opened Su Yan's mind. Shura Shrine has 8 Devil Venerables, but only one of them can leave behind the inheritance. Today, more than one person has come to Shura Shrine, so obtaining the inheritance is easier said than done. Yun Wanqing's words were reasonable, without the slightest bit of arrogance. But even so, Su Yan could still see the resplendent light emitted from his eyes. It had always been a thirst for the power of inheritance. Yunmu nodded, then looked at Yun Wanqing and said with a proud expression, Junior sister Wanqing, don't worry. As long as we meet Devil Venerable Shura, I will definitely let you obtain the inheritance. Yun Wanqing didn't reply to Yunmu's words. Yunmu didn't get angry, but a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes as he looked at her. Yun Wanqing, do you really think that I will obediently let you obtain Devil Venerable Shura's inheritance? Although you are the young palace master, your strength is inferior to mine. As long as you obtain Devil Venerable Shura, you will obediently listen to me. Yunmu sneered while saying that in his heart. A profound coldness flashed through his eyes. Su Yan saw everything and immediately understood Yunmu's meaning. He couldn't help but sneer. Seems like this Yunmu wants to make a move on Yun Wanqing. So the Heaven and Earth organization isn't as peaceful as we thought. When he thought about it and thought about the monster palace, a bitter smile appeared on Su Yan's face. But after thinking about it, he understood. After all, this was the world of the powerhouses. Regardless of where one was, there would always be disputes. Naturally, Su Yan didn't think too much about it. Right then, he was more concerned about the matter of Devil Venerable Shura. From Yun Wanqing's words, Su Yan understood that there wasn't only one Devil Venerable Shura in the Shura Shrine. Instead, there were many of them. After thinking about it like that, Su Yan understood. Presumably, the Shura Devil Venerable he had encountered a moment ago wasn't the Shura Devil Venerable who had inherited the power. I wonder if I will be able to break through the bottleneck and enter the spiritual ocean realm if I obtain the power of this Shura Devil Venerable, Su Yan thought to himself. At the same time, a resplendent light flashed through his eyes. Su Yan didn't give up and continued to follow the three of them. For Su Yan, the three of them were the best guiding lights and the best guides. He followed them for more than half an hour, but nothing special happened. When they entered a palace, the Shura soul essence in Yun Wanqing's hand instantly erupted with a resplendent light. This is the place. Yun Wanqing's pretty face sank, and at the same time, the cultivation method in her body began to circulate. Yunmu also wrinkled his brows and cautiously looked around. As for Yun Chen, he followed behind Yunmu. Su Yan sensed the sudden change and looked at the Shura soul essence in his hand, which was continuously flickering. At the same time, he couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. Could it be that this is the use of the Shura soul essence? But senior brother Dong Qinghao and the others didn't obtain the Shura soul essence. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more puzzled he became. But when he looked at the three people in front of him, Su Yan quickly threw this thought to the back of his mind. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared at the three people in front of him. Bang! At that moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the palace, and a black shadow surged forward. At the same time, a formidable power surged forth. Who dares to barge into my Shura shrine? A powerful force was emitted. At the same time, the surging black shadow slowly condensed into a human figure. The three people immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "Mighty Devil Shura, we are disciples of Shura Shrine and have come to receive the inheritance of Devil Shura." "Disciples of Shura Shrine, have you brought the keepsake of my Shura Shrine?" the black shadow asked. Naturally. After saying that, Yun Wanqing offered the Shura soul essence in her hands. However, the black shadow didn't accept it and instead laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, a trifling soul essence can be used as a keepsake." Humph. Chapter 348. The three of them bowed at the same time, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. "Mighty Devil Shura, what kind of keepsake do we need to obtain your inheritance?" Yun Wanqing asked respectfully. When Devil Shura heard Yun Wanqing's words, his complexion became slightly better, but he still maintained his arrogant appearance. Without even looking at the three of them, he said in an ice-cold voice, "If you are truly sincere, why don't you collect all the devil souls in Shura Shrine and gather them in Shura's soul essence? At that time, you can come and find me." Devil souls. When the three of them heard Devil Shura's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Su Yan, who was hiding on the side, was also startled. After all, none of them knew what devil souls were. "Mighty Devil Shura, where exactly do we need to find devil souls?" Yun Wanqing asked again. "You will have to find them yourself," Devil Shura said in annoyance. Yun Wanqing wanted to ask again, but unfortunately, Devil Shura had already disappeared from the shrine. Everyone's brows couldn't help but crease. Yunmu raised his head to look at Yun Wanqing and asked, "Junior sister Wanqing, what should we do now?" Yun Wanqing slightly creased her brows. "Since we want to obtain Devil Shura's inheritance, we need to find those devil souls." Yunmu nodded, then looked around with a frown. Damn it, what kind of sect is this? How come they have so many strange things? I've never heard of them before. A hint of displeasure flashed across Yunmu's face. After all, they were completely clueless, and it made everyone feel stifled in their hearts. But it was normal. After all, Shura Shrine was a sect from ancient times. It had been thousands of years since then, so it was normal for the current cultivators to not recognize the things from that time. Yun Wanqing was worthy of being the young master of heaven and earth organization. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she quickly made a decision after looking at the surroundings. She turned around and said to Yun Shen and Yunmu, "Let's go." Since Devil Venerable Shura said that he found the devil's soul, it should be in the shrine of Shura. We can go and find it. Yun Wanqing loathed Yunmu and Yun Shen. However, the three of them were still disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization. In addition, Yun Wanqing was very clear that if she wanted to receive the inheritance of Devil Venerable Shura's power, she would need the protection of Yunmu and Yun Shen. At that moment, Yunmu didn't have the slightest interest in Yun Wanqing's suggestion. However, as Yun Wanqing walked forward and looked at her arrogant appearance, a cold glint involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Devil's soul. Su Yan muttered inwardly, but didn't think too much about it and quietly followed the three of them. Along the way, Su Yan held his breath and cautiously used the large pillars of the shrine of Shura. After following them for about an hour, they still hadn't been discovered. This allowed Su Yan's tense nerves to loosen up quite a bit. After all, Yunmu, Yun Shen, and Yun Wanqing were all more powerful than him. In addition, there was hatred between him and Yunmu. If he was discovered, Su Yan was certain that Yunmu wouldn't let him off easily. Who is it? However, just when Su Yan relaxed and hid behind a pillar to rest, Yun Wanqing, who was walking in front, suddenly snorted and looked in Su Yan's direction with a guarded expression. Could it be that we've been discovered? Su Yan was startled by her shout. Who exactly is it? Quickly come out. At this time, Yunmu also shouted in anger. Su Yan was certain that he had been discovered. While following the three of them, Su Yan had been prepared to be discovered by them. He couldn't fight against the three of them, but at least he could run away. Su Yan steeled his heart and was about to reveal himself. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Inside the shrine, a black fog surged forth. When Yun Wanqing, Yunmu, and Yun Shen saw the black fog, they glanced at each other. Their eyes suddenly shone, and they excitedly said, "Devil's soul, I didn't expect that Devil's soul would surprisingly be here." Devil's soul. When Su Yan heard their words, he couldn't help but be startled. He then stealthily stuck his head out and glanced at the three of them. Only then did he discover that they hadn't discovered him, but had instead discovered the Devil's soul. When Yun Wanqing, Yunmu, and Yun Shen saw the Devil's soul, they looked at each other and simultaneously attacked it. Now that Su Yan knew that they hadn't discovered him, he felt relieved. Looking at the black shadow that was like a cloud of fog, the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. So this is the Devil's soul. Devil's soul. Looking at the demonic soul, Su Yan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a bright light. Just a moment ago, Su Yan had also heard the words of Devil Ancestor Shura. As long as he collected the Devil's souls, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura. Su Yan wasn't clear about how much power he would obtain after obtaining the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura. However, when he thought about how Yun Wanqing, the young master of the Heaven and Earth organization, had entered Shura's shrine to obtain the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura, the amount of power she would obtain was definitely not small. Actually, there was no need to think about Yun Wanqing. Just from the name of Shura's shrine and the gimmick of Shura's Devil Ancestor, Su Yan believed that if he obtained the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura's power, he would definitely be able to break through to the spiritual ocean realm. Then should I, as Su Yan thought about it, he looked at the Devil's soul, and a resplendent light flickered in his eyes. But when he saw the strength of the Devil's soul, Su Yan immediately dispelled the thought in his heart. The Devil's soul seemed weak, but unfortunately, the strength it erupted with was astonishing. Yun Wanqing was at the 7th layer of spiritual ocean realm. Yunmu was also at the 7th layer of spiritual ocean realm. Even with Yun Chen, who was at the second layer of spiritual ocean realm, they could barely fight the devil's soul to a standstill. Because of this, Su Yan dispelled the thought of provoking the devil's soul. Even the three of them are no match for it, let alone me. Su Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head, dispelling the thought of obtaining the inheritance of devil ancestor Shura's power. Although he was somewhat unwilling in his heart, there was nothing he could do about it. I will first observe for a while and search for that Shura's devil essence. Su Yan laughed at himself and didn't think about it anymore. However, he didn't leave. After all, with the three of them here, Su Yan couldn't move forward. Su Yan also wanted to see how exactly Yun Wanqing would obtain the inheritance of Shura's devil ancestor. Naturally, the most important thing was that Su Yan wanted to see what exactly Yunmu was plotting. Although the devil's soul's strength was formidable, the three of them were elites of the Heaven and Earth organization. With the three of them joining hands, the devil's soul still couldn't resist. Soon, under the pincer attack of the three of them, the devil's soul was defeated and absorbed into the Shura's soul essence in Yun Wanqing's hand. But clearly, one devil's soul wasn't enough. Just as the three of them were about to move forward, another devil's soul appeared. This saved the three of them a lot of trouble. One devil's soul after another. After a total of 10 devil's souls appeared, the Shura's soul essence in Yun Wanqing's hand turned dark green. It should be fine now, Yun Wanqing said with uncertainty. Yunmu also wasn't sure. After all, the matter of the Shura's shrine was really too strange. It was so strange that Su Yan didn't know what the use of the Shura's soul essence was. The Shura's soul essence seemed to be omnipotent in the Shura shrine, but sometimes it also seemed to be completely useless. Su Yan looked at the Shura's soul essence in his hand and frowned. But when he saw the three of them turn around, he didn't think too much about it and quietly hid behind the pillar. After the three of them passed by, he followed behind them. Because of the experience just now. Now, the three of them were quite familiar with the place and soon arrived at the place where Devil Shura had appeared. Mighty Devil Shura, I have brought you the devil's soul, Yun Wanqing said respectfully after arriving at the place where they had just arrived. The moment she said those words, a loud bang rang out. With a loud bang, Devil Shura rose from the ground. Once Devil Shura appeared, he didn't pay any attention to Yun Wanqing's group of three. Instead, he snatched the devil's soul in Yun Wanqing's hand and looked at the devil's soul contained in the Shura's soul essence. He laughed loudly and said, "Devil's soul, it's really a devil's soul." Azura demon ancestor laughed heartily as he spoke. His excited appearance made the others frown involuntarily. This was because no one knew what the Azura demon venerable wanted the devil's soul for. After all, Devil Shura had fallen several thousand years ago. Otherwise, with the strength of the Azura temple alone, the entire 5 counties would be under their control. No other sect would be able to resist them. Of course, not knowing was one thing. Yun Wanqing and the others stood in front of Devil Shura, but didn't dare to say anything. After all, no one knew what was going on with Devil Shura's temper. If the three of them wanted to obtain the inheritance of Devil Shura's power, they had to listen to him obediently. The three of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. Fortunately, after being excited for a while, Devil Shura quickly recovered. He looked at Yun Wanqing with a grave and stern expression and said, "Since you have helped me find the devil's soul, you can now begin to receive my, Devil Shura's, grand inheritance." When Yun Wanqing heard his words, an excited expression appeared on her face. She immediately knelt down and signaled to Yun Chen and Yun Mu with her eyes. Yun Mu and Yun Chen also suddenly realized what was going on. The two of them suddenly moved aside and took out several small flags, arranging them according to the heavenly stem 8 trigrams formation. When Su Yan saw their strange actions, he couldn't help but frown, but when he saw the formation they were arranging, he quickly understood. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seems like this Heaven and Earth organization really does know some things about Shura Shrine. Su Yan smiled faintly, but didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he was only here to watch the show. He didn't have much interest in the inheritance of power. Bang! Right at this moment, the Azura demon venerable leaped into the air as a powerful energy burst out from his body. Chapter 349. The waves of Yin wind quickly turned into a formidable force that spread out in all directions. Yun Wanqing stood at the center and looked at the Yin wind. Her previously calm expression instantly became excited, and a resplendent light shone in her eyes. Shura Devil Sage's figure also expanded. A loud bang echoed, the Azura demon venerable's entire body turned into a cloud of black mist and exploded in the air, fusing with the chilly wind. What exactly is going on? When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown, and his face was filled with astonishment. Yunmu, hurry up and arrange the spell formation, Yun Wanqing, who was standing in the middle of the spell formation, shouted at Yunmu in a stern voice. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he looked at the Yin wind that was continuously rotating in the air, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. When Yun Wanqing saw Yunmu standing there motionlessly, she shouted again, Yunmu, what are you doing? What am I doing? When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, the smile on his face became even wider. Yun Wanqing, what do you think I am doing? Yun Wanqing looked at Yunmu's sinister expression and quickly understood. Her pupils shrank, and she shouted, Yunmu, are you trying to disobey my orders? Your orders, ha ha ha. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Yun Wanqing, such big words. If I remember correctly, I am your fiancé. When Yun Wanqing heard Yunmu's words, her expression turned gloomy, but she didn't reply. I hadn't expected that this Yunmu would surprisingly be Yun Wanqing's fiancé. Interesting. When Su Yan heard Yun Wanqing's words, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Yun Wanqing's devastatingly beautiful face and then at Yunmu's incomparably ugly face. Su Yan felt pity for Yun Wanqing. Naturally, pity was pity. In any case, this matter didn't concern him, so Su Yan didn't care about it. When Yunmu saw that Yun Wanqing didn't reply, he raised his eyebrows and said, Yun Wanqing, do you really think that I came here willingly to help you obtain the inheritance of Devil Venerable Shura's power? You're too naive. The inheritance of Devil Shura's power can help me at least reach the peak of spiritual ocean realm. Do you think that I would let this opportunity? Yun Wanqing, to be honest, I've tolerated you for a long time. It's really been a long time. After saying that, Yunmu looked greedily at Yun Wanqing's enchanting body and clicked his tongue. Yun Wanqing, after so many years, I still haven't exercised my responsibility as a husband, so now, after saying that, Yunmu's pupils shrank, and he reached out to grab Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing's reaction was extremely fast. She jumped up and dodged Yunmu's attack. Yun Wanqing's dodge startled Yunmu. You? How can you move? Of course I can move. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corners of Yun Wanqing's mouth, and she looked at Yunmu with disdain. Yunmu, do you really think that I, Yun Wanqing, am so stupid as to trust you completely? The inheritance of Devil Shura's power must first be sealed in order to completely accept it. But don't forget that I am the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. My bloodline is the purest bloodline of spell formations, so how can a trifling seal trap me? When Yun Wanqing said those words, her delicate appearance completely disappeared, and a majestic aura spread out from between her brows. The aura of the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization was completely revealed. Yunmu was startled at first. Then, a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Yun Wanqing, I hadn't expected that you would conceal yourself so deeply. But do you think that you can smoothly obtain the inheritance of Devil Shura's power like this? Devil Shura's power inheritance ceremony has already begun, and Devil Shura no longer determines who will receive the inheritance. Do you think that you have the opportunity to snatch it from my hands? He doesn't determine who will receive it. Su Yan originally had the attitude of watching a good show, but when he heard Yunmu's words, he was startled. He looked at the power floating in the air, and a resplendent light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He originally didn't have much interest in Devil Shura's power. After all, Su Yan had some self-awareness. Given his present strength, if he wanted to snatch food from the three spiritual ocean realm experts, Yun Wanqing, Yunmu, and Yunchen, he was still too weak. Naturally, the most important thing was that Su Yan felt that he had no way of obtaining the inheritance of Devil Shura's power. This was because he had thought that the Azura demon ancestor would only be able to accept the inheritance if he had chosen someone. When he heard Yunmu's words, Su Yan couldn't help but feel an impulse in his heart. Naturally, although he was impulsive, he didn't lose his reason. If Su Yan went out, he would certainly die. When Yun Wanqing heard Yunmu's words, a cold smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Yunmu, even if that's the case, so what? Don't tell me that you have the confidence to defeat me. Don't forget that I am the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Young sect master. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Yun Wanqing, do you really think that you are amazing just because you are the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization? Don't forget that I am the true number one person of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Bang! While speaking, the cultivation method in Yunmu's body began to revolve rapidly, and a majestic power rose from his body. 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. When Yun Wanqing saw the power surging out of Yunmu's body, she couldn't help but be startled. But she quickly regained her calm and looked at Yunmu. Yunmu, I hadn't expected that you would have concealed your strength so deeply. You have surprisingly broken through to the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. That's only natural. Yunmu licked his lips and smiled. Yun Wanqing, do you know how long I have been waiting for this moment? For a full 20 years, ever since you were conferred the status of young sect master, I have been preparing for it. Originally, I had been thinking about how to obtain you. After all, with your status as young sect master and your good father, it would have been difficult for me to find an opportunity to make a move on you in the Heaven and Earth Organization. But who would have thought that Shura Shrine would suddenly appear? Ha ha ha. After thinking about it, an arrogant smile appeared on Yunmu's face. When Shura Shrine appeared, I knew that my chance had come. My chance to obtain you has come, ha ha ha. The more Yunmu spoke, the more brilliant the smile on his face became, and the more complacent he became. When Yun Wanqing heard his smile, her complexion sank, and she shouted, Yunmu, do you really think that your plan is so thorough? Do you really think that you are the number one person in the Heaven and Earth Organization? While speaking, a cold smile appeared on Yun Wanqing's face. With a loud bang, a majestic power surged out of her body. 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm, surprisingly they are also at the 8th rank. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected that the two of them, who were about the same age as him, would have already reached the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. Su Yan couldn't help but admire the strength of the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization, which was the number one sect in the 5 provinces. Other sects couldn't compare to them. Naturally, Su Yan didn't believe that he was inferior to them. After all, Su Yan had wasted many years on the path of cultivation when he was in the Su family. Su Yan had only been cultivating for a few years. Just based on this, Su Yan had already defeated all of them. When Yunmu saw Yun Wanqing revealing the strength of the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm, he couldn't help but be startled. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Yun Wanqing, I hadn't expected that you had concealed your strength so deeply. Surprisingly, you are also at the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. But don't forget that I still have someone by my side. While Yunmu was sneering, Yun Chen, who hadn't said anything until now, suddenly walked over and stood beside Yunmu. If the two of them were to fight, Yun Wanqing wouldn't be afraid of Yunmu. Yunmu was the number one disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. However, Yun Wanqing was the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Her status was much higher than Yunmu's. However, if there was an additional cloud of dust, then it would be a different story. Yun Chen, don't tell me that you also want to betray the Heaven and Earth Organization? Yun Wanqing shouted at Yun Chen. Yun Chen smiled faintly. Young sect master, it isn't that Yun Chen wants to betray the Heaven and Earth Organization, but rather that Yun Chen wants to make the Heaven and Earth Organization even more powerful. Even more powerful. Yun Wanqing was startled. She didn't understand the meaning behind Yun Chen's words. Yun Chen continued. Young sect master, senior brother Yunmu has always been the #1 disciple of our sect, and you are his fiancé. If the two of you join hands, the Heaven and Earth organization will definitely become even more powerful. Therefore, today I want to help senior brother Yunmu obtain you so that our Heaven and Earth organization can reach the next level. Nonsense. When Yun Wanqing heard Yun Chen's words, anger instantly appeared on her beautiful face. With a shout, she slapped her storage pouch and took out her weapon. She took the initiative to attack Yun Chen. Yun Chen, since you want to be a traitor today, I will kill you first. Yun Wanqing, don't forget that your opponent is me. When Yunmu saw Yun Wanqing attacking Yun Chen, he quickly stepped forward to block Yun Wanqing. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The weapons of the two people collided, and at the same time, countless rays of light exploded. At the same time, Yun Wanqing and Yunmu couldn't help but retreat a few steps. This time, the two of them didn't speak any more nonsense. After retreating a few steps, they began to fight again. Both of them were well-known figures of the Heaven and Earth organization. Both of them were at the 8th layer of spiritual ocean realm, and the strength they erupted with was astonishing. The majestic power surging forth caused Su Yan, who was watching from the side, to be flabbergasted. 8th layer spiritual ocean realm is really powerful. Su Yan mumbled to himself. Although he was just here to watch the show, no matter what, there was still some hatred between Su Yan and Yunmu. Chapter 350. Although Su Yan didn't know Yun Wanqing, at least he didn't dislike Yun Wanqing. On the other hand, Su Yan hated Su Yan. Naturally, Su Yan hadn't forgotten the task entrusted to him by Ninth Uncle. He had asked him to take care of the Heaven and Earth organization. With Su Yan's current strength, taking care of the Heaven and Earth organization was a fantasy. However, Su Yan hadn't forgotten the task entrusted to him by Ninth Uncle. Although he didn't have the strength, it didn't mean that Su Yan wouldn't do it. This was a man's commitment to his word. After thinking about this, Su Yan no longer looked at the battle between the two of them with the attitude of watching a good show. Instead, he was thinking about which of the two of them would win, which would be beneficial to the Heaven and Earth organization. Actually, Su Yan already had some prejudiced thoughts in his heart. In addition, Yun Wanqing had the identity of the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan naturally wanted Yun Wanqing to win. Unfortunately, although Yun Wanqing and Yunmu were both at the 8th layer of spiritual ocean realm, it could be said that the two of them were equally matched. However, Yun Chen was constantly obstructing them from the side. Yun Wanqing was always at a disadvantage. Cloudy mist technique, overlooking the heavens. Both Yunmu and Yun Chen used the Heaven and Earth organization's unique 10,000 elephant divine skill at the same time. Suddenly, a berserk energy surged in the palace and rushed toward Yun Wanqing like a huge wave. Cloudy mist technique, divine healing. When Yun Wanqing saw this scene, she was startled in her heart. She was also a member of the Heaven and Earth organization, so she understood the cloudy mist technique very well. She was very clear about the formidability of overlooking the heavens. If it had been Yun Chen who had unleashed it, Yun Wanqing wouldn't have been afraid. However, it had been unleashed by Yunmu, who was at the 8th layer of spiritual ocean realm. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, he was much stronger than Yun Chen. Not to mention the fact that the two of them were using overlooking the heavens at the same time, their combined strength was much greater than Yunmu's. Yun Wanqing didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. She directly used Yun Wusu's divine healing technique to resist this wave of powerful attacks. Unfortunately, even so. Bang! When this powerful force collided with Yun Wanqing, there was a sudden explosion. Yun Wanqing cried out, and her entire body flew backwards. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. Yunmu and Yun Chen arrived one after another. Yunmu looked at Yun Wanqing, who was lying on the ground in a sorry state, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yun Wanqing, I told you long ago that you weren't my opponent. Humph, Yunmu, you despicable and shameless person, Yun Wanqing angrily shouted. Am I despicable? I am indeed despicable. Yunmu didn't feel any shame. Instead, he felt somewhat proud. He looked at the power of Devil Master Shura, which was still rotating in the center, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yun Wanqing, you wait here obediently for me. Wait until I obtain the inheritance of Devil Master Shura, then I will serve you. Yunmu had another meaning when he said that. Although Yun Wanqing was inexperienced, she had lived for a long time after all, so she naturally understood what he meant. A hint of redness appeared on her face, and at the same time, she angrily shouted, Yunmu, do you really think that I will let you obtain the inheritance of Devil Master Shura's power? While speaking, Yun Wanqing suddenly jumped up, and as she waved her hands, a berserk power was formed. When Yunmu and Yunchen saw this scene, they were startled and quickly retreated a few steps. They looked at the power surging in Yun Wanqing's hands with astonishment and mumbled, impossible, this. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Yun Wanqing sneered and continuously waved her hands. The power in her hands surged faster and faster, and soon, an enormous energy ball was formed. Cloud Mist Technique, Cloud Overlooking the World, Second Layer Secret Technique, Cloud Crystallization. Yun Wanqing angrily shouted and suddenly waved her hands. The formidable energy ball surging in her hands was instantly pushed forward. Its speed was as fast as lightning. At the same time, the ball of light instantly condensed into the shape of a sharp sword. It emitted resplendent rays of light and attacked Yunmu and Yunchen. Quickly dodge. Yunmu was startled and hurriedly shouted at Yunchen. Unfortunately, the speed of the cloud crystallization was too fast. The two of them had no way to dodge. With a loud bang, the two of them were blasted apart. Pucci, a mouthful of blood gushed out from the corners of their mouths at the same time. Yunchen was blown away by the explosion and fainted. Yunmu's strength was slightly higher than Yunchen's, but he wasn't much better off. He was blown several tens of meters away. Cloud Mist Technique is indeed formidable. When Su Yan saw this formidable attack, he was also overwhelmed with shock. Su Yan had only grasped the 10,000 elephant divine skill of Dongqing clan, Torrential Storm of Rose Blossoms. Even though its power was extremely formidable, Su Yan still felt somewhat inferior when compared to the Cloud Mist Technique in front of him. This caused Su Yan's thirst for the Cloud Mist Technique to increase by a few notches. After Yun Wanqing unleashed this technique, her body fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Her complexion was pale, and she no longer had the majestic presence from before. Clearly, it was somewhat difficult for her to unleash such a powerful technique with her strength. Yunmu fell far away and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Only then did he stand up with difficulty. He looked at Yun Wanqing, who had fallen to the ground, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yun Wanqing, I truly hadn't expected that you would be able to grasp the cloud crystallization. It was truly my miscalculation. I hadn't expected that even the cloud crystallization wouldn't be able to stop him. Yun Wanqing looked at Yunmu, who could still stand up, and a hint of a bitter smile appeared on her face. She had long since lost her previous arrogance. Looking at Yun Wanqing's appearance, Yunmu laughed heartily and staggered toward the power of Shura Devil Master. Yun Wanqing, so what if you have grasped the cloud crystallization? So what? So what? The power of Shura Devil Master will always be mine. It's all mine. I, Yunmu, am the most powerful expert of the Heaven and Earth organization. Yunmu bellowed, and his figure shrank as he prepared to leap toward the power of Shura Devil Master. Upon seeing this, Yun Wanqing despaired. She was clear that if Yunmu obtained the inheritance of the power of Shura Devil Master, what kind of fate would await her? This won't do. Even if I, Yun Wanqing, die, I won't be raped by this ugly person. As Yun Wanqing thought about it, she slowly raised the weapon in her hand. She wanted to end her life, but she also thought about the beauty of life. When she thought about the Heaven and Earth organization and her loved ones, Yun Wanqing's body trembled slightly. It was such a wonderful thing to be alive. How much courage did it take to end one's own life? She, Yun Wanqing, truly didn't want to die. At that moment, she was hoping for a miracle. Unfortunately, since things had already developed to this point, she had no other choice. When she heard Yun Mu's complacent laughter, Yun Wanqing slowly raised the weapon in her hand. Just as she was about to cut her own throat, bang, suddenly, a loud sound rang out, startling Yun Wanqing. When she turned around, she saw the white robe fluttering in the wind. Yun Wanqing's eyes immediately lit up. It's him. Yun Mu was about to enter the power of Shura Devil Master to receive the inheritance when he was attacked by a sudden attack. He was startled by the sudden attack. Using the remaining spiritual force in his body, he dodged backwards. At the same time, anger surged in his eyes as he shouted, "Who is it?" When he saw Su Yan's figure in front of him, his entire body trembled with anger. "It's you, why are you here?" Su Yan didn't pay attention to his words. Instead, he looked at the power of Shura Devil Master, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "I wonder if I can break through to the spiritual ocean realm if I obtain the inheritance of this power of Shura Devil Master," he said inwardly. While he was speaking, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he jumped into the spell formation. Bang! 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 The moment Su Yan stepped in, the dazzling power of the Azura demon ancestor exploded with countless loud bangs. Like bolts of lightning, it struck Su Yan's body directly. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain caused Su Yan to involuntarily growl. However, at the same time, Su Yan could feel a powerful force surging through his various meridians, causing his blood vessels to suddenly swell up. No! No! When Yun Mu saw this scene, his scalp exploded, and he furiously howled, "No, this power belongs to me, it belongs to me, Su Yan, I will kill you." Yun Mu furiously roared and rushed into the spell formation, but unfortunately, it had already been activated. If Yun Mu was still at the peak of the 8th layer, he could have broken the spell formation, but unfortunately, he was just a crossbow and couldn't get close to it. He was bounced back. No, impossible. Yun Mu looked at Su Yan, who was receiving the inheritance of Shura Devil Master's power, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. A blood-red light flashed through them, and he repeatedly howled, "No, Su Yan, I will kill you, kill you. This power belongs to me, it belongs to me. I have been waiting for this day for dozens of years. Impossible, impossible." While Yun Mu was mumbling, a sharp sword suddenly pierced through his back. His body stiffened, and when he turned around to look, he saw that it was surprisingly Yun Wanqing. His expression became even more furious. His face was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do, so he slowly fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he was unwilling to die in peace. Su Yan was merely an ant in his eyes, while he, Yun Mu, was a divine dragon. But how could he have expected that the matter he had been preparing for would be destroyed by an ant? The thing he had been scheming for so long was about to enter his mouth. And it was snatched away by that ant. He was unwilling to die in peace. Chapter 351. Yun Wanqing looked at Yun Mu's body on the ground. Although Yun Mu was a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization and was very likely the future hope of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanqing didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion when she looked at his corpse. For Yun Wanqing, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. After all, regardless of who Yun Mu was, regardless of whether Yun Wanqing accepted him or not, he still had the identity of her fiancé. This identity had always entangled Yun Wanqing. Now that Yun Mu had perished, the stone that had been pressing down on Yun Wanqing's heart was finally lifted. Ah! At that moment, Su Yan, who was receiving the inheritance of Devil Sage Shura's power in the spell formation, suddenly let out a mournful cry. Yun Wanqing's attention also fell on Su Yan's body. Looking at his handsome face and fluttering white robes, Yun Wanqing didn't know why, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. The inheritance of Devil Sage Shura should have belonged to her. Now that it had been taken by Su Yan, Yun Wanqing should have been furious. But when she looked at Su Yan, Yun Wanqing didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. Her heart was as calm as still water. This made Yun Wanqing somewhat astonished. Moreover, Yun Wanqing couldn't understand why Su Yan had appeared here. She was the young master of the Heaven and Earth organization, so she was naturally clear that Su Yan was currently being hunted down by the entire 5 counties. Betraying a sect was a major crime. It could be said that everyone had the right to punish them. After suffering the betrayal of Yun Chen and Yun Mu, Yun Wanqing felt even more hatred toward those who betrayed their sect. But when she looked at Su Yan, Yun Wanqing didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. In fact, when she looked at Su Yan, there was even a hint of approval in her eyes. Yun Wanqing also didn't know what this strange feeling was. Forget it, forget it. It's probably because this kid saved me. Yun Wanqing laughed self-deprecatingly. She originally wanted to leave, but she remembered that Su Yan was here to receive the power of inheritance from Shura. If someone came, it might be dangerous. In addition, Yun Wanqing was also seriously injured. After taking a glance at Su Yan, she simply sat down beside Su Yan. While protecting Su Yan, she also recovered her strength. Azura Demon Venerable's power of inheritance lasted for several hours. Only then did the dazzling power completely enter Su Yan's arms. Su Yan also opened his eyes the moment the power fell, and a scarlet light surged out of them. Seeing this, Yun Wanqing couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly took a few steps back. What's going on? Under the surge of the scarlet light, Su Yan suddenly shouted and fainted on the ground. When Yun Wanqing saw this scene, she was even more stunned. After seeing Su Yan faint, she became even more anxious. She hurriedly went forward to check on Su Yan's injuries. If she didn't see it, she wouldn't know, but when she saw it, she was shocked. This power is so terrifying. Yun Wanqing checked the power contained in Su Yan's body. Even though she was the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization, a powerhouse of the 8th stage of the Spirit Sea realm, she was still shocked. However, she soon discovered that Su Yan seemed to be only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. This made Yun Wanqing puzzled. This kid's pulse is clearly only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. Why does he have such powerful strength? Yun Wanqing frowned as she thought about it. After several hours of recovery, although she had yet to return to her peak, her strength had still recovered quite a bit. Looking at Su Yan's unconscious appearance, she hesitated for a moment. Yun Wanqing immediately used the cloudy mist technique to treat Su Yan. Under the treatment of the cloudy mist technique, Su Yan slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, the first thing Su Yan did was to check his own strength. Why is it still at the 9-star celestial phase realm? While Su Yan was feeling disappointed, he also noticed the boundless power contained in his body. He was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something, and thought to himself, could it be that the inheritance of the Demon Lord Shura is still unable to allow me to break through the bottleneck of the 9-star celestial phase realm? When Su Yan received the inheritance of the Demon Lord Shura's power, he had sensed the power of the Shura Demon Lord. No matter what, it would have allowed him to break through to the celestial phase realm, but he was still stuck at the 9-star celestial phase realm. This made Su Yan a little suspicious, whether or not the Shura demon essence had any way to help him break through the bottleneck of the celestial phase realm. Why are you here? At this moment, Yun Wanqing asked coldly from the side. This also made Su Yan suddenly realize that there was someone beside him. He hurriedly stood up, thinking that Yun Wanqing's identity was more sensitive, and that he was still carrying a crime. Su Yan hesitated for a moment, then casually said, I came in by accident. By accident. Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan with obvious disdain. She definitely didn't believe his words, but she didn't ask any further. Instead, she turned around and walked forward. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand what Yun Wanqing meant by this. However, no matter what, he had snatched away the inheritance of the Shura demon Lord Yun Wanqing. In addition, he had promised Ninth Uncle that he would take care of the Heaven and Earth organization. Now, he had actually snatched away the inheritance of the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He chased after Yun Wanqing and asked, Where are you going now? Yun Wanqing glanced at Su Yan, ignored Su Yan's words, and still walked straight forward. When Su Yan saw Yun Wanqing's cold face, he smiled helplessly and didn't ask much. Thinking that he didn't know where to find the main shrine now, he simply followed Yun Wanqing and continued to walk forward. It was still somewhat interesting. From the beginning, Su Yan had been following them. Now, he was following them openly. In fact, Yun Wanqing didn't know why she didn't answer Su Yan's question. It was because Yun Wanqing didn't know where to go. Because she came to the Shura shrine today to get the inheritance of the Shura demon lord. Who knew that in the end, it would actually benefit Su Yan? Coupled with the strangeness of the Shura shrine, even if the Heaven and Earth organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties, they still couldn't really understand the secrets of the Shura shrine, at least before the Shura shrine opened. Yun Wanqing also didn't know how to get out. Now, Yun Wanqing was in the Shura shrine just to try her luck. She wanted to see if there were any treasures in the Shura shrine. The two walked all the way. After a few hours, the two felt that they had almost walked through the entire Shura shrine. Unfortunately, when they looked ahead, they still couldn't see the end. This made the two couldn't help but wonder how big the Shura shrine was. Perhaps this tranquility made the two of them feel bored. Yun Wanqing, who had been silent all this time, also turned her head to Su Yan and asked, "Did you come to the Shura shrine to look for something?" "Yes." Su Yan nodded. This time, he didn't hide it from Yun Wanqing and said, "I know that there is a Shura demon essence in the Shura shrine. I want to find the Shura demon essence." "What? You want to get the Shura demon essence?" Yun Wanqing's face suddenly became serious when she heard Su Yan's words. When Su Yan saw Yun Wanqing's expression, he couldn't help but be startled. He stared blankly for a moment before saying, "I came for the Azura devil essence." "Nonsense." Yun Wanqing suddenly shouted, "Do you know what the Shura demon essence is?" "Of course I know." Although Yun Wanqing's strength was much stronger than Su Yan's, Yun Wanqing was still a woman after all. Being scolded by a woman like this made Su Yan a little angry. "You know." Yun Wanqing ignored Su Yan's anger and said coldly, "Su Yan, I'm telling you, if you take away the Shura demon essence, I'm afraid that you will harm the people of the 5 counties." "What?" Su Yan was stunned when he heard Yun Wanqing's words. Then, he looked at Yun Wanqing's serious expression. She wasn't exaggerating. He also became serious and asked, "What's going on?" Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan's expression and understood that Su Yan knew nothing about the Shura demon palace. Looking ahead, it was dark and she didn't know where to go. She simply explained the Shura demon palace to Su Yan. The Shura demon palace is a sect from ancient times. I think you know this. Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan and said, "Yes." Seeing Su Yan nod, Yun Wanqing continued, "The reason why the Shura demon palace could dominate the 5 counties at that time was because the Shura demon palace had the 8 Shura demon masters. The 8 Shura demon masters were different. They were the Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang demon masters, and the Kindness, Beauty, and Ugliness demon masters. The Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang demon masters were undoubtedly the strongest among the 8 demon masters. However, because it was too long ago, no one knew how terrifying their strength was at that time. However, I remember that the 8 demon masters seemed to want to dominate the entire Qian realm. Yes, the entire Qian realm, not the 5 counties. As for what happened after that and why the Azura Divine Palace fell, I don't know." Su Yan was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect the Shura Demon Palace to be so powerful. Not only did they dominate the 5 counties, but they even wanted to dominate the entire Qian realm. Although the 5 counties were powerful, the Jianghu continent was the real world of martial artists. Su Yan couldn't believe what the Jianghu continent was like. However, the Shura Demon Palace had the strength to control 2 continents. How powerful were the 4 demon masters? How powerful was the Shura Demon Palace? Yun Wanqing didn't care about Su Yan's shock. After all, when she first learned about the Shura Demon Palace's power, her expression wasn't any better than Su Yan's. After Su Yan digested the information, Yun Wanqing continued, the heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang demon masters are missing. However, we can confirm that the kindness, beauty, and ugliness demon masters are in the Shura demon palace. It's the Azura demon venerable's power inheritance that we just obtained. It's precisely because of his amiable nature that he demon venerable left behind his power for his descendants to inherit. Chapter 352. The reason why Su Yan felt guilty about snatching away Yun Wanqing's power inheritance was that Su Yan had promised Uncle Jiao that he would take care of the Heaven and Earth organization. More importantly, Yun Wanqing had never mentioned this matter. Fortunately, Yun Wanqing did not dwell on this matter. Soon, she said, in addition to the Shura overlord, the other 3 overlords also have their own duties. The good Shura overlord is mainly responsible for the internal and external affairs of the Shura shrine. The beautiful Shura overlord is responsible for the layout of the entire Shura shrine. After saying that, Yun Wanqing glanced at the surrounding Shura shrine and smiled slightly. If I'm not mistaken, the Shura shrine you see now is all the work of the beautiful Shura overlord. One person can build such a large shrine. As expected of one of the 8 overlords of the Shura shrine. Yun Wanqing looked at the huge Shura shrine and couldn't help but sigh. Su Yan also couldn't help but take another look at the layout of the Shura shrine. If Yun Wanqing hadn't said this, Su Yan might not have cared about this. In his heart, he always believed that such a large shrine must have been built by the power of many people. He never expected that this would be the work of one person. In his heart, he admired the beautiful Shura overlord even more. Of course, Su Yan was more concerned about these Shura overlords and what they had to do with him obtaining the Shura demon essence. Su Yan thought for a moment and realized that other than the 8 overlords, Yun Wanqing didn't mention what the ugly Shura overlord was all about. This made Su Yan puzzled. He asked, "Senior Sister Yun, you said the 7 overlords, but you didn't say what the ugly overlord is in charge of." Yun Wanqing didn't care about Su Yan's name. However, when she heard Su Yan's last words, her pretty face sank and became abnormally serious. She even looked at Su Yan with some anger in her eyes. Humph, Yun Wanqing was clearly angry at the ugly Shura overlord. She couldn't help but snort. The ugly Shura overlord can be said to be the most despicable Shura overlord in the Shura shrine. Moreover, he is also the strongest Azura demon venerable among the last, good-natured, beautiful, and ugly ones. Several thousand years have passed. Only this ugly Azura demon venerable has yet to perish. He has also been looking for a chance to revive. Resurrection. Su Yan was stunned. He looked at Yun Wanqing in surprise and asked, "Senior Sister Yun, the Shura Shrine sect has disappeared from this world for so long. Does the ugly Shura overlord still have a chance to be resurrected?" Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan in disdain when she heard Su Yan's question. "Su Yan, don't underestimate the power of the Shura Shrine. Since the Shura Shrine can start a war in the 5 counties thousands of years ago, it means that they have the power of the Shura Shrine. If it wasn't for the Buddha sword sect back then, who knows what the situation in the Gan territory would be like now." The Buddha sword sect. Su Yan's eyes lit up when he heard Yun Wanqing mention the Buddha sword sect. "Senior Sister Yun, what's going on with the Buddha sword sect?" Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan's shocked expression and realized that she had said too much. She shook her head and said, "It's nothing. There are some things that you don't have the right to know." Su Yan smiled bitterly when he heard Yun Wanqing's words. At the same time, he had a thought. What would happen if he told Yun Wanqing that he was the successor of the Buddha sword sect? Of course, this was a secret in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan had kept it from even Dong Qinghao and the others, let alone Yun Wanqing. Of course, he wouldn't tell her. Judging from Yun Wanqing's expression, she definitely knew something about the Buddha sword sect. Thinking about this, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. As the successor of the Buddha sword sect, he knew even less about the sect than an outsider. Of course, this wasn't Su Yan's fault. After all, the Buddha sword sect was as mysterious as the Shura shrine. They were both sects that had existed since ancient times, so there were too few things that had been passed down. Su Yan saw that Yun Wanqing didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask and pretended not to know. Yun Wanqing saw that Su Yan didn't ask any more questions, so she continued to talk about the ugly Shura Demon King. Because the ugly Shura Demon King has always given up the chance to be resurrected, so you can't take the Shura Demon essence. Why? Su Yan asked suspiciously. If Su Yan had already entered the spiritual sea realm, then it wouldn't matter. However, Su Yan hadn't yet, so he still wanted to use the Shura Demon essence to break through his bottleneck. Enter the spiritual sea realm. After all, Su Yan was an expert in the Ritian realm, so his bottleneck was much stronger than that of ordinary warriors. Other than the Shura Demon essence, Su Yan really didn't know how to break through this bottleneck. No reason, Yun Wanqing said with a serious face. I won't let you get the Shura Demon essence. Yun Wanqing said in a serious tone, not giving Su Yan any reason to refuse. This made Su Yan feel melancholy. At the same time, he became even more confused. Yun Wanqing looked into the distance and said tiredly, well, I've said so much to you today, and you saved me today. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. After saying that, Yun Wanqing didn't wait for Su Yan to react, and walked away. Oh. Su Yan responded in a low voice. Looking at Yun Wanqing's back, he didn't know why, but he felt a little disappointed. After Yun Wanqing walked away, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I can't get the Shura Demon essence, then how can I break through this bottleneck? Forget it, let's go find senior brother Dong Qinghao and the others first. Su Yan shook his head helplessly, and didn't think about these things anymore. He looked ahead, and no longer hesitated, and walked forward. After all, it was too big of a burden to fight the entire 5 counties. Even Su Yan couldn't bear it. The size of the Shura shrine was always beyond imagination. The more Su Yan walked, the more he admired the power of the beautiful Shura Demon Master. He even had an impulse to see what the beautiful Shura Demon Master looked like. Of course, impulse was impulse. After all, so much time had passed. Where could he find the beautiful Shura Demon Master? Shaking his head, Su Yan didn't think about it. What he cared about most now was where Dong Qinghao and the others went. After all, the Shura shrine was too strange. It was so strange that Su Yan couldn't understand whether the Shura shrine was good or evil. Now that he hadn't seen Dong Qinghao and the others for so long, Su Yan was really worried about their safety. Su Yan didn't hesitate anymore. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly ran and rushed forward. Unfortunately, he searched for more than half an hour. Still, he couldn't find any trace of them. This made Su Yan even more worried. After all, before entering the Shura shrine, Heaven Sword spiritual master once said that if he wanted to enter the Shura shrine, he must have the Shura soul essence. But after entering the Shura shrine, he was separated from them. Could it be because they don't have the Shura soul essence? Su Yan thought and frowned. He naturally didn't know that in fact, to enter the Shura shrine, one indeed needed the Shura soul essence. But it was only to open the passage to the Shura shrine. After entering, the Shura soul essence was not so important. So Dong Qinghao and the others could still walk in the Shura shrine without the Shura soul essence. Bang! Just when Su Yan was worried, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. A sound was heard. This is... Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly rushed forward. When he saw the scene in front of him, Su Yan's eyes suddenly widened. What the hell is this? Su Yan was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. The scene in front of him had completely changed. Countless stone pillars stood up, forming a huge pillar, and countless lights were faintly surging. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. At this moment, a voice came from behind the pillar of light. Su Yan was startled, and only then did he discover that behind the pillar of light, Yun Wanqing's body was actually imprisoned. Hearing Yun Wanqing's words, he suddenly woke up, raised the ghost howl sword in his hand, and jumped up. Without any hesitation, he slashed horizontally at the shackles around Yun Wanqing. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the pillar of light that bound Yun Wanqing suddenly disappeared. Yun Wanqing also landed on the ground. Senior Sister Yun, what the hell is this? Su Yan saw Yun Wanqing land, and opened his mouth to ask her. I don't know what it is. Yun Wanqing shook her head, tightly grasping her sword, and looked around cautiously. At this moment, with a loud bang, the surrounding stone pillars suddenly rotated, and countless rays of light flew out from the stone pillars. Whoosh, whoosh, countless crisp sounds were heard as they passed through the air. At the same time, powerful energy surged out from the pillar of light. Feeling this powerful energy, Yun Wanqing and Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. The two of them didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and hurriedly retreated. Although the power of the pillar of light was powerful, the two of them were not weak. They narrowly avoided the attack of the pillar of light. However, before the two of them could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a loud bang, and the pillar of light once again surged with resplendent rays of light. This time, the pillar of light didn't attack the two of them, but surrounded them. The countless rays of light surged, and a powerful force erupted. Seeing this, Yun Wanqing frowned, and suddenly cried out, I know where this is. Su Yan couldn't help but be startled when he heard Yun Wanqing's words, and asked, where is this? The passage to the main shrine. What? Chapter 353. Main Shrine Passage. When Su Yan heard Yun Wanqing's words, a bright light immediately surged in his eyes. Yun Wanqing had warned the Shura Devil Essence not to be taken. However, the Shura Devil Essence was related to whether Su Yan could break through the bottleneck of the spiritual sea realm. Now that it was right in front of him, how could Su Yan not be tempted? Senior Sister Yun, can we reach the main shrine through this passage? Su Yan asked in a low voice. Even so, he still couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. It's not that simple. The Shura shrine was built by the beautiful Shura demon lord. I only know that this is the passage to the main shrine. But I don't know how many passages there are to the main shrine. You should know that the main shrine is the cultivation place of the Shura king of the Shura shrine. How can it be so easy to enter? Yun Wanqing didn't notice Su Yan's excitement and explained the mystery of the main shrine passage to Su Yan. Oh. Su Yan originally wanted to enter the main shrine through this passage and get the Shura Devil Essence. Now that he heard Yun Wanqing's words, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Okay, don't just stand there. This main shrine passage is not as simple as you think. If we can't get out of here, I'm afraid you and I will have to stay here today. Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan standing there in a daze and shouted in a low voice. Oh. Su Yan responded weakly. After all, Yun Wanqing's words made Su Yan feel very disappointed. However, Su Yan quickly cheered up. While he was in a daze, the surrounding stone pillars quickly rotated and countless rays of light swirled up. At the same time, countless rays of light surged up. These bursts of light surged out and instantly turned into countless little spirits that surrounded Yun Wanqing and Su Yan. What the hell is going on? Su Yan frowned and asked Yun Wanqing. I don't know. Yun Wanqing responded in annoyance. She was quite upset. This brat really thought that she knew everything. If only she knew everything. Then she wouldn't be trapped here with him. Yun Wanqing looked at the little fairy that was pouncing towards her. She leaped and took the initiative to attack the little fairy. That enchanting figure leaped up, moving gracefully. It was very moving. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this. Why aren't you helping? Yun Wanqing shouted when she saw that Su Yan was still in a daze. Su Yan, what are you thinking? Su Yan smiled awkwardly. Then, he looked at those little fairies and frowned slightly. He didn't dare to be negligent. Raising his sword, he swung it horizontally towards the little fairies. Unfortunately, those little fairies were formed by a ray of light. The sword immediately passed through their bodies and didn't cause any harm to them. Awoo! At the same time, those little fairies let out a low roar and pounced on the two of them. The two of them were shocked. What the hell is going on? The two of them wanted to retreat and resist. Unfortunately, as the light pillars flashed around them, countless small fairies rushed out and surrounded the two of them. There was no way for them to retreat. Those little fairies quickly wrapped around the two of them. The two of them couldn't help but be shocked. They wanted to use their chi to resist, but the little fairies were like psoriasis that couldn't be shaken off and stuck to the two of them. At the same time, the two of them operated their chi. Those little fairies directly drilled into their bodies. The two of them were shocked. After all, everything in the shrine of Shura was too strange. The two of them didn't know what these little fairies were. How could they not be afraid when they were suddenly wrapped around by these little fairies? However, even so, the two of them couldn't do anything. Because facing these little fairies, the two of them had no chance to fight back. They could only watch helplessly as more and more little fairies poured into their bodies. Soon, the two of them went from being shocked to being surprised. Because the moment the little fairies entered their bodies, they didn't feel any discomfort or pain. Instead, they felt a sense of comfort. That burst of warmth poured into the two of them. Oh, the two of them let out a proud snort at the same time. Su Yan was a little better, but Yun Wanqing's proud snort was so moving. Coupled with the surging expression on her face, it was also extremely alluring. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, under the warm current, his body couldn't help but heat up. Yun Wanqing also realized something. Her pretty face turned red, and she shyly turned her head away. She wanted to stop herself from crying out. Unfortunately, as the little fairies continued to pour into her body, the burst of warm current gushed out from her blood vessels. Yun Wanqing simply couldn't bear it. No matter how she operated her cultivation method or how she resisted, it was useless. On the contrary, when she operated her cultivation method, the burst of warm current became even stronger. The moment she turned her head and looked at Su Yan's handsome face, Yun Wanqing was stunned. Looking at his body that was wrapped around by the little fairies, it was so moving. Yun Wanqing couldn't help but be stunned. The little fairies still didn't stop drilling into her body. Driven by the burst of warm current, Yun Wanqing actually slowly approached Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Yun Wanqing's seductive body and her blushing face. Driven by the warm current in his body, a burst of fanaticism erupted in his heart. He couldn't help but lean towards Yun Wanqing. The two of them were lost in this light, and the two of them hugged each other. As they hugged each other, countless little fairies surged, and the two of them once again let out an arrogant snort. They looked at each other, and their eyes emitted a strong desire. In particular, Su Yan looked at Yun Wanqing's red lips that were as thin as cicadas' wings and hugged her enchanting body. His whole body felt as if it was about to explode. He slowly leaned down and kissed her. Although Yun Wanqing was shy, she couldn't stop all this. She could only let Su Yan kiss her. She wanted to refuse, but her heart was filled with anticipation. The moment Su Yan kissed her, her whole body trembled as if it had been struck by lightning. She hugged Su Yan tightly. With this kiss, the warm current from the two of them spread throughout their bodies. Every blood vessel and every joint made the two of them unable to extricate themselves and lost themselves in it. Su Yan kept demanding from the other party. He even began to rudely remove Yun Wanqing's clothes. "What are the two of you doing?" At this moment, a stern shout suddenly sounded. The two of them trembled and separated as if they had been electrocuted. Yun Wanqing blushed and lowered her head slightly. She didn't even pay attention to the person who had yelled out those words. Su Yan was also extremely embarrassed. However, he was a man after all. Most importantly, it wasn't his first time experiencing such things. Naturally, his skin was thicker. He glanced at Yun Wanqing's enchanting body and even felt a little angry. Who was ruining things? However, the moment he turned to look at that person, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Senior Sister Lin. Su Yan looked at the floating figure and read. That enchanting body that appeared in his mind more or less. That face that made him yearn for her. At this moment, she was standing right in front of him. Humph! Lin Hualu bit her lips lightly and snorted slightly. She didn't pay attention to Su Yan at all. Instead, she looked at the floating little fairies. Her eyes turned, and with a stern shout, she pulled out her sword and attacked the little fairies. Just now, Yun Wanqing and Su Yan's attacks on these little fairies were useless. However, with Lin Hualo's attack, those little fairies immediately turned into dust and disappeared. This made Su Yan very confused. Lin Hualu didn't care about this at all. Her figure fluttered, and she swept her sword horizontally. The little fairies that caught Yun Wanqing and Su Yan off guard were all destroyed by Lin Hualu. Yun Wanqing and Su Yan recovered from their shyness and awkwardness just now. Looking at Lin Hualo's methods, they were both surprised. Just now, both of them were caught by Yun Wanqing hugging and kissing. Originally, the two of them were still wondering if these little fairies were the culprit. Now that they saw Lin Hualu destroying one of them with a swing of her sword, they immediately dispelled the thought in their hearts. Su Yan originally wanted to explain to Lin Hualu. However, seeing Lin Hualo's methods, he immediately stopped thinking. Looking at Lin Hualo's frosty face, his heart was like dead ashes. Why do I always give senior sister Lin such a bad impression every time? Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. Could it be that I'm destined to have no fate with senior sister Lin in this life? No fate. Su Yan thought bitterly. Not only did he have Chu Linger, but he also had Lu Lan. Now, he also had this. Yun Wanqing, that Lin Hualu. Thinking of this, Su Yan really wanted to give himself 2 tight slaps. Bang! Right at this moment, Lin Hualu finished attacking those little fairies. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. Countless rays of light exploded. Whoosh, whoosh, after a few sounds, a few people appeared out of thin air in this palace. Su Yan and the rest couldn't help but be stunned. Especially when Su Yan saw these people, his face immediately surged with excitement. This was because these people who appeared weren't just anyone. They were Dong Qinghao, Macariu Ice, Buttface, Fatty Lu, and Ratli Su Yan. The 5 of them also saw Su Yan at the same time. When they saw him, a burst of excitement surged on their faces and they all walked towards him. Are you all okay? When Su Yan asked this question, he realized how unnecessary his question was. This was because these people were all alive and kicking and nothing happened to them at all. We're fine, we're fine. However, even though these were unnecessary words, Lu Fei still waved his hand and said with a smug face, your junior brother Su is fine. As your senior brothers, how could anything happen to us? Yes. When Su Yan saw that these people were safe and sound, he was relieved. However, he looked around and couldn't help but frown. He asked, why did you guys suddenly appear here? Chapter 354. While they were still in a daze, Macariu Ice stepped forward and said, we don't know what's going on either. Ever since we entered the Shura Shrine, we have been looking for you. Yes, but we kept moving forward and didn't see you. We also encountered some dangers along the way. Dong Qinghao continued. One by one, they recounted everything that had happened in the Shura Temple. Although they only briefly described the risks and dangers that they had encountered, they were still able to see through the Shura Temple. Su Yan could imagine the dangers they encountered. After all, this was the Shura Shrine and not some other place. Of course, even so, at least everyone was able to stand here safely. This made Su Yan feel very gratified. Now, Su Yan was even more puzzled as to why these people would suddenly appear here. Thinking about what they said, they were looking for him. Suddenly, they saw a flash of light in front of them. When they ran over, they mysteriously appeared here. Mysteriously appeared here. Su Yan was slightly stunned. He looked at the light pillars that were destroyed by Lin Huatu. His brows were tightly knitted together. He thought about what Yun Wanqing said before. Everything here was built by the demon lord of the Shura. Could a person have the ability to build such a big palace? Furthermore, although the Azura Divine Palace was huge, he had only appeared in a small area. Then where exactly was he spread out? Su Yan thought of this and his eyes suddenly shrank. Could it be that here, just when Su Yan seemed to have thought of something, Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred in the middle of the light pillars. A deep voice followed, "Innate illusory body." I didn't expect it to be an innate illusory body. Innate illusory body. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this voice. Bang! Before the crowd could react, a loud explosion rang out. Ah! Lin Huato's delicate cry was heard. Her body suddenly floated up and directly entered the middle of the light pillar. Senior Sister Lin. When Su Yan saw Lin Huatu disappear, his heart couldn't help but tighten. He hurriedly chased after him, but he couldn't see Lin Huatu anywhere. What is going on? Su Yan couldn't help but let out a roar. He smashed the ground with his sword, and a huge energy fluctuation spread out. Unfortunately, Lin Huatu was still nowhere to be seen. In his anger, Su Yan comforted himself. No, I have to calm down. Calm down. Su Yan kept muttering. Soon, he thought of something and muttered to himself, could it be that this is an illusion? Everything is an illusion. Illusion. Although Su Yan's voice wasn't loud, the people standing next to him clearly heard him. Hearing his words, they couldn't help but be startled. Illusion? What the hell is going on? Dong Qinghao's pupils shrank as he asked Su Yan. After entering the Shura shrine, Dong Qinghao also realized the strangeness of the Shura shrine. He had already put away his usual frivolous smile. At this moment, he asked Su Yan with a serious face. The others also looked at Su Yan at the same time. Even Yun Wanqing was looking at Su Yan. Su Yan saw their gazes and shook his head. I'm not sure whether this is an illusion or not, but I guess it's all an illusion of the beautiful Shura overlord. Beautiful Shura overlord. These people obviously didn't know about the Shura overlord. Su Yan looked at him and explained to him about the Shura overlord. This caused them to be extremely astonished. Su Yan, you said that such a big palace was built by the beautiful Shura overlord? How is this possible? Lu Fei looked at Su Yan in surprise. Yes. Su Yan nodded and said, it's because it's impossible that I guess all this is just an illusion. What we see is just an illusion of the beautiful Shura overlord. Illusion. Hearing Su Yan's explanation, these people opened their mouths and said, how is this possible? Even if it's an illusion, how can there be such a powerful illusion? Su Yan knew that these people definitely didn't believe it. After all this was too unbelievable. Even he didn't dare to believe it. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain it to them. At this moment, Yun Wanqing suddenly said, nothing is impossible. Don't forget that this is the Shura shrine. The power here is completely beyond imagination. Just now, the few of them had only paid attention to Su Yan. Seeing Yun Wanqing, Dong Qinghao, and the others still didn't forget the veiled young master in the Heaven and Earth organization. Although Yun Wanqing still took off her veil at this moment, these people still didn't have a good impression of her. After all, if it weren't for Su Yan in the Heaven and Earth organization, Dong Qinghao and the others would still be imprisoned in the Heaven and Earth organization. They might even have died in the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan looked at the hateful eyes of these people, smiled bitterly, and hurriedly said, okay, let's not care about the past now. Let's think about how to save Senior Sister Lin. When these people heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but look at Su Yan and then at Yun Wanqing. The two of them couldn't help but recall the kiss just now, and their faces turned red. These people were all experienced, so they immediately understood. They smiled meaningfully and didn't say anything. Instead, they looked at Su Yan with appreciation. The hatred in their hearts for Yun Wanqing also disappeared. Although they were in the Heaven and Earth organization at that time, because of Yun Wanqing, they almost died in the Heaven and Earth organization. But after all, these people were in different positions at that time. In addition, they weren't standing still, so they didn't feel anything. The few of them didn't say anything, but that Lu Fei, Fatty Lu, couldn't hold himself back. Looking at the two's blushing faces, he laughed and said, there's adultery, there's definitely adultery. Su Yan and Yun Wanqing were embarrassed by these words. In particular, Yun Wanqing's face was red, and at the same time, she faintly clenched the sword in her hand. Su Yan was shocked by this, and hurriedly stopped Lu Fei's words, and shouted, "Fatty Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? The key now is to find a way to save Senior Sister Lin." Senior Sister Lin. Su Yan thought of Lin Hualu, and his face couldn't help but fill with sadness. Seeing Su Yan like this, everyone put away their thoughts. When Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan like this, she didn't know why, but her heart ached, and she even felt a little angry. Of course, Su Yan didn't notice this, but looked at the place where Lin Hualu just disappeared, and muttered to himself, if all of this is an illusion, there must be a way to break through it. There must be a way. Su Yan's mind was constantly spinning, trying to find a way to break through. At this moment, he heard Yun Wanqing say coldly, "Su Yan, don't be too naive. Even if the Shura shrine is made of illusion, don't forget that this is the passage to the main shrine. How can the main shrine of the Shura shrine be an illusion?" Although Yun Wanqing didn't want to remind Su Yan, she didn't know why, but when she saw Su Yan's deep frown, she couldn't bear to remind Su Yan. Hearing Yun Wanqing's words, Su Yan suddenly realized, yes, even if the whole Shura shrine is the illusion of the beautiful Shura demon lord, how can the main shrine also be an illusion? Main shrine, main shrine. Su Yan kept muttering, and suddenly thought of the Shura demon lord he met when he just entered the Shura shrine. His eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, how could I forget about this? Monster crystals. Su Yan was worried about Lin Hualu's safety, so he didn't care about the Shura demon essence anymore, and immediately took out the monster crystals he obtained. As soon as the 108 monster crystals were taken out, they immediately burst into a burst of bright light, and at the same time, a strong wave of spiritual power spread out. This is... Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. When Yun Wanqing saw so many monster crystals, she suddenly opened her mouth in surprise and said, These are monster crystals." And Su Yan nodded. It wasn't strange that Yun Wanqing knew about monster crystals. After all, Yun Wanqing was the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Where did you get so many monster crystals? Yun Wanqing was on the verge of going crazy. So many demonic crystals represented so many saint beasts. Su Yan was only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. Where did he get so many monster crystals? I got them in the Shura shrine. Su Yan gave a simple explanation. Because he was worried about Lin Hualu's safety, he didn't explain the source of the monster crystals. Now Su Yan concluded that if all of this was an illusion, then only the main shrine was real. Lin Hualu was probably also brought to the main shrine of the Shura shrine. If she was brought to the main shrine, and this was the main shrine's passage, then if the Shura demon venerable wasn't lying, he could use these monster crystals to open the main shrine. Thinking about this, Su Yan no longer hesitated and threw the monster crystals in his hand towards the light pillar. The others didn't know about these monster crystals and didn't realize the value of these monster crystals. But Yun Wanqing was clear about it. The moment she saw Su Yan throw out so many monster crystals without hesitation, she suddenly felt a burst of anger. However, thinking that Su Yan was probably doing this for that senior sister Lin, Yun Wanqing was a little angry, but also a little sad. There was a man in the world who did this for me. I have no regrets in this life. Of course, Su Yan didn't know what Yun Wanqing was thinking. What he was most concerned about now was how to open the main shrine and find Lin Hualu. The moment he threw out the monster crystals, he stared at the circle of light without blinking, waiting for a response. Unfortunately, after waiting for a few breaths, he still didn't see any reaction. The monster crystals were suspended in the middle, and there was no reaction at all. Chapter 355. Just as Su Yan was puzzled, Lu Fei suddenly looked at those demon crystals and said, Junior brother Su, what are these things? I seem to have one here too. After Lu Fei finished speaking, he slapped his storage pouch and a demon crystal flew out from it. Bang! The moment that demon crystal flew out, a loud sound suddenly rang out. That demon crystal suddenly flew over and fused with the other 108 demon crystals. The moment those demon crystals fused together, countless rays of light shot up into the sky. A series of loud noises rang out. Everything in the surroundings also began to shake. What the hell is going on? Everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. Only Su Yan's face was filled with excitement, so it's because there aren't enough demon crystals. So that's why. Rumble, the entire palace was filled with thunderous noises. The entire ground also began to tremble. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be fading away. This made Su Yan happy. My guess was right. All of this is really just Nami Shura's illusion. Even so, Su Yan was still shocked by the strength of Nami Shura's demon lord. What kind of illusion could create such a large space? To create such a large palace. Moreover, it was able to make everyone feel that it was real. It made everything not collide. Of course, with Su Yan's current strength, he naturally couldn't understand how powerful this illusion was. Su Yan didn't think too much about this. Right now, he was only worried about Lin Huato's safety. Bang bang, as the palace continued to tremble, there was also a strange movement outside of Shura's shrine. Yun Tian, Black Demon and a few other Yuan Qi realm experts were working together to seal Shura's shrine. Suddenly, a pillar of fire surged up into the sky, illuminating everything in the surroundings. At the same time, a huge amount of energy surged up. What the hell is going on? Yun Tian was startled. Looking at the light that shot into the sky, his face was filled with shock. Could it be that King Shura is coming out? Thinking about this, Yun Tian was even more shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, use all your strength to seal it. Someone inside must have opened the main shrine. If we can't seal it, I'm afraid the Shura shrine will become a catastrophe for our 5 counties." Everyone in the surrounding realms knew very well how terrifying this Shura shrine was. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, they hurriedly used their qi to seal the Shura shrine. Unfortunately, even though they were powerful experts, they were still unable to do anything. In the face of the great power that leaped up from the Shura shrine, it was useless. Bang! A loud boom rang out, and the entire mountain began to tremble. Everyone in the 5 counties could see the fiery light that soared into the sky. Many warriors rushed over, but before they could get close, they were suppressed by the huge force and were unable to get close. Heaven Twin City's Su family could be said to be the closest to this mountain. Ever since Su Yan had displayed his strength in Heaven Twin City, the Su family had become the #1 family in Heaven Twin City. Su Tiantu also noticed this change. He instantly mobilized all the people in Heaven Twin City to rush over. Unfortunately, they couldn't get close. They could only watch from the foot of the mountain as the surrounding realms worked hard to seal the Shura shrine. Unfortunately, although the surrounding realms were powerful enough, they couldn't do anything. In the face of the great power surging from the Shura shrine, they still couldn't stop it. Bang! With a loud bang, several people in the area were hit by a powerful backlash, and they were all sent flying away. Rumble! At this time, a loud boom rang out. The Shura shrine that was originally at the foot of the mountain drilled out from the ground and emitted a dazzling light. Countless rays of light surged up. Waves of powerful energy surged up, and the few powerful cultivators in the area could not stop it at all. They could only watch as the palace slowly rose up. It's over, it's over, it's all over now. Yun Tian looked at the surging Shura shrine and said with a gloomy face. It was as if he had aged many years in an instant. The boundless power erupted from the Shura shrine. It spread across the sky and the entire 9 provinces. At this moment, in the mountains of the 9 provinces, several figures suddenly opened their eyes. A ray of bright light surged out of their eyes. The aura of the Shura shrine. The 5 counties. I didn't expect the Shura shrine to reappear in the 5 counties. Interesting, interesting. A faint smile appeared on the faces of several experts. All the major sects in the 9 provinces also mobilized their forces and rushed to the 5 counties. Of course, Su Yan and the others who were inside the Azura Divine Palace could feel the changes in the heavens and earth, but they didn't know what was happening outside. They could only see the ground trembling constantly inside the Azura Divine Palace, and the illusion that was constantly shrinking. While they were surprised, they were also a little excited. Main shrine, main shrine. After all the surrounding phantoms disappeared, they stood in front of a shrine. In the middle of the shrine, the words Shura Shrine were hanging. Yun Wanqing couldn't help but shout, "Main shrine, this is the main shrine of the Shura Shrine." Main shrine. Su Yan looked at the shrine that was emitting a majestic aura. He was startled for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he leaped inside without hesitation. Dong Qinghao and the others followed closely behind. They were going to save Lin Hualu. Yun Wanqing was a little reluctant to save Lin Hualu. However, after a moment of hesitation, she followed them. When they entered the main shrine, everything in front of them changed. The towering pillars stood tall and emitted a majestic aura. Shura Shrine. At this moment, they truly understood the power of the Shura Shrine. Senior Sister Lin. Su Yan didn't care about all this. He shouted as soon as he entered the main shrine. Unfortunately, he didn't hear any response. Only the echoes of his shout drifted in the main shrine. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Where is it? Right at this moment, an aura suddenly surged over, attracting Su Yan. This is... Su Yan couldn't help but be startled again. At this moment, the long-lost voice of Sword Sage sounded in Su Yan's mind, "Boy, follow this feeling." Su Yan was stunned. Sword Sage shouted again, "Hurry up, you must hurry." When Su Yan heard hidden Sword Sage's voice, he suddenly realized what was going on. He quickly followed the feeling that surged in his mind. When the few of them saw Su Yan dashing up, they also followed closely behind and caught up with him. Just as they were about to move forward, Su Yan stopped. Everyone was stunned. When they followed Su Yan's gaze, they were all stunned. In the middle of the shrine, there was a huge mysterious stone. It emitted a soft light. As soon as they got close, they felt a warm current surge through their body. Peng! While these people were still in a daze, a loud noise rang out. The black profound heavy stone that Su Yan had encountered when he first entered the Azura temple fell down, directly hitting the devil essence stone. All of a sudden, a powerful ray of light surged out. "Su Yan, quickly go and take that mysterious stone." Sword Sage's voice sounded again. "What?" Su Yan was stunned again. He didn't forget what Yun Wanqing said to him. If he took the Shura magic essence, it would cause a catastrophe for the entire 5 counties. Sword Sage had been paying attention to the whole process since he came in. Naturally, he also knew what Yun Wanqing said to Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan in a daze, he immediately let out a disdainful sneer. "Su Yan, do you really believe what that little girl said? If you really don't want to cause a catastrophe for the entire 5 counties, quickly take the Shura magic essence." Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan was stunned again. He looked at Yun Wanqing, but in the end, he chose to believe in Sword Sage's words. He reached out and leaped towards the Shura magic essence. "You can't!" Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan going to take the Shura magic essence and was shocked. She hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Yan had already leaped towards the Shura magic essence. The moment Su Yan leaped, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out from the black mysterious heavy rock. "Huh, stinky brat, do you really want to obtain the Azura demon essence now that you're here?" "Not a chance." A low growl came from the black arcane heavy rock. Suddenly, a powerful force attacked. "This is..." Su Yan was startled, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. "Ugly demon lord, don't tell me you still want to revive?" At this moment, Sword Sage's majestic voice suddenly surged in Su Yan's mind. When the ugly Shura demon lord heard Sword Sage's voice, his entire body trembled. You are hidden sword. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to still remember me." Sword Sage laughed loudly. Waves of majestic aura surged out. This caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. What is going on?" The others couldn't hear Sword Sage's voice. They could only hear Shura Demon Lord's voice coming from the mysterious black stone. They were even more surprised than Su Yan. When the ugly demon lord heard Sword Sage's voice, he was also surprised. I didn't expect Hidden Sword to still be alive. Good, good. But Hidden Sword, you are just a remnant soul. I'd like to see how you are going to stop me. As the ugly Shura demon lord spoke, the mysterious black stone started to shake. Seeing this, Sword Sage frowned. He shouted to Su Yan, stop him. Yes. Chapter 356. Bang, just as Su Yan attacked, a powerful force suddenly erupted and tried to devour Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked, and his whole body was blown away. Poochie, immediately, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan. Dong Qinghao and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't have time to react, and they didn't expect this black stone to be so powerful. Ha ha ha, Hidden Sword, do you think this kid can stop me? Shura, who was inside the black stone, suddenly laughed when he saw Su Yan being blown away by his own power. Hidden Sword, if you want to find someone to take over your position, you have to find someone stronger. A mere 9-star celestial phenomenon stage wants to stop me? Wishful thinking. Sword Sage didn't care about Shura's words at all. Instead, he asked Su Yan in Su Yan's mind, Su Yan, are you okay? I'm fine. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hearing Shura's words, his eyes suddenly surged with a blood-red light, and the corner of his mouth slightly rose into an evil smile. At the same time, the hot blood in his heart boiled. 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, Today I will let you see the power of a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. Su Yan shouted angrily, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated. The ghost howl sword in his hand immediately let out a roar, and at the same time, a powerful force surged. Shura, who was inside the black stone, saw Su Yan's surging power and couldn't help but frown. Obviously, he did not expect that a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would have such powerful strength. However, that surprise only lasted for a moment before disdainfully laughing, "Brat, it's useless. I advise you to surrender obediently and wait for my rebirth. Then, you can follow me." Shura Overlord sneered. He didn't put Su Yan in his eyes at all. Just now, he might have wanted to use Su Yan to gather those demon crystals to open the door to the main shrine. Now that the gate of the main shrine was open, and he had landed beside the Shura Mojo, there was no need to use Su Yan. Therefore, he didn't care if Su Yan was angry or not. Surrender. Hearing his words, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Following which, Su Yan leaped up and immediately attacked with his sword. With the previous experience, Su Yan did not directly attack the black arcane heavy rock this time. Instead, he waited until the ghost howl sword pierced out. Suddenly, he activated his chi. With a loud bang, a sharp light was emitted from the ghost howl sword, instantly turning into a sword light that directly pierced towards the black arcane heavy rock. Good boy, I didn't expect that you could see that I am mainly relying on the rebound power of the black arcane heavy rock. To be able to catch the attention of the hidden sword old man, you really have some skills. But do you think this will work? Shura Overlord laughed, not putting Su Yan in his eyes at all. Instead, he was constantly absorbing the energy from Shura Mojo. If one sword is not enough, then two. Su Yan did not lose his mind because of Shura Overlord's words. Instead, he became more determined. His eyes flashed as he attacked again. Help. At this moment, although Dong Qinghao and the others did not know what was going on, they still shouted. They looked at each other and came back to their senses, raising their swords and attacking. Shura Overlord's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw them attacking together, and a burst of anger burst out from his nose. A few people attacking together, interesting. But do you think this will work? They did not care about Shura Overlord's words at all. At the same time, they waved their long swords and attacked the black arcane heavy rock. The power of their joint attack was naturally not something that Su Yan alone could compare with. Several great forces attacked together. Bang! The entire black arcane heavy rock suddenly trembled. Shura Overlord was suddenly furious and shouted, "I didn't expect there to be 2 more boys. Then, I will let you see my power." The moment Shura Overlord finished his words, the black arcane heavy rock suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Su Yan, be careful. This is the power of Shura's demon essence. Quickly retreat. Sword Sage hurriedly reminded Su Yan when he saw the light surging. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The light overflowed and swept over like a huge storm. Su Yan, Dong Qinghao and the others were the best in the 5 counties, but they could not withstand such a powerful attack. When the light surged over, they suddenly felt their bodies tremble and they were all sent flying backwards at the same time. At the same time, they spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Damn it. Yun Wanqing did not go forward to help just now. When she saw this scene, she frowned slightly. She looked at the injured people on the ground and looked at the black arcane heavy rock. She did not think about the Shura's demon essence anymore. With a shout, she immediately floated up. Her enchanting body rotated in the void. The cultivation technique in her body was quickly activated and condensed in her hands, emitting a dazzling light. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Fog Cloud Technique, Holy Healing. Yun Wanqing shouted and opened her hands. The light in her hands immediately turned into several warm currents and drilled into Su Yan and the others. Shura Overlord saw Yun Wanqing's Fog Cloud Technique and was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed coldly. Hee, I didn't expect that even the successor of that old fellow Yunjiao is here. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, do you think it's useful? The strongest person here is only the successor of Yunjiao. But so what? A mere level 8 spiritual sea cultivator is not worthy of carrying my shoes. Shura Overlord said arrogantly. He did not take Su Yan and the others seriously at all. Yun Wanqing did not care about this. After healing Su Yan and the others, suddenly, she waved the long sword in her hand, and a powerful energy condensed in an instant. She slashed down with the sword, and countless rays of light energy burst out. It was the attack skill of the Fog Cloud Technique, overlooking the world. The domineering light shrouded down and turned into countless rays of energy that directly exploded on the black arcane heavy rock. Shura Overlord saw this scene from inside the black arcane heavy rock and could not help but chuckle. Not bad indeed. A mere level 8 spiritual sea cultivator can use Yunjiao's Fog Cloud Technique to such perfection. What a rare talent. What a pity, Shura Overlord could not help but sigh softly and shake his head. What a pity, you should not have gone against me. At this point, Shura Overlord's eyes suddenly darkened. His body that appeared in the black arcane heavy rock suddenly waved his hand, and a huge amount of energy suddenly poured out. Bang! It collided with Yun Wanqing's overlooking the world, and a loud sound surged out. However, the power Shura Overlord obtained from Shura's demonic essence was too strong. When his power surged, it instantly swallowed up the world and directly hit Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing could not dodge in time, and her delicate body was directly knocked out. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Senior Yun. Su Yan saw that Yun Wanqing was injured, and his heart ached. He hurried forward to check on Yun Wanqing's injuries. I'm fine, hurry up and attack. Yun Wanqing did not allow Su Yan to come closer, and shouted at Su Yan. Although she did not know why Su Yan wanted to attack the black arcane heavy rock, Yun Wanqing could not help but feel angry when she heard the arrogant voice of Shura Overlord. One must know that they were the proud sons of heaven of their respective sections. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? This battle was no longer Su Yan's battle alone. Instead, it had turned into a battle for them. The moment Su Yan went forward, Dong Qinghao and the others did not hesitate and raised their swords together. Unfortunately, even so, they were still not a match for Shura Overlord. Before they could get close to the black arcane heavy rock. Then, a powerful force surged out, and he was sent flying. The disparity in strength made it impossible for them to resist. Su Yan, can you still hold on? The moment Su Yan landed, Sword Sage's voice rang in his head once more. Yes. Su Yan's body was about to be shattered into pieces. However, when he heard Sword Sage's words, he still nodded without hesitation. Sword Sage could feel Su Yan's difficult footsteps, and his heart could not bear to see him like this. He said, Su Yan, why don't you give up and leave this place? No, Su Yan did not wait for Sword Sage to finish his words. He shook his head and said, Master, no matter what, I must get Shura's demon essence today. I must save Senior Sister Lin and find the little guy. Sword Sage looked at the determined Su Yan. He did not have the heart to tell Su Yan that even if Su Yan obtained the Shura's demon essence, he would still not be able to find Lin Hualu. However, Su Yan did not care about this at all. He raised his sword again. After one defeat, he stood up again. At this time, the others were also physically and mentally exhausted, but seeing Su Yan's perseverance, they also persevered with Su Yan. Unfortunately, the strength of the Azura demon was too strong, so strong that it was simply not something they could withstand. They stood up, fell down, stood up, fell down, stood up, fell down again. In the end, only Su Yan was still holding on. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not give up. Even though his legs had no strength left, he still persevered. Seeing this, Sword Sage's heart ached. Damn it. What can I do? What can I do? Sword Sage might have saved Su Yan a few times, but it was a pity that after he fainted last time, Su Yan did not receive any help. It was only because Yun Tian had saved Su Yan that he had obtained a bit of power that he was able to wake up. Chapter 357. Power, power. Right now, Sword Sage desperately wanted to obtain some power so that he could help Su Yan break through Shura's black arcane heavy rock. However, Sword Sage was just a remnant soul that was placed in Su Yan's soul. Ordinary power was completely useless against him. Not to mention at this critical moment, even if Su Yan wanted to find the power he needed, it would be very difficult. Just as Sword Sage was thinking about how to obtain power, Su Yan stood up again. Su Yan stood up once again. Although Su Yan had exhausted all the energy in his body, he still slowly approached the black mysterious heavy rock. Kid, are you really not afraid of death? The Azura demon ancestor had never expected Su Yan to have such firm conviction. Die. Su Yan's lips curled into a smile. He was afraid of death, especially after experiencing death once. Su Yan could be said to be more afraid of death than anyone else. However, there were some things in this world that could not be avoided just because one was afraid. Just like now, Su Yan's pupils shrank as he thought about it. He took a step forward and attacked the black arcane heavy rock with his sword. Alright, kid. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite. Shura coldly snorted. Suddenly, a powerful force burst out from the black arcane heavy rock. Bang! Su Yan was sent flying again. Su Yan. Sword Sage's heart was filled with hatred. He roared at Shura, ugly lord, you and I cannot live under the same sky. Huh, cannot live under the same sky. Azura didn't care about Hidden Sword Sage's words. He laughed and said, Hidden Sword, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. Why are you talking about irreconcilable enemies? If you have the ability, would you still allow me to do this? Shura laughed loudly. He did not put Sword Sage in his eyes at all. Su Yan, who was on the verge of fainting, once again gritted his teeth and stood up. Su Yan. Sword Sage saw Su Yan like this. Even with his experience, he could not help but be moved. Looking at Su Yan, who was on the verge of collapsing, Sword Sage's heart was filled with anger. However, he had nowhere to vent it. Power, power. Sword Sage roared. Bang. Su Yan was sent flying again. This time, when Su Yan was sent flying, Sword Sage suddenly felt a power fluctuation in Su Yan's body. Sword Sage was stunned. This is the power inheritance of the Paragon. Yes, it's the inheritance. Damn it, how could I forget such an important thing? The inheritance died thousands of years ago. The power he left behind now is also the power of his remnant soul. Sword Sage's eyes suddenly shrank. He turned his body and began to absorb the power left behind by the inheritance in Su Yan's body. Boy, I advise you to obediently surrender to me. When this lord is born, I will definitely bring you to conquer the world. Shura saw Su Yan stand up again. He could not help but admire Su Yan's willpower. He once again threw an olive branch to Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not pay attention to his words. He coldly shouted, "You want me to surrender? No way." While speaking, Su Yan once again grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand. Unfortunately, his injuries were too heavy. Just as he took a step forward, he felt his legs go soft and his whole body fell to the ground. Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan heard Sword Sage's voice. Su Yan's heart sank. He used a voice that only he could hear and said, "Master, I've tried my best." And Sword Sage nodded. If he was not in the form of a remnant soul, he would have already cried. Looking at Su Yan's injuries, Sword Sage slowly said, "Su Yan, you've tried your best. Leave the rest to me." While speaking, Sword Sage suddenly surged up. That majestic power suddenly exploded. Su Yan, who was about to fall to the ground, suddenly jumped up. When the Azura demon ancestor saw this sudden change, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Ugly Lord, do you really think that your wishful thinking can come true?" Su Yan looked at Shura in the black mysterious heavy rock and said coldly. The moment this voice came out, Shura was stunned once again. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. You're really hidden sword. That's me." Borrowing Su Yan's body, Sword Sage suddenly surged with a majestic aura and shouted at Shura. "How is this possible?" Shura was shocked by the majestic aura that erupted from Su Yan's body. He was no longer as arrogant as before. "Impossible, I'll show you what impossible means." Sword Sage laughed coldly. He immediately kept the ghost howl sword and patted Su Yan's storage pouch. Immediately, a bright light surged out. That golden light spread out in all directions, emitting a strong power. "Pagoda Holy Sword, Pagoda Holy Sword. How is this possible? Why is the Pagoda Holy Sword here?" Shura was even more shocked when he saw the Pagoda Holy Sword in Su Yan's hand. "Ugly Lord, I've already told you. Nothing is impossible." Sword Sage laughed coldly. Immediately, a strong power erupted from the Pagoda Holy Sword. The Pagoda Holy Sword instantly emitted a golden light. The light spread out in all directions, followed by countless sword cries. "Die, ugly Lord." Sword Sage had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now that he had gained strength, he immediately leaped up and swung the Pagoda Holy Sword at the black mysterious heavy rock. At this moment, the Azura Demon Master finally reacted. He coldly shouted, "Hidden sword, even so, do you really think you can unleash the power to fight against the Azura Demon Essence? Shura's Demon Essence." Sword Sage sneered at his words. "Ugly Lord, with my current strength, of course not. But can you fully utilize the power of Shura's Demon Essence?" Shura was at a loss for words. Sword Sage did not care about him. He raised his sword and swung it down horizontally. As the sword swung down, a huge amount of energy erupted. It was as if scorching hot magma had surged out from the Pagoda Holy Sword like a pillar of fire. At that moment, the entire main shrine seemed to be in an uproar. The Pagoda Holy Sword let out a sword cry. It was as if it was excited and pierced through the sky. It then swung down on the black mysterious heavy rock. Uproar. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded. The black mysterious heavy rock was blown apart by the huge force. It turned into countless pieces of rock and scattered everywhere. Azura Demon Venerable, who was in the black mysterious heavy rock, disappeared without a trace under such a powerful force. Sword Sage looked at the black mysterious heavy rock that had disappeared. He, who was riding Su Yan, could not help but fall to the ground. Su Yan, with my strength, this is all I can do. You will have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. After saying that, Sword Sage fell into a coma again. He went into the deepest part of Su Yan's soul. While he was unconscious, Su Yan slowly woke up. Su Yan opened his eyes. When he saw everything in front of him, he was stunned. Then, Sword Sage's voice sounded. Su Yan, Shura has disappeared. You will have to rely on yourself from now on. Absorb the power of Shura's demon essence and you will be able to break through to the spiritual sea realm. Master. When Su Yan heard this voice, he quickly shouted in his mind. Unfortunately, there was no response. He frowned and realized that everything was just a memory left in his mind by Sword Sage. From the memory, Su Yan also obtained some information about what had just happened. When he thought that Sword Sage was going to faint again, Su Yan could not help but feel sad. Of course, apart from that, Sword Sage also left some information about Shura's demon essence. Shura's demon essence was a treasure left behind by Shura King. It also contained the power of Shura King. If he swallowed this Shura's demon essence, not only would he be able to break through his bottleneck, he would also be able to increase his strength by a large margin. Although Su Yan still had a lot of doubts in his heart. But now that he had no one to ask, he could only give up. Looking at the Shura's demon essence in front of him, Su Yan's eyes turned slightly and he immediately stepped forward. Just now, he was blocked by the black mysterious heavy stone, so Su Yan did not feel what was so special about this Shura's demon essence. Now that he was closer, Su Yan truly felt that the Shura's demon essence contained a lot of energy. Thinking that he was about to break through to the spiritual sea realm, Su Yan could not help but feel excited. He did not care so much and directly pounced on the Shura's demon essence. As he operated his cultivation method, a powerful force suddenly came from the Shura's demon essence and entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, outside the Shura shrine, several realms had been staring at the Shura shrine that suddenly appeared. They were all at a loss. Yun Tian furrowed his brows. What the hell is going on? Why did this happen so suddenly? Yun Tian looked at the Shura shrine and muttered to himself. Right now, he was worried that something would appear in the Shura shrine. If that was the case, the catastrophe of the 5 counties would really descend. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly exploded in the sky. Countless dark clouds covered the sky and lightning constantly flashed in the horizon. Such a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky, causing everyone to be stunned. Bolts of lightning slithered through the dark clouds like silver snakes. In an instant, waves of violent energy surged. Several realms hovered in the air. However, under the power of heaven and earth, even they faintly felt a trace of fear and frowned. Bang! Chapter 358. What's going on here? Yun Tian looked at the teardrops that were about to explode within the Shura Divine Hall. He was immediately shocked. Is the calamity of the 5 counties about to arrive? Thinking up to there, Yun Tian immediately froze. Experts, this lightning is probably summoned by the demonic being within the Shura Divine Hall. Everyone, quickly work together to stop it. We can't let the demonic being devour the lightning. The thick, dark clouds in the sky had practically enveloped the entire mountain. Seeing this, Yun Tian called out sternly. He was afraid that some demon sovereign was about to appear within the Shura Divine Hall, triggering a lightning tribulation. He knew very well that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, it would trigger a lightning tribulation. If one survived the tribulation, it would be equivalent to being reborn, and one would become more and more powerful. Yun Tian did not understand this at all, so he could only try to stop the lightning right now. He wanted to see if he could stop the so-called demonic being from being reborn. Yes. The surrounding experts were all shocked by what had just happened. Now that they had seen such a strange phenomenon, who would dare to not listen to orders? The numerous area origin realm experts did not dare to be negligent. They responded in unison, and then flashed down. Finally, they scattered to every corner of the Azura Divine Palace. Powerful energy surged out from their bodies, and soon after, they responded to each other from a distance. Yin Tian's face became even more stern. He raised his head and looked at the rumbling clouds. He frowned, at a loss as to what to do. Yin Tian, do you think this is caused by the demonic being within the Shura Divine Hall? The black demon asked Yin Tian as he looked at the flickering lightning. In his eyes, he was blaming Yin Tian. After all, everyone had listened to Yin Tian in the beginning. However, the matter of the Shura Divine Hall being unearthed still happened in the end. Yin Tian hesitated slightly when he heard the black demon's words. Soon after, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He no longer had the heart to argue with the black demon. He said, I'm not too sure either. After all, the Shura Divine Hall is just too strange. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker. Looking from afar, it was as if they were going to press down on the ground, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. From the point of view of the crowd below, the layers of dark clouds were about to press on top of their heads. Silver lightning swam in all directions within the dark clouds. Occasionally, they would collide together and erupt into a loud thunderous sound. That heavenly might caused one's heart to tremble. Although all of them were powerful beings of the Radius realm, they couldn't help but feel a little worried when facing such a powerful formation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a silver glow that was as thick as an arm shot out from the dark clouds. The glaring light caused the dark sky to brighten up. Yin Tian was shocked. He called out to everyone, quick, stop this lightning from entering Shura Shrine. Even though the other powerful area perimeters did not know what was going on, they still obeyed Yin Tian's orders and attacked together. All of a sudden, their cultivation techniques began to circulate. Several bursts of power erupted from the hands of several powerhouses and rose up one after another. Bang! With a loud bang, the silver lightning fell directly, exploding into Shura Shrine. Even with the combined efforts of several area perimeters, a hole was still opened. At this moment, Su Yan, who was in Shura Shrine, was shocked. What is this? Uproar. While Su Yan was hesitating, a silver lightning suddenly exploded at his feet, leaving behind a huge crater. Su Yan was shocked. Lightning tribulation, this is lightning tribulation. Su Yan immediately understood. This was lightning tribulation for cultivation. When a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they would attract lightning tribulation. However, some cultivators would never be able to attract lightning tribulation in their lifetime. After all, to attract lightning tribulation, one's cultivation had to be above area perimeters. As for what realm it was, even Su Yan didn't know. However, Su Yan had attracted lightning tribulation. While Su Yan was happy, he also felt a little helpless. After all, when Su Yan had broken through to the Saint Vane realm, he had attracted lightning tribulation. However, at that time, because of Ugly Uncle, Su Yan had withstood the lightning tribulation. I don't know if I can withstand the lightning tribulation this time. Looking at the crater in front of him caused by the silver lightning, Su Yan's black eyes flickered. Su Yan frowned and muttered in a low voice. Boom! The silver lightning in the dark clouds became more and more intense. In the end, the atmosphere in the sky became extremely oppressive. Around 10 seconds later, a crack line suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. Immediately, a silver lightning bolt that was half a foot long shot out from the dark clouds like an enormous silver python while carrying a loud sound that resounded through the sky. Seeing this, several realms were unable to resist, but they still tried their best. Unfortunately, some of the lightning still fell in the Shura Divine Palace and directly struck Su Yan. There was a loud bang. A powerful force suddenly burst out from Su Yan's body. Su Yan was secretly surprised, but he didn't dare to hesitate. Torrential Pear Blossom. With a low roar, a powerful force burst out from his hand in an instant. It was the secret technique of the Dongqing clan. Countless swords appeared densely, and within a few breaths, they turned into countless sword shadows, directly colliding with those leaping thunderbolts. Bang! The silver lightning came with a loud bang. When it passed through the space of the Shura Divine Palace, it directly collided with the torrential pear blossom that burst out from Su Yan. Countless rays of light swirled up. A huge force poured out at the same time. Suddenly, a loud sound resounded through the world. Su Yan couldn't help but be surprised. The lightning punishment this time is probably much stronger than the previous one. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that the lightning punishment had already been weakened by Yun Tian. Otherwise, the lightning of heaven and earth would be much more majestic. Looking at the lightning that was still falling from the Shura divine palace, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. No, even if I resist again, it's useless. The most important thing now is to break through the spiritual sea realm. Only then can I stop this lightning punishment. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes immediately surged with a bright light. At the same time, he shouted, "The second layer of the mysterious ice shield, open." With a bang, Su Yan's body suddenly surged with a bright light, wrapping Su Yan's entire body. Not only that. Bang, the lightning fell and directly exploded on the mysterious ice shield. Countless tongues of fire surged, and the huge force swept out. Dong Qinghao and the others who were still unconscious at the side were also instantly awakened. Looking at this powerful force, they were all dumbfounded. For a moment, they were stunned on the spot. At this moment, Su Yan didn't care so much. He directly operated his cultivation method and began to consume the power of the Shura demon essence. At the moment when Su Yan consumed the power of the Shura demon essence, the dark clouds on the horizon were getting thicker and thicker. Countless lightning bolts fell, and the several large realms outside were already sweating profusely. Su Yan was also shocked, especially when he saw the lightning constantly exploding. He was afraid that it would hurt Yun Wanqing and the others. Breakthrough, breakthrough. Su Yan kept shouting in his heart. At this moment, a few more lightning bolts struck down like silver snakes, directly breaking the roof of the Shura shrine. With a loud bang, they exploded on Su Yan's body. Yun Wanqing and the others had just woken up when they saw such a shocking scene. Everyone couldn't help but be startled. When they saw the direction where the lightning fell, they couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. They hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, be careful." In fact, how could Su Yan not know? But he couldn't avoid it at all. Instead, he shouted at them, "Hurry up and leave." When they heard Su Yan's shout, who was willing to leave? They all wanted to help Su Yan. Unfortunately, they were all seriously injured by the Shura demon lord just now. They wanted to, but didn't have enough strength. All of a sudden, the lightning exploded on Su Yan's body. All of Su Yan's hair was blown up, and his whole body was ashen. Not only that, but the moment the lightning exploded on Su Yan's body, it directly exploded and attacked Dong Qinghao and the others. At the same time, it attacked the entire Shura shrine. Uproar, the loud sound reverberated through heaven and earth. The entire Shura shrine was blown up. A few people were directly sent flying. However, they didn't care about their own safety. Instead, they were worried about Su Yan. At this moment, the entire Shura shrine was blown up. The few area realm almighties who had been blocking the lightning outside also couldn't help but take a few steps back under this loud sound and the powerful energy fluctuation. What the hell is going on? Yun Tian was stunned. When he saw a few figures flying out, he immediately recognized Yun Wanqing, Dong Qinghao, and the others. He reacted quickly and jumped up to catch them. Save Su Yan. The moment Yun Wanqing landed in Yun Tian's hands, she only said one sentence before fainting. What? Yun Tian wanted to ask something, but when he saw the unconscious Yun Wanqing, he frowned. At the same time, he looked at the center of the exploded Shura shrine. Seeing a young man sitting in the center, Yun Tian was even more shocked. What the hell is going on? Bang! At this moment, another loud sound exploded in the sky. Countless lightning bolts drilled out of the dark clouds like giant snakes. The few area realm almighties had already given up blocking the lightning bolts because of the explosion of the Shura shrine. Looking at the countless lightning bolts winding down, the few area realm almighties all felt their hearts tremble. Of course, as their hearts trembled, they were more confused. They didn't understand what kind of power could summon such powerful lightning bolts. Chapter 359. At the center of the Shura shrine, there was a dark-skinned youth sitting upright. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The moment the dark-skinned youth appeared, the dark clouds in the sky became even denser. Countless lightning bolts were entwined in the clouds like silver snakes. The catastrophe of heaven and earth, the lightning bolts were 10,000 caddies. Even these radius boundary experts felt a lingering fear under the wrath of the lightning bolts. Moreover, they quickly saw that the lightning bolts seemed to be heading straight for the youth. Everyone couldn't help but retreat a few steps under the pressure of the powerful lightning bolts. They no longer dared to resist the lightning bolts. In their hearts, the appearance of the demon sovereign in the Shura shrine was thrown to the back of their minds at this moment. So what if the catastrophe of 5 countries happened? Right now, they only cared about protecting their own lives. Asterisk bang, asterisk at this moment, a loud explosion sounded from the horizon. The sound of thunder shook heaven and earth. Immediately after, the lightning bolts entwined in the dark clouds suddenly tore through the void like giant dragons and attacked the dark-skinned youth in the center of the Shura shrine. The lightning bolts were 10,000 caddies and silver snakes were dancing wildly. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths as they watched this scene. Although they couldn't recognize who this person was at this moment, they couldn't help but stare at him with bated breaths. Although they couldn't recognize him, they still couldn't believe that the youth could still survive under such powerful lightning bolts. Elder Yun, hurry and save Su Yan. Under the treatment of Yun Tian's fog technique, Yun Wanqing regained some consciousness. Looking at the youth in the center of the Shura shrine and the terrifying lightning bolts, she said to Yun Tian in a pleading tone. Yun Wanqing, the junior sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization. She was an outstanding disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When had she ever spoken to someone in such a tone? When Yun Tian heard her words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Of course, what was even more shocked was the person that Yun Wanqing pointed at. Su Yan, that person is Su Yan. Yun Tian's lips trembled slightly. He could not believe that the black youth sitting in the middle was actually Su Yan. He had been wondering if it was a monster from the Azura Divine Palace that had appeared. Who would have thought that it was actually Su Yan? As the great elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, he naturally knew more than ordinary people. For some warriors, once their strength reached a certain level, they would be able to trigger a lightning tribulation. However, even Yun Tian, as the great elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, had never seen someone who could trigger a lightning tribulation. Now, how could he believe that Su Yan could trigger a lightning tribulation? When Yun Wanqing saw that Yun Tian was unmoved, she once again begged in a weak voice, Elder Yun, hurry and save Su Yan. Looking at the furious lightning, Yun Wanqing was about to cry. Although she had been begging Yun Tian to save Su Yan, when she saw the bolts of lightning explode on Su Yan's body like silver snakes, the surrounding rocks were all blown away. Yun Wanqing's heart couldn't help but sink, and she fainted again. Young sect master. When Yun Tian saw that Yun Wanqing had fainted again, his face was filled with anxiety. Then, he checked her pulse, and when he saw that she was fine, he relaxed. Knowing that Yun Wanqing's life wasn't in danger, Yun Tian didn't try to save her. Instead, he looked at the black youth in the middle and frowned. Although he heard Yun Wanqing continuously say this, he still couldn't believe that that person was Su Yan. This was because he was very clear that Su Yan's strength was only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. Even if he broke through to the spiritual sea realm here, he definitely wouldn't trigger the lightning tribulation. Of course, the more important thing was that Yun Tian knew that even if he wanted to save him, he didn't have the strength to do so. The power of the lightning was too strong. Even he couldn't take it head-on. Right now, he could only stand in the distance like the other radius realm experts and wait for the lightning to disappear. The lightning's fury lasted for an entire hour. The entire Shura shrine was blown up. Only the youth in the middle was still sitting in the distance. But even so, Everyone believed that under such a powerful force, that youth probably wouldn't be able to survive. After all, the lightning disappeared. Only then did Yun Tian dare to approach a little closer. Looking at the youth whose entire body had been blown up black, and whose face couldn't even be recognized, Yun Tian couldn't help but frown. However, looking at his familiar outfit and familiar silhouette, Yun Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Because he recognized this silhouette. This familiar outfit was exactly the same as Su Yan's. Could this person really be Su Yan? Yun Tian thought, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Right at this moment, Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and the others woke up one after another. The few of them had followed Su Yan out of the Azura Divine Palace. When they saw the young man sitting in the middle of the hall, they immediately recognized him. Su Yan. Everyone looked at Su Yan's body, who was sitting upright. That black appearance made their hearts ache, and they let out a low roar. They wanted to go up and check on Su Yan's situation. Unfortunately, although the lightning had disappeared, the remaining power was still there. They couldn't get close at all. They could only shout sorrowfully. Because of the grief in their hearts, they couldn't hide it. Their shouts were clearly heard by all. Su Yan. When everyone heard this name, they couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that this brat is the Su Yan who betrayed the Monster Palace? How is that possible? That brat is only at the Sky Realm. How could he summon the lightning tribulation? Everyone looked at Su Yan in astonishment. When Yun Tian heard the shouts of Dong Qinghao and the others, his face was also filled with shock. Although he still didn't believe it in his heart, he couldn't help but believe it because the truth was right in front of his eyes. Su Yan. Yun Tian looked at the jet-black youth. Although he didn't know how Su Yan was able to trigger the lightning tribulation, but when he thought of Su Yan's strength, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Su Yan. As the wrath of thunder slowly faded away, the various forces that were attracted by the tremor slowly surged up the mountain. When Su Tiantu heard Su Yan's name, his pupils suddenly shrank. He walked closer and looked at the motionless body in the center of the Shura shrine. He shook his head and said, "No. Impossible, Yan, or won't fall just like that." From the moment Su Yan erupted with his strength in Heaven Shuang City. Although Su Yan wasn't in the Su family. However, in the eyes of everyone in the Su family, Su Yan had already become the guardian of the Su family. Now that everyone was saying that this was Su Yan, how could Su Tiantu believe that the guardian of his Su family would fall just like that? Unfortunately, everyone had seen the power of the fury of thunder just now. Such a strong power of thunder, even a Fengyuan realm expert couldn't withstand it, let alone Su Yan, a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm expert. Everyone who was close to Su Yan fell into a state of sadness. Even those who weren't related to Su Yan felt a lingering fear when they thought of the lightning just now. They stood in place and looked at the youth in front of them with a strange expression, not knowing what was going on. No. No, just as everyone was immersed in sadness, a fat body slowly stood up from the ground. Looking at Su Yan's body in the center of the Shura shrine, the corner of his mouth rose into an evil smile. "No, Su Yan won't die, definitely not." This person's voice was like a male duck's, but at this moment, it was sonorous and powerful, revealing a majesty that couldn't be resisted. This person was Su Yan's first close friend in this world, Lu Fei. Everyone was originally looking at Su Yan, but when they heard this sonorous and powerful voice, they were all attracted over. Hearing Lu Fei's resolute voice, all of them couldn't help but be startled. How much trust did one have to have in order to believe that a dead person wasn't dead? The others didn't say anything. When the black demon heard Lu Fei's words, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. "He won't die. It's already good that he hasn't been turned into ashes. He still won't die." The black demon's voice was extremely loud. Everyone present heard it clearly. When Dong Qinghao and the others heard his words, their faces immediately surged with anger, and they all looked at the black demon with killing intent. Only Lu Fei ignored the black demonic monster. Instead, he sneered, "He won't die. Su Yan won't die. Ha ha ha, idiot." When the black demon heard Lu Fei's words, he once again burst into laughter. This brat only has the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. He didn't die under the power of thunder. Are you deceiving yourself? If I'm not wrong, this brat is still a traitor of the Monster Palace. If I take his corpse, I can still exchange it for some spirit stones. It's also good to dispel your naive thoughts. As the black demon spoke, he saw that the last remnants of the lightning had disappeared. His body suddenly leaped, and he flew in the direction of Su Yan. Stop! Dong Qinghao and the others shouted angrily a few times. Unfortunately, they were all heavily injured. In addition, the black demon was a supreme expert of the perimeter realm, so they had no way of stopping him. When Yin Tian saw the black demon leap up, he wanted to stop him. Unfortunately, the black demon was too fast. Even if he made a move now, it would be too late. The black demon walked in front of Su Yan and looked at Su Yan's jet-black body. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Brat, I'll take you back to study. Let's see how you can trigger the lightning tribulation. The black demon actually had other plans. As a supreme expert of the perimeter realm of the Black Demon Cave, he naturally didn't lack the spirit stones that the Monster Palace had. Stop right there. Stop. When Lu Fei, Dong Qinghao, and the others saw that the black demon was about to attack Su Yan, they roared angrily at the same time. However, the black demon didn't put them in his eyes at all. The corner of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. This brat is already dead. I'm just letting you guys give up now. No, Su Yan won't die. Lu Fei shouted excitedly. If it wasn't for his heavy injuries, he would have already pounced on the black demon. Chapter 360. The black demon sneered and reached out to grab Su Yan's body. Buzz, just as his hand touched Su Yan's body, an electric current surged out, and the black demon's body could not help but tremble. Everyone was stunned when they saw the black demon's action. Then, they looked at the black demon's terrified expression and burst out laughing. Dong Qinghao and the rest were immersed in grief, so naturally, they wouldn't laugh. However, some of the area realm experts who were allied with the black demon laughed when they saw the black demon's expression. Huh, black demon, don't tell me you're afraid of a corpse. Yeah, black demon, were you damaged by the lightning earlier? Why do you still have electricity? Hearing the laughter, the black demon was immediately enraged. A dead man actually dares to make trouble? I'll destroy you today. The black demon roared and circulated his energy. Then, he slammed his palm on Su Yan's body. Don't. Dong Qinghao and the rest trembled when they saw this scene. They shouted hysterically, wanting to stop it. Unfortunately, how could they make it in time? Tears flowed from their eyes. The black demon's palm had already landed. The black demon was a powerful being of the perimeter state. Even though he did not use his full strength in that palm strike, it was still powerful enough to uproot mountains and rivers and destroy the heavens and earth. Furthermore, Su Yan did not even have the strength to resist at all. No one dared to see what would happen next. Su Yan would be crushed by the black demon. Lu Fei suddenly roared and a strange energy burst out from his body. His body was like a spinning top as he attacked the black demon. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Lu Fei's eyes were red as he screamed. Unfortunately, even if he could fly now, he was too heavily injured in the Shura shrine. Before he could reach the black demon, he fell heavily to the ground. Tears streamed down his face as he cried, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Dong Qinghao and the rest were also heartbroken. Their hearts were filled with hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Seeing these people sad, the black demon, with his perverted mind, felt a sense of pride. A cold smile appeared on his face. However, before his smile could appear, something happened. Buzz. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning burst out from Su Yan's body and coiled around the black demon like a silver snake. Even though the black demon was an area realm expert, he was in so much pain that he couldn't help but growl. He hurriedly retreated. This is, when they saw the black demon's expression earlier, they were all laughing at him. However, at this moment, everyone was stunned when they saw the black demon monster's expression. They no longer had the mocking expression from before. They were all almighty beings of the Radius realm, so they naturally knew how powerful the Radius realm was. And to be able to make the black fiend monster cry out in such pain, it was this power. When they thought about it, they couldn't help but be stunned. The black demon looked at Su Yan's body, which was still emitting bursts of lightning energy. His eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. Brat, I didn't think that you would dare to make trouble after you're dead. I don't believe that I can't kill you today. Hey Mo coldly shouted. However, this time, he didn't dare to touch Su Yan's body with his hands. Instead, he leaped up and waved his palms. Suddenly, the surrounding air seemed to tremble along with him. Countless amounts of energy surged up. Gusts of chilly wind whistled, and the surrounding air seemed to have become cold and gloomy at this moment. Cultivators, because they cultivated the power of the world, were not afraid of the temperature of the world. However, when the black demon waved his hands, the people standing around felt cold all over their bodies. This caused everyone to be stunned. Yun Tian's pupils shrank as he shouted, "Black demon, you're so ruthless. You actually used the 10,000 elephant divine skill on a dead person." The black demon didn't care about Yun Tian's shout at all. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So what? Do you have a way to stop me? As he spoke, the black demon's face sank. He waved his hands and pushed out. Suddenly, a chilly wind blew, and countless black fog filled the air. The black fog instantly condensed into countless sharp arrows. Bang, black demon. The black demon roared, and the countless black fog arrows collided with Su Yan's body. No, everyone who had a good relationship with Su Yan began to shout at this moment. Their hatred for the black devil had reached the pinnacle. Even some people who didn't know Su Yan couldn't bear to see this scene. The black demon actually used the 10,000 elephant divine skill on a dead person. This was simply too horrible to look at. While they felt sorry for Su Yan, they didn't stop him. Not to mention that the strongest person here, Yun Tian, might not be able to withstand the black demon's black demon, let alone the others. Even if they wanted to, they were powerless. They could only watch as the black demon passed through Su Yan's body and exploded on Su Yan's body. A loud sound rang out. Countless black fog filled the air and enveloped Su Yan's body. The black demon laughed strangely. Boy, a little corpse dares to go against me? Let's see how you fight me now. Bang, before the black devil had even finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. A beam of light shot up into the sky from the black fog. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. In particular, the black demon's expression froze. It was as ugly as it could be. He's not dead. He's not dead. While everyone was in a daze, only Lu Fei looked at the ray of light with a smile on his face. He jumped up excitedly and shouted, "It's Su Yan. It's definitely Su Yan. He's not dead. He's not dead." Everyone felt that Lu Fei's shout was too much of a blow to him. After all, in their eyes, Su Yan was already dead. Not to mention the fury of thunder that they, who were in the area realm, couldn't stop. The 10,000 elephant divine skill that the black demon unleashed was enough to destroy Su Yan countless times. Therefore, everyone ignored him and continued to watch the ray of light. They frowned, not understanding what was going on. Lu Fei didn't care about the others and continued to shout, "Su Yan, junior brother Su. Lu Fei, stop shouting." Sage Heaven Sword couldn't bear to see Lu Fei cry out like that. He stepped forward and patted Lu Fei's shoulder. He looked at the ray of light. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he still suppressed the grief in his heart and said, "Lu Fei, Su Yan is already dead." "No, he's not dead. He's definitely not dead. He's not dead." Lu Fei ignored Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's words and stubbornly shook off his hand. He leaned towards the center of the light and said, Su Yan, you're not dead, right? Right? Everyone looked at Lu Fei, who was almost in a frenzy and couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Sigh, this fatty is really loyal or stupid. He's clearly dead, yet he's still saying that he's not dead. Yeah, but his loyalty is commendable. The other experts looked at Lu Fei and couldn't help but shake their heads. In their hearts, they all thought that Su Yan was definitely dead. Now, they were more concerned about the ray of light that shot into the sky. Asterisk bang, asterisk at this moment, there was another loud explosion and a bright ray of light burst out. The entangling black fog instantly dissipated, and a robust figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this, they were stunned. Looking at the young man sitting in the center and that handsome face, everyone's face was filled with shock. This, everyone, including those Origin State experts, couldn't help but rub their eyes. They were unable to accept what they were seeing. Right at this moment, the young man who was seated suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. A ray of blood-red light surged out from his eyes. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Not dead, this Su Yan wasn't dead, everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine that Su Yan wasn't dead. When the black demon saw this, he was also shocked. How is this possible? Although everyone was in disbelief, the truth was right before their eyes. They couldn't not believe it. If they insisted on not believing it, they would be deceiving themselves. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Just then, Lu Fei burst out laughing and yelled out happily, I knew it. I knew it. Su Yan, you won't die. You won't die. Lu Fei's yell brought everyone back to their senses. Earlier on, everyone thought that Lu Fei was a fool. But now that they saw that figure surging out, they realized that they were the ones who were fools. Not dead. To think that you're not dead. The black demon looked at the body of Su Yan that was surrounded by a ray of light and was instantly enraged. At the same time, his eyes shone with killing intent. To think that you're not dead. Then, I'll send you on your way. As he was speaking, the black demon slapped his storage bag and took out his weapon, striking out at Su Yan. Black demon. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Dong Qinghao and the others couldn't defend against it. However, Yun Tian and Reverend Heaven's Sword were both capable. When they saw the attack of the black demon, they were instantly enraged. Earlier on, both of them thought that Su Yan was dead. But when they saw the attack of the black demon, they weren't that angry. Right now, Su Yan wasn't dead. No matter what, they had to save Su Yan. They couldn't let him be injured by the black demon. But it was a pity that the both of them were standing too far away. The speed of the black demon was extremely fast. Even if they were to use their full strength, they wouldn't be able to block the attack of the black demon. Looking at how the spear in the hands of the black demon was about to strike Su Yan's body, the eyes of the few of them shone with killing intent. Black demon. If you dare to touch Su Yan today, I, Yun Tian, will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Yun Tian roared out furiously. He was blaming himself for not being able to protect Su Yan earlier on. Now that he knew that Su Yan wasn't dead, how could he let the black demon hurt him again? Reverend Heaven's Sword roared out as well, Black demon. If you dare to touch him, I don't care how strong you are. I, Heaven's Sword, will definitely be irreconcilable with you. Chapter 361. The black demon had tried to destroy Su Yan's corpse several times, but failed. He had long been enraged by the humiliation. Now that he saw that Su Yan was still alive, he thought about how the terrifying lightning energy and his 10,000 elephant divine skill had not killed Su Yan. This made the black demon feel a sense of fear. Fear, the black demon didn't know why such fear appeared in his heart. However, the appearance of this fear also made the black demon's killing intent rise. He, the black demon, was an elder of the Black Demon Cave. He was an almighty figure of the square circle realm. If others knew that he felt fear because of a mere celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse, if that were to spread, he would be laughed at. Therefore, he must kill Su Yan today. He didn't pay any attention to the shouts of Yun Tian and Daoist Heavenly Sword. Taking a step forward, he raised the long spear in his hand. His eyes suddenly narrowed as a resplendent ray of light suddenly surged out from the long spear. With a whoosh, it pierced towards Su Yan's chest. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Those who were familiar with Su Yan instantly felt angry and sad. Those who weren't familiar with Su Yan felt pity for Su Yan. After all, he didn't die under such a powerful lightning strike. Now, he was going to die in the hands of a cultivator. Those who saw the attack in the black demon's hand couldn't help but sigh. They couldn't bear to see what would happen next. Asterisk bang, asterisk however, before they could close their eyes, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Within Su Yan's body, a burst of resplendent light instantly surged. That light quickly curled up and soared into the sky. Ah! Su Yan, who was inside the light, let out a low roar. His entire body leaped straight up. Asterisk bang, asterisk following another thunderous boom, the black devil immediately felt a burst of powerful force bearing down on it, and its body shuddered before it was sent flying back. What the hell is going on? Everyone was stunned. Bang! Bang! At this time, a few more explosions resounded as Su Yan's body flew higher and higher. Countless rays of light curled up as Su Yan slowly sat in the air, surrounded by countless rays of light. Under the light, one could vaguely see countless silver snakes entwined around it. Not only that, the surrounding air seemed to tremble with the light. The surrounding vegetation began to tremble violently. At the same time, a thick power surged from all directions, directly surging towards Su Yan, forming a beautiful mushroom cloud. While everyone was still in a daze, a Radius Realm almighty figure quickly recognized what the spiraling mushroom cloud was. Spiritual Qi, it's spiritual Qi. When everyone heard these people's shouts, they couldn't help but tremble. One had to know that spirit Qi was a gift from heaven and earth to martial artists. It was a formless state that could not be seen by the naked eye. But now, they were gathered together like rain and fog, constantly surging towards Su Yan's body. Just how fast was he absorbing the spiritual Qi? Everyone was shocked by what they saw. At this time, everyone felt the power in their body tremble. The spiritual Qi in their body seemed to have a suction force, constantly flowing out. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly circulated their spiritual Qi to resist, retreating a few steps back. Bang! Light curled up as Su Yan's body sat firmly inside, enjoying the influx of spiritual Qi. His eyes emitted a blood-red light. He remembered everything that had happened just now clearly. He was about to die from the lightning tribulation. After all, even a Radius Realm almighty figure couldn't block the lightning tribulation. But in the end, Su Yan strangely discovered that he could absorb the lightning tribulation. This allowed Su Yan to successfully pass the tribulation. Of course, Su Yan knew that the lightning tribulation was too violent, almost destroying all of his veins. Fortunately, the black demon's attack allowed him to release a lot of the lightning tribulation. This allowed Su Yan to pass the tribulation. But this didn't mean that Su Yan didn't know what the black demon had brought him. Looking at the black demon, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and a wave of killing intent surged. When the black demon saw the killing intent in Su Yan's eyes, he didn't know why, but at the same time, a wave of anger surged in his heart. He thought to himself, this kid must die, he must die. However, seeing the powerful energy around Su Yan, the black demon was unable to get close at all. This caused his heart to tremble. The moment Su Yan looked at the black demon again, he immediately felt that all the veins in his body were about to be torn apart. Countless amounts of energy surged towards his dantian. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, he could not help but cry out in pain from the waves of intense pain. Although it was painful, Su Yan was actually happy in his heart. This was because Su Yan knew that he was about to break through to the sky realm, condense the spirit sea in his body, and gather the power of heaven and earth in his body. The power of heaven and earth. Thinking about this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank, and the cultivation technique in his body started to circulate quickly. The moment the cultivation technique was activated, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed again. Countless amounts of energy surged towards Su Yan's body. Like a flowing river, countless amounts of energy gathered together. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Yun Tian was also astonished when he saw this scene. However, he was after all the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, so he knew more than ordinary people. It was precisely because of this that he knew more than ordinary people. The degree of astonishment on his face was even more shocking than the others. On that slightly aged face, those thick lips trembled slightly. A Heavenly Sun Realm expert, a Heavenly Sun Realm expert. I didn't expect to see a Heavenly Sun Realm expert in my lifetime. I didn't expect it. Yun Tian shouted excitedly, tears flowing down his old face. Amidst his shouts, many experts also saw through the trick, and they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that they would actually meet a Heavenly Sun Realm expert here. Star, moon, sun, just the Heavenly Moon Realm alone was hard to come by in 100 years. And this Su Yan was actually a Heavenly Sun Realm expert. Everyone's heart was filled with excitement. When the black demon saw this scene, his eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a cold intent. His entire body trembled out of fear. A Heavenly Sun Realm expert. I didn't expect this kid to be a Heavenly Sun Realm expert. No. This kid can't be left alive. Definitely can't be left alive. When the black demon saw the energy gathering on Su Yan's body, he took a few steps back. As he muttered to himself, he waved his hand and took out the sect's unique communication signal, shooting it into the sky. The resplendent fireworks exploded in the sky. Everyone saw it. When Yun Tian saw this scene, his brows suddenly shrank, and he coldly snorted. This black demon still wants to mess around? As he said that, the corner of Yun Tian's mouth suddenly rose into a cold smile. At the same time, with a thought, a spiritual energy was transmitted to Yun Tian. When the Sky Sword Sage saw this scene, he did not stay idle. He also used his sect's unique communication method to start contacting his own sect's disciples. When the other perimeter realm experts and disciples of other sects saw this, they also started to call their own disciples. Su Yan was currently at the crucial moment of breaking through to the spiritual sea realm. Naturally, he would not notice this. As he absorbed the energy from all sides, Su Yan's mouth rose slightly into a smile, and he roared, "Break!" Bang! Immediately, a loud sound soared into the sky. This loud sound resonated through the heavens and the earth, and the entire 5 counties seemed to tremble. At this moment, a few spirit ships flying in the sky felt the fluctuation of this energy. The few experts sitting in the spirit ships suddenly frowned, and they immediately sensed it. Immediately, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Heavenly Sun Realm, Purple Spiritual Sea Realm. I didn't expect there to be a Heavenly Sun Realm and Purple Spiritual Sea Realm in such a remote place like the 5 counties. When the few experts on the spirit ships felt this energy, they instantly had an idea. Of course, at this moment, Yun Tian and the other experts did not know that there were experts from the 9 states continent approaching. At this moment, they were more concerned about Su Yan's actions. Amidst the deafening explosion, Su Yan's body erupted with a brilliant light. He leaped into the air, and a boundless amount of energy swept out, destroying all the surrounding vegetation. What a powerful force! Everyone, including those who were at the origin realm, couldn't help but sigh when they saw this. Then, Su Yan's body slowly descended. When the black demon saw this, he immediately leaped up with the long spear in his hand, and a mocking voice appeared at the corner of his mouth. So what if you're in the Purple Spiritual Sea Realm? That's just a Stage 1 Spiritual Sea Realm. I'll kill you now. When Su Yan saw the black demon's powerful attack, his eyes suddenly shrank. The reason why the black demon was unable to hurt him earlier was because his body contained the power of lightning. Even if he was in the perimeter realm, he could not break it. But now, Su Yan had absorbed the power of lightning. He had broken through the spiritual sea realm. Just as the black demon had said, no matter how strong he was now, he was only in the stage 1 spiritual sea realm. Against an expert in the perimeter realm, he had no power to fight back. Looking at the black demon's attack, Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly retreated. But before he could retreat, a figure blocked in front of him. "Black demon, don't forget that I'm still here." The one who blocked in front of Su Yan was Yun Tian, the great elder Yun. At the same time, Sage Heaven's sword also blocked in front of Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Yun Tian and Sage Heaven's sword, the two perimeter realm experts in front of him, he was relieved. But when he looked at the black demon, his eyes surged with anger. The black demon did not care about Su Yan. Instead, he looked at Yun Tian and Sage Heaven's sword and snorted coldly. "Yun Tian, Sage Heaven's sword, do you want to rely on your numbers today? Do you think that my black demon cave has no one?" As the black demon sneered, the two perimeter realm experts who had not moved earlier instantly moved to the side of the black demon. Chapter 362. When Yun Tian saw the two area sphere realm experts standing beside the black demon, his pupils suddenly shrank. His face was instantly filled with anger as he shouted, "Eastern Gate Sect, Eastern Gate Sage, Chao Tian Sect, Chao Shi Sage, when did your two sects mix with the Black Demon Cave?" This was the 5 counties continent. Moreover, there were only a few area sphere realm experts in the entire 5 counties continent. Thus, the various experts were naturally familiar with each other. When the two area sphere realm experts walked over, Yun Tian immediately recognized them. Yun Tian immediately recognized that they were the two great powers of the 5 counties. Eastern Gate Sect and Chao Tian Sect. These two great sects were not as famous as the Heaven and Earth Organization, the Monster Palace, and the Black Demon Cave. However, because these two great sects had area sphere realm experts, they were slightly more famous than the Hidden Sword Tomb. Now that these two great sects were actually walking together with the Black Demon Cave, Yun Tian could not help but feel somewhat worried. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the number 1 sect in the 5 counties continent. However, the Black Demon Cave was in existence second only to the Heaven and Earth Organization. If the Black Demon Cave really joined forces with the 5 counties continent, even the Heaven and Earth Organization would not dare to say that they could resist the Black Demon Cave. Thus, when Yun Tian saw the sect masters of these two sects stand out, he was still somewhat worried. However, the sect masters of the two great sects did not answer his question. Instead, the black demon stood at the side and sneered, "Yun Tian, our two sects have been fighting openly and covertly for so many years. Do you really think that I don't know what the Heaven and Earth Organization is planning? Do you really think that the Black Demon Cave is not prepared?" The moment the two perimeter boundary powerhouses from the two large sects stood beside him, the Black Fiend immediately gained confidence and spoke arrogantly. "Humph," when Yun Tian heard the Black Demon's words, he immediately let out a cold snort. "Good, good. Since that is the case, then today, I will settle all the old and new debts with the Black Demon Cave." As he spoke, Yun Tian's body suddenly leaped up, and a majestic power suddenly surged out, causing the surrounding air to go berserk. Those waves of energy fluctuations, just these energy fluctuations alone, were like a gust of wind and sea waves, violently rising and emitting bursts of whistling sounds. Yun Tian was furious. He was truly enraged. Although the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Black Demon Cave had long suppressed their hatred for hundreds of years, in the past, it had only been a battle between the two major sections. Now that the Black Demon Cave had formed a faction, how could Yun Tian not be angry? "Black Demon, today, I shall get rid of you before the other sects arrive." Yun Tian roared out in rage. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he leaped out. He was also a swordsman. The moment that figure leaped out, a long sword immediately appeared in his hand. As soon as the long sword appeared, it immediately emitted a green light and a series of explosions. It was definitely not an ordinary sword. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they could not help but be stunned. When Su Yan sensed the energy that had just erupted from Yun Tian's body, his pupils suddenly contracted. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Is this the power of the boundary of circumference? It is indeed powerful. When the black demon saw Yun Tian attacking, he did not dare to be careless. In the past, it might have been better. He was not afraid of Yun Tian. But now, Yun Tian's strength was one level higher than his. In the boundary of circumference, one level was the difference between heaven and earth. The difference in strength was even greater. The black demon did not dare to take Yun Tian's attack head-on. His figure suddenly retreated. But how could Yun Tian give him a chance? The long sword danced, and in an instant, a powerful force condensed. The green long sword in his hand slashed down, and suddenly, countless rays of light erupted. Cloud overlooking the world. Everyone could not help but be stunned. Yun Tian was so powerful that he did not need to prepare at all. He could directly unleash the 10,000 elephant divine skill. This power made everyone dumbfounded. The black demon was also stunned. He quickly waved the long spear in his hand to block. He was also in the boundary of circumference, so his strength was naturally not weak. As the long spear danced in the air, countless dazzling rays of light shot out like a screen, protecting his body. Bang, the attack of cloud overlooking the world collided with his screen, and suddenly, a loud sound burst out. The aftermath of the energy burst out in an instant, and the onlookers could not help but take a step back. Under the powerful attack of Yun Tian's cloud overlooking the world, the black demon could not help but take a few steps back. Seeing Yun Tian attack again, the black demon hurriedly shouted, "Why aren't the two of you helping?" Only then did the East Gate's sect master, Daoist East Gate, and Chao Tian's sect master, Daoist Chaoshi, suddenly recovered from the shock. They took out their weapons and surrounded Yun Tian. "Don't forget, there's still our hidden sword tomb." Daoist Heaven Sword saw this scene and instantly moved. He patted his storage bag, took out his sword, and jumped up. Yun Tian saw Daoist Heaven Sword take action and did not act arrogantly. Because he was very clear that he could easily deal with the black demon, but if the two sect masters were to join in, it would be difficult for Yun Tian. Although there were not only the 5 boundary of circumference experts present. However, most of them were hidden experts. All of the boundary of circumference experts held an attitude of watching and did not participate in this battle. However, the battle between the 5 boundary of circumference experts. It was definitely a great battle in the entire 5 counties continent. It should be known that it was not easy to see one boundary of circumference expert on a normal day, let alone with so many boundary of circumference experts. Bang, the 5 of them hovered in the air with a domineering aura. Su Yan and the others could not stand in the circle of the 5 of them at all. Looking at this scene, Su Yan frowned. After all, this battle was mostly caused by him. Moreover, looking at the current situation, Su Yan's brows furrowed. Su Yan could not help. This made Su Yan a little angry, but there was nothing he could do. After all, even if Su Yan was now a spiritual sea expert, compared to the boundary of circumference experts, he was still not enough to participate in the battle. Bang! Bang! All he could do was stand there and listen to the sounds of the battle between the 5 area realm almighties erupting in the air. Countless energy waves were surging towards him. Everyone could not help but take a step back. Xiao! Xiao! Right at this moment, a sound suddenly came from the horizon and many people jumped down. Some directly joined the battle between Yun Tian, Hei Mo, and the others. Some landed in front of Su Yan and the others. Su Yan looked at these people and could not help but frown. However, he quickly recognized that these people were the reinforcements of the various sections. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. The boundary of circumference experts were furious and landed in front of the reinforcements of their sections. Elder! Elder! The disciples of the various sects greeted Yun Tian and Hei Mo. Yun Tian and the black demon merely nodded at them. Then, they looked at each other. Their eyes suddenly surged with intense killing intent. Kill them. Yun Tian and Hei Mo had clearly become the masters of this battle. The two of them shouted at the same time. The disciples below suddenly took out their respective weapons and rushed towards their opponents. The biggest battle in the 5 prefectures' history started at this moment. There was no reason, no excuse, and no pursuit. It was just for the pride in each other's hearts. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, the number of people fighting increased continuously. In the end, it was unknown whether the other party was friend or foe. As long as they were not pleasing to the eye, they would kill. Su Yan looked at this scene and could not help but frown slightly. To him, this battle was simply a meaningless war. However, Su Yan was clear that the current situation was not something he could control. Looking at the people of Mo Cave, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, a surge of killing intent surged in his heart. Perhaps Su Yan did not want to be enemies with others. However, Mo Cave was different. Mo Cave had been targeting him earlier. The biggest reason for this battle was because of Mo Cave and Mo Cave. If it were not for Mo Cave, perhaps everyone would be able to leave safely. Die. Just now, Su Yan could not intervene in the battle between the several realms. Now that Su Yan finally had a chance to act, he naturally would not be polite. As soon as the ghost howl sword appeared, a thick black fog suddenly surged. It directly slashed at a disciple of Mo Cave. That disciple of Mo Cave was not weak. He was also in the spiritual sea realm, and a level 2 spiritual sea realm. Seeing Su Yan rushing towards him, the corner of his mouth slightly rose into a cold smile. A mere level 1 spiritual sea realm wants to fight your grandfather, right? Before the disciple could finish his words, his whole body shook. His pupils instantly widened as he looked at Su Yan in disbelief. How is this possible? A level 1 spiritual sea realm expert actually killed a level 2 spiritual sea realm expert. Su Yan did not comment on this disciple's expression. He turned around and slashed at another disciple. Although Su Yan was not the strongest among these disciples, he was not the strongest. However, he still had few opponents. It could be said that he was invincible and undefeatable. Soon, the entire mountain was dyed red with blood. However, the battle did not stop. The battle continued for an entire night. Corpses were everywhere. It was a tragic scene. At the beginning, the disciples of various sects might still be holding on. However, by now, the disciples had even forgotten where they stood. There was only killing in their eyes. There was only endless killing. No one knew how long this battle would last. Perhaps they would only be able to stop the battle from ending after the level 2 spiritual sea realm experts had determined the victor. Chapter 363. From the very beginning of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Tian, Grand Elder Yun. Black Demon Caves Black Demon. Sword Vaults Heaven Sword Sage. Eastern Gate Sect Master, Eastern Gate Sage. And Chaotian Sect Master, Chaotian Sage. 5 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses, and now there were 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. These 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses were the reinforcements from the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Black Demon Cave. Suddenly, the number of Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses from the two factions was actually equal. The Heaven and Earth Organization had a total of 3 Grand Elders, all of whom were Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. Including Yun Tian and Sword Vault's Sect Master, Heaven Sword, there were a total of 5 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. As for the Black Demon Cave, only 2 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses came. However, with the addition of Black Demon, Eastern Gate Sect, and Chaotian Sect's 2 Sect Masters, there were 5 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. Among the 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses, Yun Tian was the strongest, at the second level of Area Sphere Realm. The others were all at the first level of Area Sphere Realm. Although Yun Tian's strength was stronger than the other Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. However, it was not easy to kill an Area Sphere Realm Powerhouse. The battle between the 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses instantly entered a white-hot state. For a moment, both sides were in a deadlock. Ha ha ha, at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the horizon. This voice was extremely deep, and Yun Tian's Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses couldn't help but be stunned when they heard it. A group of barbarians is actually fighting here. As the laughter fell, a spirit ship stopped in midair. As soon as the spirit ship came in, it instantly surged with a huge amount of energy. The disciples of the various sects who were fighting below felt their hearts tremble. They stopped fighting and couldn't help but take a few steps back. They looked up at the behemoth in the sky that was emitting bursts of dazzling light. All of them were horrified. What is this? Su Yan looked at the huge object emitting light in the sky, and his heart couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a memory instantly appeared in his mind. Spirit ship, this is a spirit ship. As Su Yan thought about it, his pupils suddenly shrank. He was no stranger to spirit ships. This was a flying spirit ship that was built with hundreds of millions of spirit stones. It was rumored that it could fly hundreds of thousands of miles in a day. In the 5 counties, the spirit ship was merely a legend. Even if the Heaven and Earth organization wanted to build a spirit ship, they did not have the capital nor the technology. All the martial artists in the 5 counties only had memories of the spirit ship in books. Who would have thought that a spirit ship would suddenly appear here? Everyone looked at this behemoth in horror. Ha ha ha. While everyone was in a daze, a burst of laughter came from the spirit ship. At the same time, several figures leaped down from the spirit ship. He looked at the figures leaping down. Everyone held their breaths. Perimeter state, they're all in the perimeter state. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. When they saw the young faces of these people, they became even more frantic. Such a young square circle state, how is this possible? One had to know that the circumference state warrior was the strongest warrior in the 5 counties. In the entire 5 counties, the number of circumference state warriors could be counted with one hand, and every one of them was at the circumference state. Which one of them was not an almighty warrior in the 5 counties? Now that the spirit ship had arrived, so many circumference state warriors had appeared. Moreover, all of them were so young. How could people not be astonished? Su Yan stood in the crowd and frowned. Although he did not want to argue with others, he was a man with pride. Su Yan had always been very proud of his cultivation. However, looking at the few circumference state warriors who floated down, Su Yan actually felt inferior. Of course, this inferiority feeling disappeared in an instant and turned into motivation. Instantly, a ray of light surged in his eyes. More than 10 people came down from the spirit ship. When the last few people came down, the disciples felt a little better. This was because among these people, apart from the 3 circumference state warriors who came down earlier, there were only a few. Almost all of them were in the spiritual sea realm. This made everyone feel a little better. Circumference state warriors at such a young age. The pupils of Yun Tian's group shrunk when they saw these people descend. However, they glanced at them from the corner of their eyes before a cold smile surfaced on the corner of their mouths. Their eyes rotated as they cried out in a stern voice, "Who exactly are you?" "We are." Among the few people, there was a young man in white. He was the leader of the group. When he heard Yun Tian's words, the corners of his mouth twitched and a cold smile appeared. Then, he looked at Yun Tian and saw the spirit chi surging around his body. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, his eyes suddenly turned cold and he shouted, "You are not qualified to know." This voice was like a raging tide, causing everyone who heard it to tremble. Of course, at the same time, it also caused everyone to be greatly shocked. Who was Yun Tian? He was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. Although he could not be said to be the strongest warrior in the 5 counties, he was at least the strongest among the tens of thousands of people here. And this young man, who looked very young, actually dared to speak to Yun Tian like this. Was he not courting death? It was indeed so. When Yun Tian heard the young man's shout, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Courting death. As he spoke, Yun Tian's body instantly leaped up. The long sword in his hand was like a snake as it attacked. Instantly, there were countless rays of light and sword cries that shook the entire area. He had already arrived in front of the young man. When everyone saw this, their eyes widened. They all hoped that Yun Tian's sword would kill the young man. because this young man was so arrogant that it made them feel a wave of anger. When they saw that Yun Tian's sword was about to pierce through the young man, everyone could not help but become excited. Unfortunately, at this moment, with a loud bang, the young man slowly raised his hand and instantly formed a beautiful light screen. With a loud bang, Yun Tian was suddenly sent flying. Puchi, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Yun Tian's mouth. Ah! Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this. The pupils of Hey Mogul and the other area realm experts shrank as they took a few steps back. Everyone had seen Yun Tian's strength with their own eyes. However, that young man merely waved his hand and Yun Tian was defeated. One move, that's right, it was just one move. This person's strength was at least at the 6th level of the circumference state. 6th level of the circumference state, no one dared to imagine. One had to know that in the entire 5 counties, there had never been such a powerful almighty. Not only that, but there were also 2 circumference state warriors standing behind the young man. Looking at the indifferent expression in their eyes, they were clearly powerful experts of their generation. Not only that, but there were also so many spiritual sea realm experts. This made people wonder who these people were. The strongest sect in the 5 counties was only the Heaven and Earth Organization. And now, the Heaven and Earth Organization's Grand Elder was here. Then, this power was, everyone, including the circumference state warriors, looked at the sudden appearance of these young men and could not help but feel a sense of fear. Su Yan stood in the crowd and could not help but frown. At this moment, the young man's gaze instantly fell on Su Yan. That sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through one's heart, causing Su Yan to be startled. Su Yan's body involuntarily shrank back. However, before he could shrink back into the crowd, he saw the young man's lips curl into a cold smile. He pointed at Su Yan and said, "You, come out." Su Yan was startled and secretly complained. Although Su Yan was arrogant, he also knew the difference in strength. Regarding this kind of thing, Su Yan really did not want to get involved. Unfortunately, when he saw the young man point at him, Su Yan could only brace himself and walk out. Ritian Xiang, Purple Spirit Sea. I did not expect such a talent to appear in this barbaric land. Not bad, not bad. The young man looked to be about the same age as Su Yan. However, at this moment, he was like a senior looking at a junior, his face full of arrogance. This caused Su Yan to be angry, but Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Yun Tian, who was not far away. Seeing that he was fine, he was relieved. After saying that, the young man looked at Su Yan and sighed, what a pity, your strength is too weak." What? When Su Yan heard the young man's words, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Saying that his strength was too weak? One had to know that Su Yan's current strength could be ranked in the top in the entire 5 states. However, being looked down upon by this young man, Su Yan could not help but feel a surge of anger in his chest. However, the young man did not look at Su Yan's expression. Instead, he asked Su Yan, "Kid, offer up your spirit sea." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Su Yan instantly felt a surge of anger. Spirit sea, asking him to offer up his spirit sea. Now, he had to offer up the spirit sea that he had painstakingly condensed. Wasn't this equivalent to asking for his life? No, it was equivalent to asking for his life. It was even more cruel. Su Yan's eyes instantly filled with anger. Originally, Su Yan was still a little afraid of the strength of these people. However, at this moment, all of this fear was replaced by anger in his heart. What if I say no? Su Yan looked at the arrogant young man and said coldly. No. When the young man heard Su Yan's reply, he immediately laughed out loud. Kid, do you think you have a chance to choose? No. Su Yan smiled coldly. In an instant, a thick black fog erupted from the ghost howl sword. His figure suddenly jumped up and swung his sword. Like a long dragon, it directly attacked the young man. When the young man saw that Su Yan actually dared to attack him, he could not help but be stunned. Then, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Haha, interesting, interesting. A mere spiritual sea realm wants to be my enemy. Interesting, interesting. However, do you think you have the qualifications? As the young man spoke, his eyes suddenly froze. Bang. Chapter 364. Do you think you have the qualifications to challenge senior brother Wang Han? The youth who stood in front of Su Yan looked at Su Yan with disdain. Although his strength was not as good as the youth who spoke to Su Yan, he still had the strength of an 8th-level spiritual ocean realm cultivator. He was only one step away from the peak of the spiritual ocean realm. This kind of expert would definitely be a genius in the entire 5 counties, an existence like an expert. 8th-level spiritual ocean realm. When Su Yan saw this person's strength, he couldn't help but frown. He had just entered the spiritual ocean realm and had yet to properly control the power in his body. Even if he relied on his speed and the blood dragon pupil. In addition, he had a purple spiritual ocean realm. Su Yan only had the confidence to fight against a 3rd-level spiritual ocean realm cultivator. As for 8th-level spiritual ocean realm cultivators, to Su Yan, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight back. Without waiting for Su Yan to express his opinion, several of the Radius Realm cultivators stepped forward, clearly wanting to help Su Yan. Unfortunately, before these Radius Realm cultivators could step forward, the eyes of the young man who was called Wang Han suddenly shrank. In that instant, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop by a few degrees. What? You want to rely on your numbers? Wang Han said coldly. A trace of disdain flashed through the corners of his eyes. Faintly, the aura of a king was emitted from his body. This caused the various experts who had always been domineering in the 5 counties to involuntarily stop in their tracks. Even the strongest person in the crowd, Yun Tian, didn't dare to act rashly in front of Wang Han. Wang Han's strength was truly too strong. It was so strong that it exceeded everyone's expectations. When Wang Han saw these Radius Realm cultivators stop in their tracks, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He then looked at Su Yan and said, very good, very good. A mere newly advanced spiritual ocean realm cultivator dares to attack me. You really do have some ability. It's a pity that you're too weak. As Wang Han spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the young man who had stood up for him with interest. He then looked at Su Yan and said with interest, Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With your strength, it's impossible for you to defeat me. However, everyone says that those in the purple spiritual sea realm have extraordinary abilities. Today, I will give you the chance to challenge my junior brother. Wang Shua, as long as you can defeat him today, I will give you a chance. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This was an unfair decision. How could it be possible for a warrior who had just reached the spiritual sea realm to challenge a warrior of the 8th level? Not fair, not fair. The crowd below began to shout one after another, all of them raising the significance of this decisive battle. It's not fair. Wang Han, however, laughed loudly and said, do you think you have the right to choose? With Wang Han's words, everyone was stunned. However, in front of Wang Han, a powerful warrior, they didn't have the chance to choose. This was the world of warriors, a world where the strong ruled. Wang Han surpassed the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. In this place, he was definitely a king, and no one could shake him. However, in front of such an unfair battle, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of just a few of them? Just at this moment, a hot-blooded warrior suddenly shouted this. Once this was said, everyone was stunned. Yun Tian also suddenly came to his senses. He jumped up and shouted, right, there are millions of warriors in our 5 counties. Are we afraid of just a few people? No, we have to unite. Bang. Before Yun Tian could finish his words, Wang Han suddenly waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out. Yun Tian's entire body shook, and he was directly sent flying. He let out a miserable shriek and fell heavily on the ground. This frightening scene caused everyone's body to involuntarily tremble. Who was Yun Tian? Yun Tian was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. He was the strongest warrior in all the realms here. Unfortunately, in the hands of this Wang Han, he didn't even have the ability to resist with a wave of his hand. Who else has an opinion? Wang Han's expression didn't change, and he still maintained that faint smile as he spoke. Just as Heaven's Sword wanted to speak up, he was quickly stopped by Su Yan. Su Yan was very clear that Wang Han was so powerful that it made people unable to breathe. Even if many people stood up, it would be of no use. After all, the two of them weren't even on the same level. Sect Master, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Su Yan looked at the furious Heaven Sword Sage and shook his head. But, you. Heaven Sword Sage wanted to say something. However, before he could finish, Su Yan still took a step forward. Looking at Wang Han, his eyes suddenly shrank, and a ray of light surged out. I accept your challenge. Wang Han looked at Su Yan's calm and composed appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a warrior with a purple spiritual sea. You do have some arrogance. As he spoke, Wang Han ignored Su Yan and turned to the youth from before. Wang Shua, remember not to hurt his spiritual sea. I still have a great use for it. Yes, senior brother. Wang Shua replied respectfully. Immediately after, he took a step closer to Su Yan and looked at Su Yan with disdain. Kid, I'll let you make the first move. Let me? Su Yan smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he looked at Wang Han and said, Senior Wang Han, do you think we should add some stakes to this challenge? Stakes. Wang Han smiled. Immediately after, he saw the sinister smile on Su Yan's face. His eyes shrank and his face instantly turned gloomy. Kid, are you trying to raise conditions with me? How would I dare? Su Yan faced Wang Han and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I think that since this is a duel, there should naturally be some stakes. Okay, then what do you want to add? Wang Han wasn't afraid. In his eyes, as long as he wanted to, he could take away Su Yan's spiritual sea. The reason why he wanted to duel was only because he felt that it was interesting. Of course, in his eyes, even if Su Yan had a purple spiritual sea, he was only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. Against Wang Shua, who was at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, no matter how strong he was, he didn't have any chance. Therefore, Wang Han was willing to play with Su Yan. Su Yan didn't hold back. Looking at Wang Shua, he said, if I lose, then today, I, Su Yan, will offer my spiritual sea with both hands. However, if I win, when he said this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Then you must leave this place today. Okay. Wang Han agreed without hesitation. To him, this wager didn't exist. After all, he didn't believe that Su Yan could win against Wang Shua, who was at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. Maybe the purple spiritual sea was strong enough. If it was an ordinary 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, seeing that Su Yan was so confident, Wang Han would be a bit worried. However, how could Wang Shua be an ordinary spiritual sea realm cultivator? Therefore, Wang Han didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. After hearing Wang Han agree, Su Yan wasn't afraid that he would regret it. His eyes shrank. Patting his storage bag, he took out the ghost howl sword. His figure suddenly rushed out like a torrential sea. His sword aura was even sharper. In an instant, countless amounts of power flew up. His speed was as fast as lightning. When everyone saw this scene, they were all astonished. Because the strength that Su Yan displayed would always surpass the strength of a first level of the spiritual sea realm cultivator. Even Wang Han couldn't help but nod. This purple spiritual sea is really something. Thinking of this, Wang Han became even more interested in Su Yan's spiritual sea. However, even so, Su Yan was still only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm, while Wang Shua was at the 8th level. The moment Su Yan attacked, Wang Shua's pupils shrank. A powerful spiritual power surged out, blocking Su Yan's attack. Bang! This powerful force collided with Su Yan. Su Yan didn't have the slightest chance to resist. His whole body flew out. A series of hissing sounds came from below, accompanied by a series of anxious voices. However, Su Yan turned a deaf ear to them. He jumped up and attacked Wang Shuo again. Facing the terrifying power that erupted from Wang Shuo's body, Su Yan ignored it. His eyes were like torches. Because Su Yan knew that this was his only chance, his only chance. Only by defeating this person could they get out of here today. Only by defeating him could he get out of here today. Therefore, this was Su Yan's only chance, the only chance. The only chance that Su Yan couldn't make a choice was to defeat Wang Shuo. Defeat him. In Su Yan's mind, there were no distracting thoughts, only this thought. The ghost howl sword in his hand rapidly surged with a powerful force. That force continued to condense. Bang! With a loud noise, suddenly countless sword blades flew out, attacking Wang Shuo like a storm. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. Dong Qinghao had recovered a lot at this time. He quickly recognized that this was the 10,000 elephant divine skill of the Dongqing clan, torrential storm of rose blossoms, which he gave to Su Yan. The moment the torrential storm of rose blossoms appeared, it was really like a storm, gushing out violently. This made everyone horrified. To be able to cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill to such a level. Watching Su Yan erupt with torrential storm of rose blossoms, watching the countless sword blades fly past and hit Wang Shuo's body. Wang Shuo simply couldn't avoid it. Everyone thought that this battle was unwinnable, but they actually saw a glimmer of hope. Even Wang Han was stunned. He said with slight surprise, I didn't expect that a mere level 1 spiritual sea realm could cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill to such a level. Not bad, not bad. While praising, Wang Han's face was more of a mocking expression.